Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the College Nation radio show. I am the chief host, the College Rumble, College Genesis, College Nation warrior of the Black African Infrastructure Organization worldwide. Folks, we're going to have a good show tonight. Now, when you got shows like the Monkey Kingdom, you know things are gonna get hot tonight. You know things get heated. You know what's gonna get into lit tonight. You know people are gonna call in, and the rumble's gonna begin. So stop what you're doing. Tell a friend, like, share, subscribe. Tell everybody that this is a place you want to be. You want to be in College right now. You're with the College Genesis, rumbling with the College Genesis. You want to run with the College Genesis? Yeah, we got a Tolliver already in here. You want to rumble with the College Genesis? You want to get down and whatnot? Yeah, well, stay tuned because I'm going to give you something to rumble about. As you know, what my goal is never to cuddle people, right, and tell you what you want to hear. All these nice things. Let me tell you something, folks. If someone tells you something you always want to hear, and it sounds good, makes you feel good, then they're telling you something wrong. We're living in a world where things are going so bad and everything that you have to basically be prepared for the ugly truth. And the ugly truth, yeah. Well, I'm gonna explain what the Monkey Kingdom is all about. And I take this from I'm gonna read some excerpts from and those of you who read books and stuff like that understand where I'm coming from. Those of you who have read Rudyard Kipling's The Jungle Book, right? And I want to use those euphemisms in that book to basically describe what I see the world is today. Remember something from Rudyard Kipling, a lot of you, if you don't know who that is, you didn't pay attention in school. He coined the term the white man's burden. Rudyard Kipling was a young Englishman who grew up in India during the Rajdat, the colonial India, okay? And so basically, a lot of his books and writings, were basically based on his experience as a child growing up in India. And so therefore there was this notion during the time period that he coined the term the white man's burden. In other words, basically the racist view that white benevolence is necessary. In other words, colonialism. People at the time didn't see colonialism as something bad. They saw it as something benevolent, to people of color and stuff like that because they didn't understand how these ancient people and these other people lived and everything. So basically, I'm going to talk about that, and I'm going to talk about what I mean by what he described the Monkey Kingdom, right? And that was probably his most poignant thing, about some of the people he described. And basically, if you're talking about India, you're also talking about Africa. You're talking about everybody that was, for the most part, non-white. In other words, basically, the description of the Monkey Kingdom was basically where he described. He basically is talking about when he used this thing about monkeys high up in the kingdoms, and they were basically had a kingdom. And king was King Louis, right? And his whole thing was aping the white man or the man in the town, like they call him the man cub, the boy, they call him the man cub, whatever. So in other words, basically what what it's saying is people who live high up in the trees, high up in the mountains, right? Since they're never basically challenged, right? They live in a world where their foolishness and nonsense overtakes them and they never progress. That's what the whole idea of the third world is. Most people believe that the third world people could never this because they're not exposed to the outside world and they basically are too conceited, too self-indulgent, too silly, too foolish to understand that they're backwards and they're like this because the monkey kingdom, the monkeys would give themselves titles and stuff like that, like king and noble and honorable and stuff like that. We saw that in another thing is, what I could talk about is Animal Farm, right? Okay, I could take the Monkey Kingdom analogy and basically use that to parts of Black America. I could use that for almost every people in Africa as far as like the Monkey Kingdom is concerned. You know, in other words, basically, we have people who call themselves kings and they proud of their tribes. They're proud of all this stuff like this. But when it really comes down to it, right, these things are useless outside of the uh, uh, outside of the world they live in. So they create this world by which they have power and they have admiration, but it's never challenged because they never step out of the kingdom. And the same thing was in that Japanese anime called Alakazam. He was another one. He was like a monkey king in the in Alakazam. And I think the Alakazam was based on Rudyard Kipling's The Monkey Kingdom, right? Because it was the same scenario. Alakazam was a powerful magician, and he lived in a kingdom, right? And the whole world that he knew, he was always fascinated by this world outside of his kingdom that he had no control over, that he was nobody. So basically, would live in his kingdom, but he's always fascinated by the fact that there's people down there below that basically live a world that he'd be nothing in, you know. So it just torments him all the time. Although he has everything he needs in his kingdom, he's a ruler and everything. So this same thing with what I say about the Monkey Kingdom, where people rule themselves and everything, and there's nothing to challenge them. Is that good or is that bad? Well, now some people say, "Well, Colin, man, are you saying that the white man was good, right about that? You know, about when his accession?" No, I'm just saying that when you look at it, right, a lot of these kingdoms stayed backwards, right? But they reached inside themselves and said, "Look, this is what we want to build." It took colonialism and being occupied and enslaved for them to probably realize that whatever we're doing is not right. You know, for example, India was a proud civilization, right? But yet they came under the rulership of the British, a superior military, superior people, and they became the subject of the British Empire. How could that be? You know, when if you look at the Indians, the way they saw it, their civilization was better or equal to the British. So how did they become under thing? Because the thing is, they didn't learn what the British learned as far as like military industrialization, the steam engine, and all these other things that the British and the Western man prided himself on. They gave him superiority. In other words, the Western man usually took science and technology to enslave other people. You know, science and technology and all these things belong to humanity. It doesn't belong to one race. When somebody tells you that, yeah, we have to basically, I'm using an analogy. I don't say I believe this, Chuko, you moron. You know, I'm saying that when the white man uses science and technology to basically enslave other people, that is wrong. You know, and it had to take 2 world wars and a consciousness around the world to realize that occupying people and enslaving, no matter how well you think you're superior to them. Look, technology and science and human development belongs to humanity and posterity. It does not belong to one race to impose upon another race. You know, the people who got this right was the Japanese, because the Japanese were able to adapt and saw things before they happened. They basically took technology and stuff like that and adapted for themselves without having to have it imposed upon everybody else. Basically was in the modern world, they were basically enslaved, you know, and so all over the globe, all the globe for the most part was enslaved, right? And the justification was that you are backward, you know. We have a burden, the white man's burden. I'm gonna let you think that sink in. The white man's burden of thing, and this is why what's going on right now in Africa with Ibn Traore. This is what's going on all over the continent, where you got people who still believe in 2025 that the white man has a burden. Now, most of these countries around the world have freed themselves from that sort of thought process and slavery and colonialism and imperialism and stuff like that. But there's one region of the world where the white man really feels uh, that it's really his. He really feels that he has the right to do whatever he wants to do, enslave, and that is Mother Africa. He really believes that, and he does that with the helping hands of Africans on the continent who don't know any better. And this what we're going to talk about tonight. We talk about the Monkey Kingdom. And I'm going to get some excerpts to describe Rudyard Kipling when he talked about the Monkey Kingdom. And basically, just basically use your imagination. What group of people is he talking about? He was really talking about the whole Monkey Kingdom. He wasn't just saying on Indians. He was just basically, in his mind, never. I don't think Rudyard Kipling ever went to Africa, but I think he was talking about all people of color at the time. He was calling them. He said basically, in their world, they think they're superior. In the world, they think they're great and everything like that. But the bottom line is this. He basically, with the monkeys on high. And remember something, when you look at the Monkey Kingdom, they were basically occupying ruins of a human civilization. And they occupied the land, the kingdoms, the temples and everything as if they built it. And so therefore, since it was abandoned and whatever like that, and there's nobody that could really challenge it because nobody can go up there, not even the tigers or bears, whatever like that. They basically convinced themselves that they were just they put on the trappings of civilization, of advancement and stuff like that in their own world. But then you look at the Jungle Book, even the cartoon. Remember when King Louis said, "I want to be like you, I want to walk like you, talk like you." I want a king. Let's be able the jungle VIP. So no, outside the jungle, he knows he's nothing. But so even though has his desire, he's satisfied with his being the king of this jungle, right? That he knows that there's a world out there that he's not a part of, and that he's nothing. So he says, I want to walk like you, talk like that. That's basically what we have right now. That's why so many people want to come to the West. Let's be honest with you. That's why a lot of people want to come to the West. They want to walk like you, talk like you. They want to be like, I want to be like you. If you were to look at that movie and that book was really, really deep. It's really, really telling. It's something I think that most men of color really have to sit there and basically analyze and say, what world do we live in right now where one race of people still believes like that to this day? We have to fight white supremacy with everything we have, right? We really do. The enemy is not each other. I don't know how to tell this to you because I'm sitting there listening to Diane Samir show the last couple of days. I say little things in the chat room. I'm just listening. I haven't called in, listen, because I'm not going to engage in this stupidity anymore. Where you got Africans and Black Americans going back and forth, insulting each other and stuff like that. The bottom line, there's another race out there who thinks we're all inferior. Who thinks we're less than. So why are we basically living the king? Like, people thinking, oh, yeah, we're Nigerians, we're this, we're that. No, you are basically living in the monkey because the world's laughing at you, where Japanese use martial science and strategy thinking of diplomacy. Yeah, I know that. The royal shogun banned European. Yeah, but the shogun had to be gotten rid of. The shogun was part of the problem because eventually the Japanese government realized during the Tokugawa, that time period, they said, look, if we don't form a modern army and a modern navy, right, a modern police force and a modern government, we are going to become like the Philippines, China, India, and all these places surrounding us. Yeah, the shogun did a lot in during the 250 years during the Tokugawa ban foreigners. But they knew when Commodore Perry came there with those steamships, that was over with in 1853. So you're right about that, But the Japanese were smart. They learned to say, look, what Europeans have is their technology. So we have to learn their technology. And if you look at it, because Japan did that, right? Japan is the most Asian country in Asia, the most indigenous country in Asia. Yet it's the most highly advanced culture. How could a culture be highly advanced, right? Scientifically and everything, like industrially highly advanced, and still be the most indigenous of all the cultures in Asia, by white supremacy's logic, right? The Philippines should be the most advanced country in Asia because it's the most Western. It's the most Christian. It's the most this, most that. You know. So therefore, this white supremacy is nothing but Japan always proved that white supremacy was a myth. That's the one country black race should have been studying more, but we did not. You know, we did not. So this is what we're going through right now. So we're going through a phase right now where, you know, I put up the thing the other day where I showed you the map of French colonial Africa. You know, look, the reality is all that land that the French owned. I didn't even put the Portuguese Africa, right? I didn't even put British Africa up, right? When you take British Africa, French Africa, Belgium Africa, Portuguese Africa, all those parts of Africa is how Europe, the looting of all these countries and regions is how Europeans built itself up. Europe was nothing before the transatlantic slave trade, colonialism, all these other things, the looting of the continent of Africa to this day. This is why they have to hold on to what's going on in the continent. This is why they're in the Congo. This is why they're trying to break the Sahel region, you know. This is why they prop up things like ECOWAS and the SEDEC and all these other and all these other things like that, because they want to maintain a social order. And in order for you to do that, right, you have to convince black people, Africans, that white supremacy is legitimate. And you do that right now by making Africans think somehow they need the white man, whatever like that. So to survive, they need the white man to teach them technology and everything. Instead of learning, like the Japanese, they're learning the stuff on their own and borrowing and then adapting to the culture and stuff like that. So this is what we're talking about tonight, you know. Are we going to basically rise above this thing, or are we going to be the silly monkey kingdom, as Brother Kipling described in the book, you know, but silly people trying to run a society and they don't know anything about anything. And the bottom line is that's the justification for coming in and colonizing people or micromanaging people from outside. That's what you have right now in Africa, right? You have one race of people in Paris. Patrice Lumumba said it great, right? And then when I look at that video, Robert Mugabe, he captured Patrice Lumumba, a sitting prime minister. He captured him and delivered him up to the West. And I'm saying to myself, you know, everything that I believe that about the world is so right. I was just crystal clear when I saw that video. It just came out of nowhere. Somebody sent it to me on TikTok or whatever like that when Mugabe. And he had Patrice Lumumba, that great man, tied up, his arm tied up. And they butchered this man and they killed him, right? And from what I hear, some of his body parts were sent to Belgium as souvenirs. This is how savagery we're dealing with. We're dealing with people. Patrice Lumumba said one thing. He said, the Africa's story is going to be written in Africa, right? He said that it's not going to be written in Brussels. It's not going to be written in London. It's not going to be written in Paris. It's going to be not in the USA. He says Africa belongs to the Africans. We're going to basically like this. This is why I basically believe that the only solution is an Afghanistan. I believe that it's got to be that one country that's strong enough to stand up to the West, you know, psychologically, historically, and everything like that. You know, I believe that got to be that one country because, you know, it has to be done by black people from the West, you know, that people have been dealing with the white man in his home country for years. We're the ones that can free Africa, you know, from this yoke of white supremacy that dominates the world because, you know, say what you want. We've been fighting these people for 400 years. And the bottom line is they successfully turned Africans against us. I look at what you call the disrespect we have from Africans and whatnot. They don't understand us, you know. They don't understand why you guys haven't do this in America because we haven't really assimilated. We understand what America's all about. America is the stronger America is, the more we're compliant with America, the more in danger you are. So we get along in America just to get by and stuff like that, but we really never have really assimilated to this culture because we understand what that means. You know, this is why we tell people all the time. You know, yeah, they sent his teeth to Belgium. Yeah, that's right, House Smart. Yeah, they sent his teeth to Belgium. And so we're saying like this. So all these things. Now, after knowing that, right? After knowing that, right? And this is what we mean by the monkey kingdom, right? The president of the Congo thinks that the white man is gonna come there and save him for M23. That's why you have M23. You have groups like that. That's why you got Paul Kagame. These are people who are fighting white supremacy. You know, Africa turned against us. We just making the best of bad shit. Yeah, we are making the best of. That's true. They turned on us. I have no idea. The African mind does not understand the real enemy. You'll see that tonight when people like Chuko and Zongo start commenting. They don't understand the problems. The Black America and whatnot. They really think all the stuff that you see in Black America, the problems and whatnot, of Black America are just bad. No, they don't understand how white people do this stuff and deliberately try to destroy us through our culture and the music and stuff like that, education, everything like that. We're in a war. And unfortunately, Africans don't realize that, they have no clue. That's why we're going to talk about that tonight, right? Because, if we don't talk about this tonight, then the Pan-African Black nationalist world is not going to work. We all have to be on the same page, we have to be on the same page as far as the world. And to get Africans to think like this, I have no idea what it's going to take. I don't know why is it that I keep telling Africans, why are you letting these people in your continent? Why are you letting these people take over your stuff? Why are you doing deals with them? Why are you sending your kids to their college overseas? Why are you coming to this white man's country? No, I didn't see it tonight. I had something to do tonight. We're going to see it tomorrow night. The whole family's going out to see Cinder. That's what we do. My niece, she loves Michael B. Jordan, and so her husband knows it too. And we're all going. She always gathers everybody up. We always have movie night. Either we have the big screen projector at my brother's house, or we go to the movies. So we always tomorrow night's movie night. We're all getting together. We're going to Cinema Cafe. We're gonna have a good time. I love it. So tomorrow I'll see Sinners, and I'll give you guys my take on the movie. I heard it was pretty good, so I got to see tonight. Yeah, I'll see it tomorrow night. But yeah, so that's what we're talking about tonight. The Monkey Kingdom. That's straight out of Rudyard Kipling's The Jungle Book. And what he's basically describing the non-white. During the idea of the white man's burden. That means the white man has to bring civilization to these backward people and stuff like that because they're too silly and foolish and childish to basically run anything themselves. And so therefore, he was basically mocking their attempt to have pomp and ceremony. And I can imagine him as a kid looking at like Indians and whatnot, looking at all that tradition and stuff like that, look at their ceremony and look at their hierarchy and just basically belittling it like this is freaking foolishness. Can you imagine that? You're in a country, right? And you have utter contempt for the people that you're around, that these are inferior people and stuff like that. This is just amazing. So it tells me that this sort of thinking was all over the African continent, and all over the non-white world, where Europeans basically saw, no matter where they went, they saw people of color as inferior, as in silly, as in childish, and needing their guidance. That's probably the only place in the world they never thought that was when they went to Japan. Japan's probably the only place in the world where they always just said that. It said Japan's probably the only place in the world where white people could feel what racism is about, how somebody's racist towards them, it's probably Japan. Every other place in the world caters to the white man. He's there to bring science. He's there to bring development. He's awed and he's adorned and he's reared. And there's something a little bit too. And in the black world, probably the only country that they probably didn't have it like that was two countries, probably Ethiopia and Liberia, because they were not colonized. Liberia had the same thing, but white people did not feel like they were superior to the local people because they didn't control the country. They didn't occupy the country. So they're like this, Japan copying Black America? I don't think so. They may look, just because somebody listens to your rap and just wear your clothes and your friggin' style, don't mean they're copying you, Japan's culture is so friggin' far advanced that like that until black people can run a country themselves and basically have what the Japanese have. When you have when you can have global corporations like Mitsubishi, Sumitomo, and Sanyo and Sony and stuff like that globally and whatnot, you're on a cutting edge of technology and you're giving the world technology, then you could say somebody's copying Black America. But right now, Japan is not copying Black America. Black America is getting ass kicked by white America. Yeah, that's unfortunately. The Africans do tell you that they don't see race and whatnot. I just sad. It's a really sad situation. I don't know what's gonna take because in their world, right? White people have a good thing of going to other countries, right? And they'll play along with this. Like they'll go to the Shanty Kingdom and call somebody, oh, King such and such country, and pretend like they love the people. They'll pretend like they adore these cultures and everything. They'll pretend like they love the Zulu and admire the Zulu, and really they have nothing but contempt for them. And so that's what I'm saying by the Monkey Kingdom, right? Basically, they'll let them look like fools and everything like that, knowing the fact that they have no respect for them whatsoever, you know. But they'll let the African think he's doing something. Zongo says, Colin, can you hold a show without mentioning the white man? See, that's what I said. Here's the Zongo here coming to defend the white man. So the bottom line, here's Zongo. I did not tell you without even know this. I know my audience. Here's Zongo already defending the white man. I haven't said nothing bad. I'm just telling you like it is. I'm not saying anything bad about your precious white man, Zongo. I know you love the white man. Well, this is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I was just saying. That these fools are gonna be in here tonight and whatnot is exactly what I'm talking about. Zongo basically believes he's part of some kingdom in Ghana or whatever like that. He's a prince or whatever like that. And that's why I say every time I hear Black Americans going to Africa, becoming a prince or a king or a chief, whatever, it's just so fucking funny, because a white man just looks at all this like, man, you guys are a bunch of clowns, man. This is the monkey kingdom all over again. Everything I'm saying right now is the truth. Yeah, I know. Zongo think the white man's gonna whip him. Think the white man's gonna take away his green card and ship him back to Ghana. That's his worst nightmare. A white man's like, yo, man, I've been listening to that Call Nation, man. I saw you in the Zongo. Good Zongo. You spoke up for us, man. We're gonna extend your visa a little longer and whatnot. That's what you got. And then when Zongo goes back to his kingdom and whatnot, he's gonna be the king, the king mucky the muck, and he's gonna be over there. I'm Zongo, king of Zongo land and whatnot. And so, like I said, the monkey kingdom. He's gonna give himself a title and wear these fine clothes that he found lying around and whatnot. Aping the white man and whatnot. Hey man, the king of England. We got a queen of England and whatnot. We got our own queen and kings over here. But the difference is the white man kings and queens got real power. Over the globe, over you. The whole thing about a real king is nobody's over him. You can't be a king and basically somebody else like this. That is funny, Zongo. I'm dying laughing. In Zongo land, we're all in Zongo land. Imagine that, man, being in Zongo kingdom and whatnot, man. I want Zongo probably making me his fucking he'll probably make me his houseboy. Almighty Zongo and whatnot. You're merciful, merciful, benevolent Zongo and whatnot. No. No, like I said, the monkey kingdom, right? And you got so many African Americans trying to get to Africa to become a chief, prince, or king. The monkey kingdom all over again. That's what I said, man. It's just sad when I see black people. This is not what look when I talk about Africa, black to Africa, and I talked about building us a nation state, an African. This foolishness I'm seeing right now, man, with black people going over there giving themselves titles and adorning themselves with African wear and whatnot in the modern world, it is just freaking just sad, man. You know? Yeah, nobody understands them better than us, you know. Nobody said we could preempt stuff they're gonna do decades out before they even try it. You know, that's why Liberia lasted so well. We knew the white man. While at the same time the white man went to uh you know to Zimbabwe, had them sign something on a ledger, put a little X. Next thing you know, wait a minute, you signed an agreement. And they basically said they took over Zambia and Zimbabwe just for a little extra. Where Liberia, and when the people were educated, they was able to preserve all their land and took land from the British and the French and everything, and define their borders and everything because they knew how to read, they knew how to write. The Liberians even knew before the Africans didn't even know that the Berlin Conference had given their land away to thing. They were smart. Liberia was smart enough to basically know about the Berlin Conference and make sure their land stayed independent. Well, Africa didn't know it was too late that their countries were given away, but somebody far, far away in Europe. That's what, because they were living in the monkey kingdom. They don't know nothing about the outside world and whatnot. It's what I want to be like you, you know. You know. Why you take a shot at Simp Police? This Simp Police carrying you clown for posting that video about the Nigerian lady who trusted you for eating chicken. Stay as in Africa with degenerate and disgusting culture. I don't know, Zongo, man. You know, at this point in time, man, you know, I don't know, Zongo. I just don't know anymore, man. I don't know anymore, man. People keep telling. I saw a video, Zongo, where two Africans were eating a fucking rat, man. What they couldn't even cook. It was disgusting. They were licking a fucking bleeding, dying rat with diseases and everything like that. And they're just eating it like fucking savages. I was like, ugh. You know, that video going around. I said to the Bomani, got Bomani, what the fuck you send me shit for, Colin? I was like, well, that's what they want us to be, man. Eating fucking rats, man. Oh, my God, man. It's disgusting, man. Ugh. You know, I don't know. Yeah, Zongo's triggered by what Simply said about the lady ate the chicken and the bone too and whatnot. Yeah, some Africans, they be eating the bone and everything like that. Damn, ain't nothing to be wasted, you know. So, but it is what it is. We're not gonna bash Africa tonight. I'm talking about Black America too. You know, we have fools and whatnot. You know, who think they're above Black America, other Black people in America, right? They give themselves titles like Reverend, Community Leader, and stuff like that. They give themselves minister, title minister, what other titles they give themselves and whatnot, you know, spokesmouth, content creator, you know, waste not, whatnot. Spokesmouth, you know, content creator, influencer. Wow. All it means, you know, is BULLSHIT, bullshit, you know. You know, bottom line is this. Look, at a certain point in time in your life, man, like I'm at the age right now where I cannot be introduced to nothing new, no new thing. I'm just basically just fed up with foolishness. Really, I am. One thing I hate is foolishness. And, you know, every time I look around, man, I'm just seeing our race are just a foolish people. We got serious Black people, but the bottom line is we just got way too many fools in our community. Fucking like this. For example, look at idiot Shannon Sharp. You know, everything. Don't Shannon Sharp got that punchable face. You know, a 57-year-old man. Him and I are the same age. What the hell are you doing with a 20-year-old white girl? The only thing a 20-year-old white girl should be saying to a 21-year-old white girl is, "Can I have that a medium or large fry?" That's it. You should have no conversation whether you having sex. I'm talking about consensual. You should be so far advanced in your life. The man should have wife, kids, going out there doing family things and whatnot, being an example. He's out there running around with OnlyFans chicks. And when I just look, the bottom line is this: oh yeah, you're trying to set me up, And the bottom line, it's having wild sex with fucking young girls and whatnot. What do you think? I said, sooner or later, that's what's gonna happen. You can't be a big black man around fucking look every time, and you got these fools running around now, the interracials, whatever like that. They're sitting there with a mic or a camera, talking to white girls on the street. Going, so what type of men you like? What the hell is going on with our brothers in this country? This is what I mean by foolishness. Every time I look around, foolishness. And you wonder why. You think you're going to get some reparations? You think you're going to make some demands? You think the world's going to take you seriously? No. So like I said, I just think the foolishness globally among black people are just too much thing, Young girl chasing her own money. The bottom line is this: you're supposed to be a man. If you can't get a woman without money, there's something freaking wrong with you. You need to go and check yourself into some place and whatever like that, There's no way a grown-ass man should be chasing no fucking young girl, particularly a young white girl. That's freaking sick. So Zongo's going after Warrior Clan. Warrior Clan is on point, bro. I haven't heard him say anything, Yeah, the diaspora in Liberia, we knew about the scramble for Africa. That's why we was ready for it. No, I don't think so. I knew my wife like years before we even started dating. Yes, I'm not no passport bro, as you said the other night. I'm not a passport bro. A passport bro is guys who go around the world seeking sex for women. I've known my wife years. Introduced years ago before we even started talking. I've known her for like 7 years before we even thought we liked each other. And Tyler, get yourself a girlfriend. What's wrong, beautiful? When you basically out there lusting after women, that's the thing. Find yourself a girl. There's no way if you're gonna find somebody and you're gonna make that your girl, your wife, whatever like that. That's fine. Because the bottom line is when you out there running around with different females, it's not gonna lead you any good. I'm telling you right now, as somebody with years of experience, get yourself a woman and basically let her ground you into finding out who you are. But when you're out there talking about having sex and fleeing girls, that's dangerous, especially in these days and times. These days and times, dangerous. I knew this was Shannon Sharp. I knew that was going to happen to this fool. You're out there, yeah, blah, 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 trying to justify it one night. Everybody want, and Monique, the heavyset comedian, she's warning you got to stop. No, I know what I'm doing. No, you don't know what you're doing. You're a fool, But he was just accident waiting to happen until the right woman came along and whatnot. We're gonna take this nigga. Just the fact that you're out there. Well, how can you justify? Society just doesn't want to see that. See a 50-something-year-old man. Now, if you want to make the woman your wife or girlfriend, whatever like that, and you're taking care of whatnot, but you just think you're just gonna go out here, a 57-year-old man. Society is like that's not acceptable. That's why people go to third world countries to get it. Because third world countries, that's what men do, and they get away with it, unfortunately, They live in this society. I'm like, dude, man, you talk about a white American girl. Are you fucking, this is what I'm saying. What do these dudes, you try to tell these people like that, it's still, in this 2025, dangerous to be with fucking white girls in any sort of capacity. It's really dangerous, You talk about dating and going around flirting with white girls, well, that's freaking dangerous, 56 years old, yeah, whatever, 56, 57, whatever the hell he is, And so the bottom, him and I are about the same age, And I'm saying to myself, what the hell are you thinking about, bro? You do not do that shit. You want to do that shit, man? Honestly, go to fucking Amsterdam, go to fucking the Netherlands or someplace in Europe or something like that where it's tolerated, whatever like that. You do not do that shit. Go to Brazil, go to these other countries like that. You do not do that shit in America, bro. Do you understand what this is all? I'm not surprised. He's a freaking stupid. You know, the guy, the way he talks about it, even the way like when like he was going through that thing with the white guy. Look, the bottom line is this: if you basically talking too much about to white people about racism, you're talking too much. There's nothing we need to talk about. You know, he's up there. That one guy that he was in it with a white guy, just back and forth, and it specs of I got white friends, and I think I want to accept it, guys. When I sleep, you know, just the whole. Me personally, I don't have fucking white people like that. You know, I have people I know. You know, but the bottom line is this: I don't have freaking people that I'm running around with that I gotta freaking like this. I like this. Look, if you don't like me, if I'm black, you don't like me, that's fine. You know, and so it's like this. I'm not gonna lose any sleep over what you think about me. You know. Yeah. Yeah, he's like, stop listening to common sense. He just thought he would just sew it. You thought these people accepted you, Shannon. You know, you think people accepted you, and you black, and you out there running around with these little white girls. Are you fucking kidding me? You know, are you fucking kidding me? The person who got the most sense out of everybody I met seen in Hollywood was that Denzel Washington. He never seen him like that. You know, he basically keeps the thing going. When you out there, when these guys that go out there with these friggin' parties and stuff like that with these young little white girls, like, what the fuck are you doing? You know, all it takes is for one of these girls to OD on drugs or something like that. And the bottom line, that is your fucking ass. You know, another person who's smart about his shit is 50 Cent, man. 50 Cent makes sure that he got cameras every place like that. And when he's doing shit, you know, he does it real slick, you know. You know, I look. The bottom line is this, Crenshaw. It doesn't even matter, right? You know, the bottom line is this: if she basically says she was sexually assaulted, we live in a world where if you're a 50-something-year-old man, that's a 20-year-old girl. When that, they could say he used his power and influence to coerce her. It just doesn't look good, you know. There's no way you could say that, okay, this was consensual. You know, the world doesn't look at it like that. They looked at it as a rich black man use a white girl one night, and she's always gonna get sympathy from society, you know? You know, so the bottom line is this. If you think Crenshaw Grinder, if you think you live in a world where everything is equal and blah blah blah, there's justice. You haven't been living in America very long, have you? No matter if she's lying or not, you know. All they know is she's white and she's a young white girl, and that jury is going to believe her. You know, he's from Georgia too. He's from the deep south. What the fuck is up with these down south Negroes and whatnot with these white girls? What are you freaking insane? Lord have mercy, man. You know, don't ever put yourself in that situation. Do not. You know, you put yourself in that situation. As I said, you know, we just basically live in a thing. You got people trying to justify this shit and whatnot. You know, you got people trying to justify. Oh man, he's like this. You know. So he's from the country ass deep south, whatnot. Grew up, you know, on the tail end of segregation around my age, and fucking used out there. What the hell, dude, man? In my 30s, I didn't do that, you know. I 20-something year old girl and a white girl at that. Are you fucking kidding me? You know, there's nothing that could come out of that situation. You know, you a 50-something-year old man. It's not looking good for him, man. You know, because everyone's already walking away from him right now. You know, dude, man, it doesn't matter if you was set up or whatever like that. You know, she probably knew what she was doing. You know, I'm gonna set him up and whatnot. You know, he's a black man, and you got to be the dumbest Negro on the fucking planet. And who pussy who finds these people for us like this? You know, Rico, a poor African woman wants you to pay. Go get your white girl, Rico. Go right ahead. Go get your white girl. You know, I know you're offended by what we're saying. Yo, go get yourself a white girl. You know, There's no. So in other words, she was going with him since she was 18 years old. This man is 50s and he was an 18-year-old girl. Come on, man, Warrior. Come on, bro. You know. So in other words, basically, she's been dating this guy for 2 years. You know. Bottom line is this: I'm sorry, man. It just don't look good. It just don't look good, man. It's only good at all, you know. So the bottom line is this: if he was with her since she was 20 years and I in her 20s, she's 20. She's 20. That means he was dating her. He could have been dating her when she was 17, for all we know. You know. Yeah, it's called grooming. You know, you're spending money on her and stuff like that, and this, that, and the other thing. It's called grooming. Sooner or later, women resent that shit. You know. Next thing you know, like this. You know. This is a sad commentary on society, man. Sad commentary on society. You know, we're back to the topic, you know. Back to the topic. You know, we're talking about the Monkey Kingdom tonight, you know. And basically, I'm basically trying to draw parallels between the Monkey Kingdom, Rudyard Kipling, and Black African society today, where everyone has a title or not, you know, everybody, oh yeah, doctor. I said Reverend. I said they now is one of the things, the newest thing is a doctor. Dr. Boyce Watkins, Dr. Claude Anderson, Dr. friggin' Umar Johnson. Everybody's a doctor, poet, you know, influencer, you know. What else? Somebody give me some new ones, you know. I said Reverend, Doctor. I said Minister. So all these things, man, you know. O'Shea, I don't know. I don't know how I like this. You know, I haven't seen any evidence that so far that Kunganda is scientist. Yeah, was a scientist. I haven't seen any evidence that Kunganda represents the monkey kingdom because I haven't seen O'Shea give himself any title of bishop. Yeah, that's another one. Yeah, bishop, you know. Everybody's an apostle, a bishop, a reverend, you know, minister, you know, doctor, you know, all these titles Black America give themselves, you know, to prop themselves up over the masses of people. See, in their own little world, like you say, you know, Reverend such and such. I remember this, man, right when I was growing up, right? We used to have elder such and such. Yeah. Hustle knows what I'm talking about, elder, you know, all these titles, you know, elder, so what the fuck is a tour guide? That's supposed to be a shot at my brother Bomani. No, but mine's a businessman, you know. Everybody got a problem with it. Mine has a legit business. He's grossed over a couple of $1 million off his tours. How much money you ever gross, Rico? Yeah, elder, you know. Oh, Baba. Baba. Yeah, Baba, such and such, you know. I got so many Babas around, you know. Baba this, Baba that, elder this, you know. Kumatai. Yeah, Kumite. Come what's this? Te Kamite leader. Kumantite. Kumatante, you know, leader. Kumatante, you know. Yeah, man. So the bottom line is this, what we have as people in our culture and everything like that, you know. Babu. So basically we have, like I said, we have the monkey kingdom right here in Black America, you know. People sit up on high, you know, they just too basically big and too this. And they basically, like I said, we basically are the only group of people. We have people lording over us in our community who don't have any real power, no really can't do a damn thing and whatnot, you know. but they basically got our respect and everything like that. Where, like I said, Black America is the American version of the Monkey Kingdom. You see the Monkey Kingdom on full display when you go to Africa. When you see somebody's a senator, when a senator, they're fighting over a fucking $500 million budget. Like they really got some real power and influence in this world, man. It's just freaking pathetic. They're fighting over international aid handouts or whatnot. Carving up who else in African countries, like it competes on who could be the biggest beggar or whatnot. Man, I got my beg on and whatnot. When I was a president, man, I got this done. I got this loan from this bank. I got this grant, whatnot. They go. I'm negotiating with this. It's like who can go around the world getting the most money from somebody from another country, getting your beg on. That's what it is. But you get to call yourself El Presidente. Now, come on, bro, Rico, man. Why you getting over here getting racist, man? We ain't trying to downgrade our Africa, bro. We're just trying to point out stuff like that needs to be changed, man. We did change our thinking in the black race. That's what I mean by the Monkey Kingdom. Because everything right now I'm seeing right now really reflects the black race right now. Rugged Kipling was basically talking about the justify the white man's burden, but I say, I'm using this to say, look, we need to fight white supremacy. He tried to use all this to justify thing. How do you think you could have the Raj, right? The Raj in India was actually a kingdom, but it was a crown colony of the British Empire. In other words, it couldn't run its own affairs. Like I said, during the lead up to the war, millions of Indians starved while the British looted the country of their grain and everything like that, and to feed their soldiers and everything. And so when basically people don't know, India and Pakistan was one country at one time. They just threw the people together. Then they split usually on religious line, Hindu and Islam, whatever like that. Even though India is Muslims, Pakistan became a pure Islamic state, And so therefore, what I'm saying is, therefore, what I'm trying to say is, how is it that you had the British said the Raj? Oh yes, we're going there with King such and such, another Raj, but he was a British subject. We had the Zulu kingdom in South Africa and whatnot. Those mighty Zulu warriors. Come see it. Come one, come all. Come see the mighty. But they were a subject of the British Empire. Even a great Nelson Mandela. There was a picture I saw years ago, right after he got president, right? And there was a group, like a class portrait picture, like of all the British subjects, from Malaysia president to all of even Mugabe was in the picture with Mandela, and it was all sitting in a row of things like that. And the caption was, "The sun never sets on a." Winston Churchill said, "The sun will never set on the British Empire," right? So all these people, but in their countries, they're the ruler, they're the shit. For example, when the Queen of England died, right, there was no African leader said, except for Ethiopia said we can't. No, Ethiopia set somebody, right, but they had their own bus. They weren't going to come, but they had their own bus. They crammed all these African heads of state in a fucking bus. That was so undignified, But these people go back to their countries and they rule over people like they're the shit, And one president that didn't make it was that I don't think the former president, Masagili, whatever his name is, Masagili was that from Tanzania. I think that was his name. I don't think he came. I'm not sure. Maybe he came, but he didn't really. I don't know what the heck, but I don't think he came, or he wasn't thrilled about something, But he was basically somebody like that didn't really take their crap. But all you had to state, you had this fucking buffoon Nigerian up there crying over the Queen's grave. I was like, man, somebody come. I was like, hey, Baba Tunde, come get your uncle, wherever. Why is he up there crying like a fool about the Queen of England died? Fucking racist, fucking she-devil bitch. You know what I'm saying? What the hell you up there crying? So when I say the Monkey Kingdom, I freaking mean it, Because the bottom line, but you cannot tell the average Nigerian they ain't the shit that it's in their country they are. There's nobody to challenge them and everything like that. So that's why when black people think they're gonna go to Africa and these people that got these titles and stuff like that, they ain't trying to share power with you. As long as they know that they can rule over a piece of land and territory, they ain't changing. Because the bottom line is this: as long as that power does not threaten the white man, the white power structure, they could be whatever they want to be. The white man will make you whatever you want to be, so long as you don't challenge him. So long as you don't try to nationalize his oil industry. So long as you don't try to seize his gold fields. Then you basically see what you're talking about. You think any of these African kings or whatever like that say, something, I'm sick of giving my gold to the white man. Sorry, no more concessions, man. Get the hell out. No, it's not going to happen. Because he knows that in order for him to be that king, whatever position is, he has to play along what the white man says. And then when you got a leader like Patrice Lumumba, it can't do anything with him, Rude says, oh boy, at various times I have given you a title such as, oh, I don't need any more titles. I appreciate it, man, but I'm just Colin, I'm the Colin Rumble, the Colin Nation warrior. And I just tell it like it is. And if people want to listen to what I have to say, that's fine. I don't like people giving me titles and like I'm great or something like that. I'm just an average brother, My reward is the day we have a nation of our own. That'll be my reward. That's what I dream about. That's what I envision. That's what I want. That's what I'm desiring. That's my purpose on this planet, to make sure that happens one day. Now, if people don't want that, I can't be the only one that wants a nation, because the bottom line is this: if we don't have a nation, then we're nothing but part of the monkey kingdom too, But when you have a nation of your own that basically says to the world, in this land we shall rule. In this land we shall be kings. In this land our women will be a queen. In this land it will be ours, In this land we will define who's a citizen. In this land we'll let whoever we want in, In this land, we say what goes on. We write the laws, whatever like that. Till we get to that point, we really have nothing, All the stuff like that, all the Ubuntu and all that shit like that means nothing until you have a nation of your own, where you don't have to deal with the white man's global white supremacy system, So yeah, like I said, show that video, that thing. I'm gonna put that video, that picture. I want you to drill this into your heads, what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm gonna put something on. Cool. Pop right up. Francophone Africa. Pop right up. Maybe because I went there the other day. Okay, folks. That right there is French Africa, right? This time it includes Algeria, Morocco, Western Sahara. See that big, all the way down to Madagascar and Mauritius and all these other islands off the, that is French Africa, right? That territory, control over that territory right now in 2025 is how French are rich, how they give people a standard of living. And this is why Africa is so poor. This is why the United States is always going to back. People don't understand. They play like the United States don't like French. But guess who basically underwrote all this stuff like that? The US dollar, Wall Street banks, and everything like that bankrolled French occupation of that big, huge territory you see in blue. You see what I'm talking about? I want you to get that into your head when I'm putting on the screen, And when you wonder why I'm so angry, why I say these things I do or whatnot, that right there, that's just French Africa, right? Do I need to put up the British Africa, the Portuguese Africa? All these areas right there, whatever development you see, a business you see like that, whether there's a gold mine, a diamond mine, a lithium mine, everything like that, has to be financed, right? And then whoever financed that stuff, it has to be recouped. Look, people don't understand something, right? People think, oh yeah, we're going to look. Everything you see that's built in the world, someone has to pay for it. Someone's tax dollars, someone's investment dollars, whether it's the World Bank, all these things have to be basically paid for. They can't write that off. So somewhere along the line, the Africans, as to get themselves free, the trillions of dollars that basically took to develop these areas and stuff like that the French loaned and borrowed against these areas, right? The real estate and everything like that the French printed billions and trillions of dollars on, that has to be paid back. And you know who's basically bankrolled this? You and I, the U.S. consumer and tax base. We're the ones that provide the capital to develop and expand in these areas. Now, that's just Africa. You also talk about Asia and all these, but Asia has freed itself over the last 4 decades from this colonial grip. Africa has not. South America is freeing itself from the debt and the colonialism and stuff like that. They're doing well. All over the world, people are freeing themselves from this slavery called colonialism and imperialism. The only place on earth where the Europeans still have entrenched power is Africa. And how they do it? They simply turn Africans against each other. They turn them against us. When I said, when I'm listening to Dinah's show yesterday, I was just so freaking hurt and embarrassed. I can't call in, I'm not going to go back and forth with people like Kidola and all these people insulting each other back and forth and everything. And this lady, crazy European minded chick, Wildflower. What the hell's up with this chick, right? She sounds like a whole ass English woman. To my dad, was like this. Look, you are not African no more, Wi-Fi. If you listen to this, you are a Negropean. You benefit from living in the UK from the exploitation and the blood sucking of the mother African continent, right? We don't. We're the only group of people in the world that don't benefit from Africa's subjugation. If you live in the UK, France, and all these other countries and everything like that, you're part of the problem. We as Black people in America really don't have any real stake on the continent, right? We don't really have anything. We don't have any land or anything like that. So you can't blame us for what's going on in Africa. I resent people telling us, well, we live in the United States because we didn't have a choice to come in here. We didn't have a choice to come in. So we're trying to make good out of a bad situation. So to put this onus on us that we're the cause of Africa's problem is a lie, But she knows how she blames Black America, right? Because we just live in America, right? But she never talks about the French, right? She never talks about the British and all these other people who got Africa in bondage. She don't talk about that. But she talks about Black America, right? And then she talks about, oh, I believe in my traditions. I'm sick and tired of Africans. I'm really sick and tired of people talking about their traditions. You got to pay dowry and you got to do this because we aren't just look. The bottom line is your traditions and stuff like that have kept you backwards, have kept you subjugated, have kept you divided. All this stuff like this, Yeah, they don't use tribalism and white men. They only use it against us, Yeah, I'm working for the feds. If I'm working for the feds, how come I don't see no money? I don't work for fucking free, I don't work for free. And so if I'm working for the feds, where's my fucking check? It's like, fuck you, pay me, Where's my fucking money? If I work at feds, I be, hey, I'm all good. I'm working for the feds, but I don't work for free, So what am I gaining for it? I ain't gaining no money from the feds. Anybody fucking give me no money. So Kidola can talk all he wants. I hope he comes in tonight, so I can whoop him upside the head. With that being said, right, I think I said enough about the Monkey Kingdom and how's everything. So let's stay on topic. I'm gonna put the link in the chat room. Please, folks. Let's stay on topic. I don't want to deviate nothing else. Just talk about what you think about what I said about the Monkey Kingdom. There's a link in the chat room. You can now call in. We've been an hour into the show. I think it's time to take guests and everything like that. Tell me what you think. I'm gonna leave this map of colonial French Africa in Africa right now, so-called Francophone Africa. Zongo, I am not a CIA agent, planet, believe it or not, I'm somebody that's trying to bring unity, Zongo Bongo, how the hell I'm a I'm a CIA agent. That's funny. Zongo, only Zongo come up with something stupid like that. I'm a CIA agent. I didn't know so many Negroes work for the CIA. I didn't know they hire black people, I didn't know. I don't know. I have no idea why Zongo calls me a CIA agent, Zongo, the unity was all this unity was already there. It wasn't caused by us. It caused by you freaking fools coming over here running your damn mouth. Don't know what country you're in that we're fucking in a full scale race war. Have been 400 years, but you guys come over here running your mouth against us and whatnot. That's what started all this shit. Let's be honest with ourselves. Much as I don't like ADOS, FBA, I don't blame them for starting this diaspora war. They didn't start this shit. But I know my people. They'll finish it. So it is what it is. But that's a link to the chat room, folks. You want to call in. If you want to rumble with the call, let's get ready to rumble. If you want to rumble with the Color Genesis, you got something to say, hey, look, now is your time, The link is in the chat room. We're talking about the Monkey Kingdom tonight. Is there parallels between the black race now and what Rudyard Kipling wrote about the Monkey Kingdom years, a century ago? A Wildfly, this chick, she, And what gets me is, why does Dinah Samir let people come on, insult this bitch? Didn't want to choose. I wonder why nobody want to go on my tour. Nigga, are you kidding me? The people who going to go on your tours are black America, right? Africans are not going to pay for one of your tours. They're not going to super chat you. They're not going to support your shit. They're not going to buy your product. They're not going to buy your DVD and everything like that. But why piss off the fucking people that you got to make money out of? That's one thing I talk about, But Monty's smart, man. He knows the people he's gonna have to make money from is Black America, African Americans, So he don't let there. If you have to choose between who you're gonna insult or whatever, you basically choose somebody else. But the bottom line is, you Dynasty, man. He just sits there and lets these people go off about black people in America all the time. It's fine. But ain't nobody losing no sleep over fucking what Africans think. There's an old saying: lions don't lose sleep worrying about what monkeys think. A lion sitting there like he's sleeping, like, yeah, the monkeys in the trees, they're upset about something. He's like, oh, oh, honeyfly should have been at the beginning. I was breaking it down about the Monkey Kingdom. How it describes modern Africa and even the black race in America. I talked about, the Monkey Kingdom. If you ever read Honeyflower, have you ever read Rudyard Kipling's The Jungle Book? I hate to say this, but that was when I read that book, and I saw the movie too, but I read the book, right? We broke it down. I was in college. That book was so friggin' true that it was scary. That was just scary. It was just fucking terrifying how somebody could be so fucking right. How do you, well, it's like this. Let me tell you something, folks. Colonialism, race-based slavery was real. That was no accident. That was no imagination. That was no fairy tale. The idea of taking people as chattel, as slaves, and basically marketing them and selling them for human bodies, and then going into other countries and putting them in chains, basically stealing their land, resources, and killing them. That happened. You know, that happened. That's real. And we have to examine the mindset that caused that, right? And why is it that the so-called POC, you got these freaking stupid Indians that come to UK, they're trying to be like they're more British than the fucking British are. Imagine that girl Wildflower, right? She's up there talking like a whole ass British woman, right? You got Indians that go to British talking about, we got to save the British Commonwealth. You got a Nigerian stupid lady up there, and they basically, she's talking about immigration is bad. We got to stop African immigration from coming here. She's a fucking black Nigerian woman. And then also some white guy up in Parliament, British Parliament, said, we appreciate you trying to save Western so. And they all started laughing. You got this stupid black woman like a fool up there trying to save the UK from immigration, all that. Yeah, okay, immigration is a bad thing, but let the white people do that. That's not our problem. It's like immigration in America. That's not my damn issue, Immigration in America is a white people's issue, because they're the ones losing that country and everything like that. We never had this country to lose, so it's not our problem, I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, even though I do, just looking at it objectively, yeah, I do think the border ought to be closed. We can't open the borders or not, but I'm not losing sleep over it, I don't give a damn if Zongo overstays his visa and whatnot, I don't really give a damn about that. I'm not gonna lose any sleep because some Haitians over here in a boat, Principe drowning at sea trying to get to America, I ain't gonna lose no sleep over that. I'm not gonna lose no sleep over this stuff like that, Who's Kenny? Oh, is that her name? Is that her name? Kenny Bopper, whatever the hell is it, How is that a foolish analysis, Zongo? I think I said the truth, I don't. That's not big. If you get deported because they basically broke your green card, I would. Look. Whether you have a green card or stay, I'm not gonna lose no sleep over. I'm not gonna lose no sleep over. You having a green card, staying here, overstaying your visa. Well, that's not my problem. So it is what it is. Why is Honeyflower? Why? I think I'm being serious now. Why is she laughing so much? Am I being funny? Am I funny? Think I'm funny? I amuse you, I make you laugh. I'm here to amuse you. At times, make you. Yeah, the bottom line is this, the Monkey Kingdom, I would play some excerpts from the Jungle Book, but I might get flagged, My favorite scene is that kid in a cartoon, right? It's cartoons. Like a lot of people never read the book. You just watch the cartoon, but you read the book. It's really, really deep, because you got to understand euphemism, like there's this old story called Poison. The author's name was Saki. He was a Japanese man. I think he was living in India, right? And basically, I can say it was so many years, been 30 something years I read this, 30 something years since I read this. And it was basically about social conventions, right? How basically taught a lesson about how social conventions, under stress, social conventions disappear as people pull together. Oh no, you got Andama stalking Honeyflower. Oh no, Honeyflower, you just made we just have a love connection. You got Adama and Honeyflower. Ooh, she said hello back, man. You gotta have Adama and Honeyflower. They're gonna change numbers, man. Next thing you know, Adama's gonna stop acting all weird and stuff. Oh yeah, okay. African guy says she's married to this lady. I'm looking at this lady like this is what's wrong with fucking black people in Africa, right? It's just what's wrong like that. Oh, he can't handle you. Woo, woo. Oh, Adama, man. I think she's feeling you, man. Go ahead, go for it. African guy says she's a leader of a conservative party. That's the stupidest thing. Every time I see a black person conservative party, I feel like smack them in the head. And she's married to a white guy. Go figure. Has said on TV several times that she does not want the UK becoming a backward culture. Wow, like the one she escaped. Wow. Yeah, I heard her say that. So basically, when people talk about how great Nigeria is and whatnot, this, why is it people in there? I don't know. I don't know anymore. I just think black people around the world, man, if you're listening to me, we gotta get it together. We got to get it together. Just it's not a good look. Every time you're up there and you're making a fool out of yourself or not, we have to do something to pull Africa out of the mess it's in, because until Africa is redeemed, like Marcus Garvey said, the whole entire black race will never be seen. However, at least she's honest. Come on, honey flower. Africa can't be that bad. Yeah, but hold up. But why is she protecting the British? Shouldn't that be a white man saying that? You know? Oh no, man. I'm trying to have a conversation. Yeah, Dama throwing the moves on Honeyflower. Woo. I ain't trying to put y'all business out there, man, but I think it's pretty nice, man. Hope y'all really find the love connection, be loved, why not? I think Adama's a nice guy. He just needs a lady. He needs a lady in his life. So basically, look, yeah, the other night we had my good partner, Mr. Rosenthal. Me and Rosenthal agree about everything except for one thing. I don't trust this Dr. Arikana. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just not feeling this lady at all. I'm just no. I don't know what the hell the thing is. People talk. Look, I'm at the point. Maybe I'm at the age now, right, where I've heard so much bullshit my whole entire life. I was heard about Kwanzaa. That didn't kind of work out. I heard about this religion. That didn't work out. I heard about the Nation of Islam. I heard about the Nuwapians. Yeah, everything come and go and whatnot. And I'm saying to myself, now you got Dr. Arikana. I'm like, what the hell does this fucking got to do with everything? We're on the right track. We're trying to talk about nation building and stuff like that. Here comes this chick. I don't know what the hell. Look, let me say something. Her problem is not our problem. Our problem is being stateless, basically, and landless and nationless almost. Her problem is how she gonna get closer to the white man and whatnot, and because there's not in Zambia. She's from Zambia, right? And she's Zimbabwe or Zambia, I believe. Zambia is basically almost elected a fucking white man as president. It's still got a large number of whites there. You got Chinese there and building substandard roads and bridges that are collapsing and infrastructure. All over the continent, Chinese are building substandard materials, substandard infrastructure Africans love so much. Oh, we got a bridge. Then a couple of years later, a couple of bridges collapsed in Kenya and whatnot, Chinese built, But they're building the Africans the worst materials, the cheapest materials and everything like that. Africans got to pay back for. Geez, my bridge collapsed, but I got to spend the next 30 years paying for a bridge that we can't even drive across, Yeah, okay. She's married to she's from Zimbabwe, married to a Ghanaian. So let me ask you a question, African guys. What does that? Why is she all in Black America? She lives in Tennessee for right here. Why the hell is she in Black America's business? Why? What do we need her for? Doctor. What I tell you about doctors? Dr. Arikana, man, another doctor or whatnot. Every time I look around, when somebody calls themselves a doctor, somebody calls themselves Baba, somebody calls themselves minister, reverend, whatever like this, I'm like, I just run in the other direction. I don't sick and tired of hearing about a doctor, doctor such and such, Dr. Umar Johnson, Dr. Claude Anderson, Dr. Boyce Watkins, man. Next thing you hear, Dr. College Genesis, Dr. O'Shea Duke Jackson. Lord, man, help me, Lord, please, It's the monkey kingdom. Everyone's a fool, everyone's silly, everyone's laughing, everyone's wearing clothes and everybody's putting on airs, everybody's looking pomp and everything like that. It all describes the monkey kingdom. Foolish, silly people that don't get anything done, that basically sit there and live in their own delusions, of grandeur. That's what describes the monkey kingdom. So that's what we're talking about tonight. So I got time tonight because I got to sleep in tomorrow. What I got to do tomorrow? Tomorrow, I got to clean my back deck. I swept it and what's that blower? Use a blower to clean it. I did. Also proud of myself the other day, man. I really work. It was like one bag of that this stuff that comes down right now. And I'm enjoying the last days of my cherry blossoms. Right. I'll tell you a funny story. Right. When I was growing up in New York, right? We had no idea that cherry blossoms only last for like 1 month. They come out in March and they die by the end of April, right? So my cherry blossoms are dying right now in my backyard, right? My friend was growing up, right? The cherry blossoms will fall just one day, just fall out, right? We was always thinking that somebody white was coming by cutting our cherry blossoms down. We didn't know, man. We didn't know that they that's what they do. We thought somebody came in there and just cut them down. That cherry blossom, like they're so beautiful. They come out in March, right? They're so beautiful, right? My whole hedges and everything. When we first moved here, weren't even there, but they only appeared in the last 2 years, right? Oh my God, they're beautiful. Anyway, they're starting to die now, so they'll be gone by next weekend. Enjoying them. They're very beautiful. But the thing is, what taught me is you guys gotta enjoy stuff when you have them. I enjoy my cherry blossoms because they're so beautiful, but they're dying. They're not gonna last through the summer. As the summer, late spring approaches, they start dying. They come out in the early spring, March. They come around March. They start budding, and by April they bloomed. By the end of April, they're gone, just like that, and they'll be back next year. You know, and so goes the cycle of life. You know, so what that tells me is, you just got to make the best of what you have, enjoy what you have, and everything like that. Don't sit there and worry about stuff you can't control. I have no control over my cherry. I would love to see my cherry blossoms all summer, right? Because it's so beautiful sitting on my back porch. It looks so lovely, around my bushes, around my tree. Whenever I have these bushes around my tree, right? And it's so thick because we had a landscaper guy come out a couple of years ago and he cut them really nice. And plus, I was upkeeping them with my hedge clippers and everything like that. It looks so nice. But now they grew cherry blossoms like 3 years ago, and so now now it was like a week ago, 2 weeks ago, they were all full all around. It looks so beautiful. It looks so beautiful at the bottom of the tree, the base of the tree. Now they are dying. And you got the ground littered with these cherry blossoms that died and whatnot. And they become food for the microorganisms, stuff like that. They disappear into the soil. But I enjoyed them. You got to basically like this. Tomorrow I'll clean my back thing. I'll be looking at them for the last time. Because they'll be gone by the weekend. But yeah, so folks, wait, God, can you calling us the Monkey Kingdom of all things? Why are you calling us a monkey? Look, I'm basically like this, African. I gotta tell you like this, not because I'm calling black people monkeys. I'm saying that the parallels between black society, whether it's America or Africa, parallels Rudyard Kipling's description of the monkey kingdom. Not calling people monkeys, not being racist or whatever like that, calling people monkeys. Or I call them monkeys. I'm saying the monkey kingdom. That basically is euphemistic for the foolish people. Like when people say you're aping somebody, that means you're imitating. When people say, oh, you're monkeying around, that means you're not serious or fooling around. and everything like that. You're not serious. You're playing around. You're playing civilization. You're playing government. You're playing intelligence. You understand? So read that Jungle Book. You understand what I'm talking about? Google it right now, and you can see so many excerpts of things. Well, the bottom line is there's an old saying in the Bible, right? In the book of Job, right? And the devil says to God, he says, only because your protective hedges around Job that he won't fall, he won't into sin, right? But if you remove the hedge, I'll make him curse his maker. In other words, basically, see, in our culture and society, Black America has not really been put to the test because we're basically the hedge, the head God, white man is like the hedge that protects Black America in our foolishness. That's why we have so many in Black America. We have so many foolish leaders, foolish ideologies, and foolish stuff like that because we have this protective hedge the white man provides for us, right? We don't have to worry about the banking system collapse. We don't have to worry about the stock market collapse. We don't have to worry about inflation. Well, because the bottom line of the white man's civilization had this protective hedge around us. And I think that's what a lot of Africans resent about Black America. So let me get Honey Flower on. Let's stick to the topic and let me bring this young lady on, see what she has to say. Go ahead, Honey Flower. What's on your mind?
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, so um it's late, so I don't really have a lot to say, and I had like a long day and stuff, and you know how,
Okay.
like when you have a long day, your mind is just with work and stuff like that. It's just I'm not at my best, but I seen a comment that said why we need to discuss like why Africa has poor leaders, right? And it's like the thing that I hate as an African is that Africans are always saying our leaders are corrupt, our leaders are corrupt, but they don't like it's like what are they going to do about that? Like they don't like start revolutions, like they don't like if you look at other cultures, like even like American culture, like when they have bad leaders, the people actually resist or they fight against these leaders. Like African people, they act like they're so like they're warriors and stuff like that, but they're the biggest punks on earth. Like there's no people like that is a punk like African people. Like other like groups of people will die for their rights or their views. Like they'll sacrifices like in like the Middle East, those put on like those suicide vests and die for their beliefs. But African people, they just want to cry about the government, and then like they get the most corrupt people, and it's like they don't fight. Like the Africans, they claim they have this warrior spirit, but I really don't think Africans do. Because if they had a warrior spirit, then they would be fighting against all this corruption, but they don't. They just complain about it.
Yeah, well, say it like this. I noticed something, and this is a lead up to the show. I've been thinking about this show, doing the show for a long time, right? And I didn't know how to approach it, right? Um, I thought about this show when it was like a year or two ago, 2 years ago. When it was last year? No, 2023. Remember when all those African leaders were invited to Europe? Heads of state were invited to Europe, and then they were also invited to the United States by the Biden administration for some whatever it was. The car up. I think he promised like $1 billion, whatever. I don't know what it was, right? So anyway, and I said all those leaders show up, right? And what happens is this. This is what happens. I noticed this, right? I said, now I understand. See, when African leaders or wherever, like anybody, or author, and like appears in front of white people, whatever, like that, they use that to say, "See, the white man recognizes me as a leader," right? And Europeans had know how powerful that is. They recognize how powerful that is basically by them giving them recognition. When they say, "Hey, and they go back to people. Look, you saw me on TV the other day, and you saw me on this, and you saw how I was given this money and everything." So in the African mind, man, this guy must be my real leader because why else would these white people not have him up there? Like, see how it works?
Yeah,
So
but it's like the leader's not doing anything for you. So why do you allow them to stay as your leader? Like
it's fear.
people
It's
are
fear.
weird.
It's fear.
But
It's
there's
fear.
more of them than there is of the like the government. But
But the thing
like
is, though, they got people, all the people, you can't have that. You got people, you got a thing called patronage in Africa, right? Uh, you got people basically saying the government says, okay, in Africa, your patronage means who eats and who starves. They rely on tribalism among the people, nepotism, and all these other things that keep society fragmented and divided. That's how they keep African countries like you can't come together where somebody else is getting paid off or somebody's getting this, that. So there's everybody's out for themselves, and that's how they keep things in power. So it's always basically who basically could better in a better position to beg the white man or beg the West or get recognition for the West decides who, and now China decides who's in power or who like this. Right now, the only man in Africa that basically the West does not like, but they can't do nothing about it, is people have to turn on is Paul Kagame. You know, and Ibn Traore. Two men in Africa that they don't like, they can't do anything with, and they basically saying, the people got their back. People, whatever it is, they put their difference aside and they back them. Those two countries, every other country is decided by what the West, the white man thinks and everything, and nobody does anything about it. And that's does that make any sense?
it does, but at the same time, it's just weird to me, like how Africans act like they're so warrior, but like look at them. They're like the most oppressed people on earth,
Yeah,
because
that a lot of that is pride. Africans have a lot of pride. Let me get
but
Adama on. Adama, okay,
I want to bring up one last thing before I
yeah.
forget. Another thing is like what I don't understand about African people. Maybe because I'm an African that was raised in the United States, so I'm like a little bit more I can reflect on things a bit more, but like it's like for example, let's say I was walking at a like an open market and it's all dirty and like it's just unhygienic. Like why don't they like think, okay, all right, we have this open market, it's dirty, it's not hygienic, we don't have great infrastructure. Why don't we just take some wood and make it into like like how they have those more modernized markets like in Turkey and stuff. They're still on the street. Like why can't they
Yeah,
do
I
like
seen nice markets like Vietnam
yeah,
and
like why can't they
Japan.
do
They have
like
really
that?
nice markets, same markets. But like I said, Japan is the most indigenous, but yet the most modern country. You got Japanese marketers are still doing the same way they did for thousands of years, but it's so modern. It's so modern. I don't know.
But like why can't they like okay, so doesn't something come to their mind like okay, I can't just be sitting next to a garbage everywhere next to me, flies poop everywhere, and then I'm selling tomatoes. Doesn't something come into their mind like I think it's better if we just create like a better open market. Like there's something missing in their brain. Like they just can't.
Well, we're trying to do that in Liberia, but it's hard to get people. Even though in Liberia they built like four modern markets like free, with tables. They're like people still
But they like the thing is, Colin, like the slum is in the mind of the African. They like the slum. They're okay with the slum. They're okay with the garbage. They're okay with the filth. They're okay with that. And this is what I'm not understanding. How come they can live like
well,
this?
we have to basically get Africans themselves on the continent to basically be used by example and basically educate them. That's the only way.
You
Yeah,
have to
educate
you
the
have to
people and stuff like that.
you have to show them that the way that they live is backwards. Just like, I'm sorry to say, like the white man, how he went to Africa and told them this is savage behavior, this is backwards. You have Africans have to be shown, no, 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 this is not how to be. You can't be this way. You have to shame them.
Which of all, I think personally, to be honest with you, the only way that could happen if another race does it because they don't want to hear it from you and me, you know. So that's a sad part about it. We get all this pushback and stuff like that. You listen to Dynasty Show, you know, yeah, you would think
Yeah.
that was just really sad, you know. It's like Africa has a lot of problems. That's our mother continent, and I love it, you know.
They
But
have to take criticism. Like, when I say like it's dirty and nasty and disgusting, is because I believe African people should have higher standards. They should not have to live like that. They're human beings, you know. There shouldn't be slums. There shouldn't be makoko and stuff. Like, these are human beings. They deserve to live in dignified, clean. It's unfortunate that these African men, they have a savage, just very degraded mindset, that they don't have enough pride, that they allow their people to live in squalor. But African people need to realize that they're worthy of living in like an industrialized countries, that they're worthy of more than these, the way that they're currently living. And the thing is, the sad thing is, you can say it's the white man, you could say it's all this other stuff, but the African has a slum mind. Their mind is like slummy and poor and shit like that. I'm sorry to cuss, but
yeah, well,
so
we just got to show better and stuff like that. How we could, like I said, if we do
start a
more
mind.
shows like this, and we basically how do you do that is do um satire, through literature, through acting. That's how you change societies, right? Through, let's say you did a play, right? That was and it got popular. People say, you know something, we need to do it like this, or our life imitates art, right? If you start showing pictures and paintings of Africans painting how they what their market to look and stuff like that, then basically imagine that catches on and people start saying, yeah, you know, and it becomes popular one night. Yeah, you know, I saw this painting mural of a beautiful market, whatever like that. Then you create that market and say, people are like, you know something, that's the way we ought to look. That's the way our market ought to look. This is the way our housing ought to look. This is where our streets ought to look, you know, that's the way I like this. But if you don't give nobody any art or anything to imagine, you know, because everybody has imagination, you know.
Yeah.
So but you gotta basically do that, you know, that comes from the artisan. The people change society are the artisans, you know, and the visionaries and the people who
Where
uh,
are those people in Africa?
that's a good question. You know,
Do
that's
they
a very.
exist?
But you need those. You need those authors, and well, a lot of them they're in the UK.
Yeah, they're the African immigrants that don't go back to Africa and do anything for it.
Yeah, so that's what I said. That's what Africa really needs. It needs people like that. What you have to do is this. Another thing, Africa, before I get a Dom on, uh, Africans have to stop, and Black America too. We have to stop basically fearing so-called important people. You know, we really have to do it. That's a real problem in our culture. We always say obey our elders and all stuff like that. Sometimes that's a problem. You know, if the elders are not doing what they're supposed to be doing, they're not leading you or not, then we have to start a new thing. We had that a couple of years ago with this SARS movement in Nigeria, where the youth were rebelling, you know, even though it was put down brutally, the youth were rebelling, you know, against the status quo. You know, they said, you know, something, we want these nice things we see on TikTok and YouTube and stuff like that. They were wondering why the countries don't have this. Well, why do we have electrical problems? Why do we have slums? Why do we have open sewers? Why do we have all this stuff like this? Why do we have poverty and we don't have jobs? We can't live that. Why we got
Why
to
can't they? Why can't they create these things? Because African people always say the government, the government, the government. But why can't they? Like, for example, with the markets, why can't someone just say, "Look, I have an idea. We have some wood, we have some trees. We could cut it. We'll just build this." we'll build these type of marketplaces. We'll keep the streets clean. We'll put some
Yeah,
garbage.
one person did that in Nigeria was the governor, former governor of Lagos, Babatunde Fashola. That was a greatest. He was a great to me, the greatest African politician ever. They used to have all these things where people be on the roadside where roads didn't even function because there were like thousands of marketers out there clogging the road. He got them all, and next thing you know, he showed engineers showed traffic moving again and stuff like that. They would literally have hundreds of cars and stuff like that thing just blocking traffic and everything like that. Traffic didn't even move because there was so many people out there selling. He got rid of all that, and basically moved the marketers to certain places, off the road, out of things, and all of because he did that. So people on Africa, they're trying to do that, but it's not easy. It's not easy. They're all over the continent. They want to do it. Paul Kagame, they Rwanda, they banned roadside markets and stuff like that. They banned them. You can't do it. You can't be in Africa. Basically, you can just set up a market anywhere, no regulation. In Liberia, they're starting to do that too. They're cracking down on marketers in certain places. They have things where they say you can't set up here. If they catch you there, they'll arrest you and they'll seize your stuff and all that. So they are trying. There are people that are trying, but you got to understand something. The culturalists always say, "Oh, you're impeding on their traditional culture and all." So it's hard. The people who want a modern Africa, right, are outnumbered and
It doesn't
outgunned.
have to be super modern. For example, they still have those houses made out of the tin metal and all that. Why do they have that? We're in
Yeah,
the
well, it is what it is. Oh, okay. Hold on. Thanks for calling. Let me go get Odama, and I can't get him from waiting. I want, but Odama, I hope you have something good to
all
say.
right.
Go
I'm
ahead.
gonna drop down.
Take care, honey. Always a pleasure, sweetie.
Bye.
All right, Odama, you're up, man. Oh, African guy says Fashlo is a local politician in London. Wherever he came from, man, he came back to Nigeria and kicked some major butt. That was just, that guy was just no freaking joke. He was a lawyer, so he came back to Nigeria and just had a vision of modernizing Lagos. So what you see, whatever good you see in Lagos right now is because of him. He really, really turned that city around because before he came there, it was just a big thing. Sometimes you got to be like this. This is the way it is, and that's the how it is. Bruce said, "Oh, you got to understand." No, we don't have to understand nonsense and foolishness. Yeah, housing mosaic are informal settlements, and we got a lot of informal settlements in places because there's simply not enough housing. There's basically informal settlements are houses that are not planned. One thing the Asian countries did was they got people off the informal settlement and at least gave them the basic. They built apartment buildings for them. That basically gives everybody a standard of living and a way of life. If you give them a simple apartment building, Asian countries in the 50s and 60s, most of the people lived in apartments. They couldn't have houses because there wasn't enough space or whatever. So they built buildings. Africans have not really built buildings like that yet. Most people in Africa don't live in apartments. It's not an apartment. Everybody either wants a house or they got an informal settlement. It is what it is. Yeah, yeah, you do need development in rural areas. Africa needs a whole lot. A whole lot to develop. Don't worry about the Afghanistan. Which one? Afghanistan will be modern because the Black America only knows modern world. We can't fucking live in a fucking slum. We can't live in like that. That's why you don't see large numbers of African Americans living in Africa. I think you can count the number of African Americans living in Africa on your hand. It's just and until Africa modernizes, really modernizes, you're not going to see no influx of black people from America. That's just the way it is. Yeah, but the bottom line is this: those apartment buildings in Asia, the thing is, I see apartment buildings in Singapore, the new ones, they basically 2 floors in each apartment, stuff like that. And they also Singapore have a co-op system where you could actually own your apartment, So you get people like that. But originally, back in the 60s, when that Hong Kong used to build these big, tall buildings, and they weren't really that, but they basically put people on the grid. They weren't the best, but people had clothes hanging outside of them and stuff like that. So it was just like a big vertical village. But you know, Singapore is not for rich people. They just don't like poor people. Singapore is a country that's basically just, you got to have $300,000 in assets to move there. They don't want any riffraff coming there. You don't have like Singapore's not like Africa where they let a bunch of poor white people settle there and whatnot. You got to have a certain amount of assets in the bank to get it right there. Yeah, that's the whole thing about what you call. You got to maintain apartment buildings, and people have to be taught. In Singapore, they had to go through the thing of teaching people how to live in an apartment building. You can't throw garbage out your window and stuff like that. So it is what it is. Shut up, Zongo. You don't know what the hell a pipe dream is. You know. So it is what it is. But yeah, so back to the topic. You gotta stop being. I gotta stop being so lazy and reach in my pocket and get my phone out. Let's see. Okay. In Rudyard Kipling's The Jungle Book, the term Bandarlog refers to the monkeys of the jungle. The term derives from the Hindu word meaning Bandar meaning monko and log meaning people. To describe the monkey community, and the story describes Bandarlog, often say as mischievous and chaotic. In some adaptations, they are led by a charismatic, manipulative figure named King Louis. You ever seen the movie King Louis? I'm the king of the swingers, ball, the jungle, VIP. Remember that King Louis? You know, King Louis and some of the adaptations, particularly Disney animated. Disney did this and they sort of made it like funny, but the real serious thing of the book was he was basically King Louis was euphemistic of every last single uh third world leader back then, where basically they prided themselves as El Presidente and El this and stuff like that. And basically so full of pomp and so full of themselves and stuff like that. And the reality, they were nothing. Uh, King Louis' character, King Louis often portrayed as a powerful but greedy figure who tries to exploit Mowgli. I think that's the boy. An example in 1916 live action with the young voice of Christopher Walken is the powerful charismatic figure who literally offers Mowgli protection, but later manipulates tries to force him to reveal The Secrets of Fire. Okay. So basically, what I'm saying is this. So basically, what we're talking about is this: when Rudyard Kipling was basically using the Jungle Book, what his motives was. I mean, I don't know if he was mocking the white man's burden thing. I don't know if he was trying to mock it or basically, or was he trying to bring life or elevate the people that he was basically talking about or trying to humanize them, or whatever? Whose side was Rudyard Kipling on? Was he on the side of the imperialists or colonialists, or was he basically using the Jungle Book as sarcasm, and satire at the time, because this is a time of satirical stuff like that. People will write books and novels and they have double meanings on them. If you basically read Huckleberry Finn and Tom Sawyer and stuff like that, Mark Twain was a very angry man, and he used characters like Huckleberry Finn and to basically condemn the social conventions of the time, slavery, and all the stuff like that he hated. He would use these characters and everything. So that's what a good novel. When I wrote my first novel, I used the same techniques, right? I used characters to basically convey a social narrative, a social message that I'm trying to bring out. So you read my novel, Journey to the Promised Land. There's things that, even though I'm telling a story about Liberia in 1800s, I'm also talking about you get to examine yourself in this thing because I make the characters so relatable, and then basically like, what would you have done in this situation, And you basically when you read my novel, right, I tried to go be on a level of Rudyard Kipling as a social convention at the time, even though I didn't live in the 1800s, I didn't live in the 1800s, say African Rudyard Kipling was born and raised in India and would have been seen the slow down fall of the British Empire. You know, it's okay for Kala to reference a movie and make a point, but when I'm at Friday, I'm not referencing a movie. I'm referencing a book. I'm not talking about a movie, moron. You know, and dishonest Kala because angry he doesn't know black culture. I do know black culture. I was raised in this, you idiot, moron. I use to make a video made of Singapore. Really good software. Yeah, Singapore is really good. But what I'm trying to say is this: tonight's show is about the Monkey Kingdom. And the bottom line is this: I'm just trying to tell you how the world sees us and how it sees the black race, right? Because know why? Because some of these people that were victims of Rudyard Kipling and the white man's burden have freed themselves from this thing, right? Where you got one part of the world that's still under this cloak of, look, let me tell you something, folks, right? The world, a lot of people read my novel. It sells well, So Zongo, just because you can't afford it, you can't read, you can't go on Amazon, order it for $19.99 on Amazon. Journey to the Promised Land, Voyager of Barkazor, by me. Order, or you can. I don't care. A lot of people download it on Kindle, and read it on Kindle. You can download it for like $5 on Kindle. You can read it tonight. You can order the book, for $19.99 or download on Kindle for like $3 or $4. And also, Zongo, there's several different movie companies that want to make my novel into a movie. I had IMBD sent me an offer and Lionsgate Films both sent me an offer to buy the rights to my movie, but I have to come up with a screenwriter, I have to come up with half the money to put up a screenwriter, so yeah, people are reading my book. It's in circulation from a lot of people that want to republish it and then people that want to make it into a film, If that's the thing. So somebody like Zongo who's never wrote a book and basically never read one, because he's an illiterate from Ghana, Now, how many world sees Africa? What matters about? Yeah. The thing is, though, African guys, it does matter how the world sees it because there's a reason why the world does not invest or take risks in Africa because they really believe in all the friggin' thing, and they really do think all the things that negative things about Africa is true. So you cannot have a company that says, something, I'm going to move my logistics halfway across the globe. I'm going to invest millions of dollars to be like this to basically build a factory that makes such and such in Africa. They're not going to do that. They're going to go to Asia, Europe, whatever like that. They avoid Africa. Anybody in the capital avoids Africa because of the negative images of the continent puts out to the world. And we have to, and it does not help when you see Africans online don't give us the best representation of themselves, and they're always online fighting with other people, and it's just not good, not good. So basically, like I said, I was listening to Dynasty Show the last couple of days, and I'm really, really shocked, really, really shocked, what you call. The world is not really investing. The world's looting Africa. Let's be honest with ourselves. Africa has a net loss of $100 billion a year. About 80, $90 billion a year is invested in Africa because of logistics and stuff like that, because it's not coordinated and stuff like that, lack of transportation infrastructure. Africa loses $100 billion. So this is like a net loss of like $20 billion every year. So it's like, yeah, I hope the net loss is only 20 billion. They said the net loss is like 100 billion, but that means if the gross net loss is that, And so my novel's below standard, but Tugo's never read it, I'm not blowing my own trumpet, Tugo. That's the truth, Doesn't matter, like I said, until it happens, until I get this movie made. If I do, that's fine. If I don't, that's fine too. Keep talking about how always pushing people to follow Africans. Yeah. Yeah. The whole thing is this. That's the whole thing about the monkey kingdom. When you go into that kingdom, they always want to make you one of them. They want to tell you how great their kingdom is and stuff like that. And they give you a real new name and they want to rename you. And they want you to wear their clothes and everything, and act like you, walk like you. You want to walk like them and stuff like this. But this whole time they want to be you. As a King Louis said, I want to be like you. I want to be like you. I'm the jungle VIP. Although he's a VIP there, but he really wants to be like you. But he wants to convince the man cub that he needs to be like him. I don't know, G, if Ghana was 29. I think, people don't understand something, G. When they initially said the year of return, right? They were talking about Ghanaians that were living abroad, right? And somehow there was a blurred line between these annoying African Americans who live in Ghana. They thought that the year of return should include African Americans and Caribbeans and all that. And they all got pushed together as this year return and whatnot. So people started putting their own narrative. It was really directed at Ghanaians who lived abroad and said, yeah, this return and whatnot, then they somehow got co-opted with the African American desire to return or whatever like that, so basically it was, I don't know what was the purpose of that was, but I think African Americans basically got into something that, okay, it showed that, okay, we can come back into Ghana, but most African Americans aren't even from Ghana. Most African Americans are actually from Angola. That's where we're from. We're not very few African Americans. Now, Jamaicans are mostly from Ghana. That's where they was, the Khan and all these other people came to the islands, Jamaica, and they came much later. African Americans are probably the oldest Africans in the New World, are the oldest Africans in the New World. African Americans and Brazilians are two oldest groups of black people in the world, in the New World. Those who come from the Senegambia region, Ghana, and places like that came more like towards the 1800s. the early 1800s and everything like that. We're not this, you know. Well, I don't know. This thing I would say, honey flower, is this. When I basically created the Kala Nation, right? And people say, "Well, Kala, what is Kala Nation based on?" Well, first of all, you know it's African centered, right? But I also combine Taoism with that, right? And one of the things about Taoism is you take what's useful and disregard what's useless, right? I figured that what we need to do is build a new African mindset where we basically embrace technology, manufacturing, science, and everything, but put an African spirit on it. You know, and put an African spirit on it. In other words, basically, it's now Africa like Mitsubishi did. Mitsubishi started building everything from trains and everything like that, but it was uniquely Mitsubishi. Even though it was a train, train. It was basically their model train and everything. So people didn't think, oh, that's a Western train. No, it was Mitsubishi. They designed and built it. So they built their own unique train and whatnot. That they designed and everything like that. So it was Japanese. What the black race always does is every time we see something that's manufactured, we automatically assume, or that must be bad because anything manufactured must be outside of our realm of intelligence. That's unfortunately that's what they Africans think. Besides so much debt Africa's in, what are they gonna do to get out of debt and stop making bogus deals? Well, I don't know. That's gonna be for African guys. That my opinion. I don't know. That's gonna be a thing. Well, this must be Afro dumbass, Carl, just the other day you said, look, I'm like I said, look, bottom line is, look, I'm here. Well, Angola is Southwest Africa, it is West Africa. It's a West African coast. It's not West African proper, but it's central. It's on the West African coast, but it's central and Southern Africa. It's still West Africa. How do you know Zongo, man? You haven't been in Ghana in years, man. Come on, Zongo. You don't know that Zongo. You know. So I want to be like you. I would play that video, man, but I know I get freaking flag. I can't, man. You can't play shit on YouTube, man, without freaking getting blocked. G and Zongo going at it, man. This is hilarious, man. Didn't I tell you this top of so things are gonna get off the chain. So stop what you're doing, like, share, and subscribe, man. People, if you haven't liked the video, please everybody smash that like button right now. If you haven't shared the video, share it someplace else. And I'm gonna sing a song. Share, 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 share. You want me to stop singing? Put a share button, You know? Ooh, Zongo was like, I'll break your jaw. Damn, Zongo. Why is Zongo getting mad? Zongo wants to beat me up. He wants to beat Dark Migo up, man. Man, Zongo's a thug, man. He wants to beat up G now. Damn, Zongo, man. It's like, I'm like, God damn, man. Zongo is not all that serious, man. Passport grannies. What's the age of a passport granny? Anybody over 25? Jeez, Anybody over 25 is a passport granny? When damn. You're a passport granny. I'm like, yeah, shit, man. I was only 25 years old. Jeez. But it's back to the Black Putin, what he was saying. Look, the bottom line is this. I'm always going to be somewhere involved in the Pan African world. I'm vetted to Africa. to build in Afghanistan. If not in Afghanistan, we want to build autonomous territories in Africa. That's the only thing that'll save Africa. If you have large numbers of African Americans living there autonomously outside the systems that's there, that could break the colonial hold over Africa. If Black America was basically introduced into Africa or not, we would definitely just destroy the French and all these other people on the continent. That's what they don't want. But the bottom line is until that happens, long as you got Africans dealing directly with Europeans, see that map right there? That's exactly what you're going to see, You have elevated your show from a name calling. I can't share your show with those because just you sitting in a panel with blacks cosplaying. I'm not a white supremacist, bro. Which we call, I am not a white supremacist, not at all. Okay, Marcus Moore.
How y'all doing? What's
What's
with
going
it?
on, bro? What's going on, Marcus?
Good. I'm good. What's the
You were,
topic?
were you listening to the show?
I'm late. I'm late. What's the topic one
He
more
just jumps on, man. Don't even know the topic. Just calls it.
time?
God damn, man. Negroes, man. I tell you, this is what I'm talking about.
Shit.
don't know the topic, don't nothing. Just get on what's on. What's
Hell
up?
yeah, man. I'm supporting this shit. I'm supporting shit. You understand? I'm
Yeah,
supporting
man.
shit.
Are you still going on this tour with us next year or what, man?
Send that from you said 20. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Send the
said,
whole
but I sent you the email back, man. You got to send me your stuff, because me and Bomani's been calling people, man. We're trying
oh,
to get this thing together, man. We're trying to put this together,
but you need like my number. What do you
My phone, I need your phone number to give it
all
to
right.
Bomani.
All right.
Email me your phone number,
Oh, I got it.
So bottom line, so I can give it to Bomani. So we're putting this stuff together. It's gonna be the tour of a lifetime, man.
All right.
It's gonna
Thank you
be
for telling me that.
the tour of a lifetime.
I need to know all about Liberia. I need to know the whole history. I need to know everything. No fake.
You need to go
I
there.
need to know the truth.
You need to go there. The best way to see Liberia is a 10-day tour throughout the country.
Mm.
You'll learn more than you need to know. Trust me, you'll be a Liberian expert by the time this tour is over.
All right. It's safe. You say it's safe, huh?
What?
It's safe over there, huh?
Yeah, it's safe, man. It's safer than I am. I would walk around Liberia at night before I walk around your city.
Mm.
I'm not saying nobody got guns in Liberia,
Oh, for real?
Ain't nobody got no guns, like that, Ain't nobody got no knives, no guns
No
and
guns,
whatnot,
no knives.
You can walk to the people, streets be packed all throughout the night, man. Choke with people. You'll never get any trouble, never, no incidents or nothing like that. That's how safe it is.
All right.
That's so strange how, much as we talk about Africa, I would like to know why is it Africa is more safer than Black America? That's the thing people need to talk about, Why is Africa so safe? Well, I look at the music they listen to all day. They listen to Afro beats, old school hip hop, whatnot. They're not freaking listening to kill this nigga, kill that nigga, and pump the bullshit. So that's the thing about that.
I'm gonna see the believer shit. I gotta see it.
Oh, come there, come on this tour with us, man. I guarantee you'll have a good time, man. You'll have a blast.
All right.
Fun country.
Definitely.
So it is what it is. Like I say, yeah, about the topic, I'm talking about Rudyard Kipling's novel, the Monkey Kingdom, right?
Yeah.
And I basically drew parallels between what he wrote about the Monkey Kingdom and stuff like that, and King Louis, and all the stuff like that. When he, about the little boy that went up there, the man cub, he called him, and he basically, the powerful King Louis, but he was only powerful because they occupied a part of the jungle that nobody was at, high up in the trees, and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying, I said, when you go to Africa, right? The reason why, these people that, oh, he's a king, he's a chief and everything, because there's nobody around to
To
tell
challenge him.
Yeah, challenge them, you know,
Yeah.
and that's what I'm talking about. So, but at the same time, they know. Like there was another one. I think it was a follow up, almost to the Jungle King. Was Jungle Book was this anime first anime made in the '60s called Alakazam. You know,
Mm.
and basically it was the same thing. Alakazam was a monkey magician, and he was a king, but he was a prince, right? But he was basically he ruled over an area, and basically, but he was always fascinated by a world outside of his realm, which was the world of the humans. You know,
Mm.
so he always wanted to be part of the humans. He said that's where because he was not satisfied with just being the ruling of his kingdom, you know, where he had all his power and stuff like that, you
You
know.
want to advance.
It
You
was,
want to
yeah,
advance.
so that's what but it's the same thing. Same thing with the Jungle Book, you know. It was like, you know, so I see a lot of parallels between them the what he wrote Rudyard Kipling wrote and what I see in the black world today, you know, and why
Oh
we're
yeah,
not
if you're only
advancing.
comfortable in our areas, like talking about.
Yeah, we are. In every city, in everything, you got doctor this and reverend this and all the stuff like this, you
At,
know, there's nobody challenge them, you know. There's nobody challenging. Nobody says, hey, wait a minute, you know.
well,
Everybody got their own little space, but YouTube has made it even worse, you know.
you
Because
all
you
these
got people,
motherfuckers,
you
they
know, log
big fish in a small pond.
yeah. So
Big.
it is what it is. So basically, that's what I'm talking about tonight, you know. That's what get people to think. One thing
Yeah,
I want to do on this platform is to get people to think, you know.
critical thing. Yeah, I understand. I mean, yeah, a lot of black people they want to stay where they at. They want to. They scared to venture out and challenge the status quo. The status,
Well,
Um,
like in the story of Job in the Bible, you ever read that?
it's been a minute, bro. I ain't looked at the Bible in a minute.
Okay, well, anyway, the story of Job in the Bible, you know, anyway,
Mm.
the devil went to God and said, "Look, uh, only your protective hedge around Job protects him." In other words, God said, His guidance, stuff like that. He goes, "If you take away that hedge around him, I'll make him curse his maker." You know,
Mm.
and God moved, tested Job by moving his hedge around him, let him think for himself, and he passed. You know, so in other words, basically, the hedge is what the white man provides everything for us in America. You know,
It makes us weak, complacent.
yeah, exactly. So that's what we have in America. So you know, at least in Africa, right? You know, the wrong decisions, people could starve,
Yeah.
and they're pretty much responsible for their well being. That's why they have so little, because but Black America is well provided for.
We depended on white people.
Which, of course, we're absolutely tethered to white people. You know, of course, that's obvious. You know, we're tethered to white America. You know,
If
that's
they,
why this ADOS FBA people and that all they are is saying all you're doing is bragging about your tetheredness to white America. You know,
if this
white
shit
America.
goes down, we all go down.
Yeah, white America goes down, we all fucking go down. Simple as that.
They don't
The
get this.
dollar collapses, we all collapse. I'm mad tomorrow the dollar. No, I don't want
Yeah.
the dollar collapse.
Motherfuckers, they want the dollar collapse. Hell the fuck I don't. Stock,
That's
I
I
got
know.
stocks, I got all that shit. You
I look,
crazy.
there's a lot of money in America, and I want some of it. You know,
Yes. Yeah.
shit, I want no dollar like
The
this. You know,
motherfuckers want the Chinese to rule. We want the China man to rule over shit. And nah, hell no. We still in America. We still make money off this motherfucker. We not
yeah,
independent. We not an independent people or ecosystem. We don't have that. We not like back in the day prior to civil rights. We don't have that. I
yeah.
wish we did. I wish we were like the
Even
Chinese.
when
I
we
wish.
did have even when we before we had that, right, we still was always dependent on white people in this continent. You know,
We had Liberia though, huh? We
yeah,
had
we
a
had
whole.
Liberia. Yeah, you know, Liberia actually. People, because I won't say shit because people get mad every time I talk about Liberia, but Liberia was one of the few places where when it was called Liberia, free soil.
Yeah,
When you go there, you understand what I'm talking about. It's free
yeah,
soil. It's not part of colonial Africa. See that big map over there I'm showing you in the middle
yeah,
screen?
yeah.
That's colonial Africa, you know? And basically the Europeans, right? The reason why Africa is what it is because all that land right there was monetized, whether it's the land, the agriculture, the mines, the minerals, everything like that is basically French, you know, the French monetary zone, you know. And who underwrites the French currency? The U.S., the U.S. dollar, So therefore, if that area goes down, let's say Africa say, we're going to rise up and take this land back. Guess what? The United States will send its fucking might there to take that back because it's going to, just like Vietnam, it's going to recoup that money, that the French are paying on,
Yeah.
So people understand why the Vietnam War, why we won Vietnam? Because the Saigon was a pearl of Southeast Asia, Who bankrolled Saigon? The United States, But if the communists take over, the America loses everything, right? So isn't it worth the fighting a war, no matter how much it costs, to make sure that land gets taken back? That's what happens in Africa. Africa, you have people, they give Africa these lands to manage, but they don't really own it. Even in Namibia,
the damn tribes, the damn Oprah think he owns shit. You just a cow. You just a costume. You're a mascot, motherfucker.
Yeah. So the bottom line is that even South Africa. The bottom line is the whites are talking about succeeding in Western Cape. They could do it too. They're capable. They do it,
They got the resources.
Yeah, of course they could do it, But the one country in Africa they can't do that to is Liberia because they never planted a foothold in that country, That's why when black people talk about Ghana, Nigeria, these are all colonial fucking places,
I'm getting tired of that Nigerian Ghana shit.
Yeah, the only country in Africa that you have a chance really is Liberia, to build something and everything like that,
That's it.
The only thing is these stupid native Liberians, but that's
gonna deal with themselves. That's gonna be handled.
Bottom line is I am sick and tired of sending Liberians. When you go over there, don't make a lot of friends. I'll tell you that right now, man.
I'm not.
Don't give nobody your freaking phone number. Don't give nobody tell them your fucking website, your email. Don't do that. Because they're gonna be hitting you up for money, man. Don't do that. Shit, fuck that shit.
Also, like some niggas.
They're like, oh, you believe in Ubuntu? So do I, man. The next thing you know, y'all, man, bro, Ubuntu, man, I need $100.
Sound like some nigga shit to me.
Everything's nigga shit, when it really comes down to it.
I'm good.
Like I said, I'm like this, man. I've lived on Earth long enough to know bullshit when I see it,
Yes, indeed.
So. Well, would you listen to the Dinah Show last couple of days?
Nah, I've been out the loop.
Yeah, so I'm just saying to myself, like I said, it's sad because you got these Africans, they're always so defensive and they're always attacking Black America. I'm like, what the hell, dude? I thought they completely forgot who's fucking colonizing them. We're not colonizing,
They've been attacking us forever. And I love my African people, but shit, I'm a descendant of Africans, you understand? But they feel like, in my opinion, this is what I came up with, me and my partners. Because we were sold into slavery, we were supposed to be at the bottom like the slaves, like in Latin America, begging. Black Americans, we're very prideful people.
Yeah.
So they want us to be like, begging and shit like that. We're not no begging type of people. Yeah, we crazy, whatever. But we know we're crazy. But y'all Africans are crazy too. But when we talk about that, they get defensive. They get mad. I don't understand it, but
you do.
I don't. Y'all crazy too. Shit.
Bottom line, we all got freaking the whole entire black race got problems. At least we acknowledge it,
Yeah.
We admit it, I admit it. I admit how screwed up we are, That's why tonight I'll talk about, even though I'll talk about the Monkey Kingdom with Africa, also talk about with Black America, We got our own King Louis and all stuff like that, Black America,
Farrakhan and
all these goofballs and whatnot. They're freaking for years. I'm looking, what they do?
Umar Johnson. He been talking about building school since I was in high school.
Everybody's a doctor. Everybody's a doctor. They're a reverend, a doctor, a minister,
a healer,
Baba. They're Baba this or Reverend this and stuff like that. And you can't go like this.
They just do that to get women.
Dr. Sebi, or not Dr. Sebi. Dr. Umar Johnson, Dr. Cord Anderson, Dr. Boyce Watkins. Like, dude, man, stop it,
I take the doctors over the rappers, though. We got Nipsey Hussle. People praising Nipsey Hussle and all them motherfuckers. Like,
rappers. Rappers.
I'll take Dr. Clyde Anderson over them.
I'll take that. Not saying nothing wrong with these people, but it's just a fact that we just so enamored with titles, you know.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
what
you
I'm
know,
trying
there's
to say.
black people for it. It's like you go to Africa, chief this, chief this.
Yo, I was like
Oh,
this,
but
man. You got chiefs that don't mean nothing. So when somebody goes to Africa, like Afro think tank, whatnot, he's a chief now in
I
Nigeria.
can't stand them all. Yeah,
And he's
yeah.
a chief, you know. And I'm like, yo, look, okay, that's fine, that's cute, you know, but it doesn't mean anything in the fucking real world, you know.
What resources do you have? What institutions can you
And
build?
anything, you know, I'll just sit back and talk about white supremacy and racism
Nah,
and whatnot, you know.
nah. You know, but that's our people though. What can
I
we
say,
do?
oh, this guy, I know this is Afro dumbass. He says, Colin, stop acting like blacks are not the ones starting the mudslinging. You just did. Look, like Africa, stop
Yeah, that's
responding.
the motherfucker I can't stand. Alpha dumbass. Yeah, that's
Afro
the
dumbass.
motherfucker. That's him. Alpha motherfucker. He retarded. He really
Yeah.
something immature.
Yeah. Bottom line is this: we know. I be honest with you, Afro dumbass. You know, Black America. We didn't start this shit. You know, we didn't start this shit. You know, it started like when that movie Black Panther came out. You know.
What happened? Why you bought Black Panther?
Well, see, with the movie Black Panther, we was all proud. Remember that Wakanda dance?
Yeah,
Remember that? Oh man,
yeah.
everybody was African this, whatnot. We just thought, okay, we're gonna do African now. Then somebody was telling us that we're not, y'all just playing Africans because of a movie. Y'all not really African. And we start hearing this stuff, you know, and we're like, you know, what the hell, what the hell are we freaking doing, man? We want to be Africans. We call ourselves African Americans, right?
Yeah.
But they was Africans just wouldn't let it go, man.
They
Oh,
don't.
y'all ain't Africans, y'all like that,
But you,
and they were joining together with white people and their criticism.
but you.
White people who was hating on us because of that shit.
Hmm.
Africans was siding with them, you know. Y'all ain't no Africans, blah
But
blah.
you. But you smart enough. Listen to this though. They go by tribe. I didn't. You know what I'm saying? They go by tribe. Us, we used to think they all went by black.
Yeah, because they said, "What African language do you speak?" Well, I don't speak an African language. Okay, so that means
You're
because
not
we always
African.
thought African meant you're just black, you know,
Yeah.
African. You know what I'm saying? You slave descendant, you know. That's all. You know, that's all. We didn't understand that. The African means that we couldn't be freaking. We had to be a part of a tribe or know some language or some shit like that.
Fuck
So
man. F they tribe. They've been doing this shit for 2,000, 3,000 years. And they still
yeah,
ain't
it hasn't
survived.
gotten them nowhere, you know. That's what I tell them. And Europeans use tribalism to control Africans and keep them divided. You saw that in the run up to the South African election. You know how many Zulus were killed in South Africa over
Nah,
tribalism?
nah. What happened? Nah.
What
What happened?
happened was the Zulus, when they said the violence in the ANC versus Inkatha was really all about, it was in the KwaZulu. Some of the Zulus saw themselves as black nationalists, Pan Africanists, and some of them saw themselves as what do they call tribal identified, and that's what the conflict was all about, you know. And so, therefore, it was split between. It wasn't between Zulus versus Kosa. It was also Kosa versus Kosa. You know, some Kosas didn't want it, but Kosa didn't have like an Inkatha movement. You know, so they were more like ready to assimilate into. So, in other words, basically, the ANC and the Pan African Congress, Zania People's is ZAPO, called it Zania People's Organization. These were black nationalist groups. You know,
Mm-hmm.
they saw white people as the enemy, you know, and they saw black people should be a black nation. But Inkatha was funded by the white South Africans, right, to
Oh.
basically undermine and disunite the black Zulu, particularly the Zulu population, against this idea of Pan Africanism and black nationalism. You know.
That's why they be killing. That's why they kill a lot of I guess Nigerians when they go over there, or a lot of
Yeah,
other.
yeah. I know the whites are behind that shit. You know, the whites are behind
Mm.
the instigating the wars against the Nigerians and stuff like that. You know, but Africans can't see it. You know, they don't understand there's a hidden hand behind the division between Africa. They got a lot of Black African Americans living in South Africa. I said, what makes you think, right? Given what you see on social media, what makes you think that can't happen? A lot of African Americans think they're immune to tribalism and
Oh
stuff.
no, we're not. They see us as a different tribe.
Yeah, so bottom line, they think we're basically They think that they're, oh yeah, I see people killing each other because they're foreigners or whatnot, but that won't happen to us because we're African Americans. No, it don't work like that. In
Mm,
the end, we need, if we want to move on the continent, we need our own state. That's it.
we do. Because I know damn well if a large group of Black Americans would have went to Nigeria or wherever the fuck, we're not gonna be hunted down, but it might be discriminated against.
Of
We
course,
need to be in our own land,
yeah,
our
of
own
course.
rules.
Because and also we can't be abused, taxed, and misused.
Yeah,
We gotta have some representation.
yeah.
Prince P basically goes,
Prince of
"What
Peace.
is this
That's the
here?"
Haitian, huh? That's the Haitian.
Yeah, he goes, "What kind of titles is this?" He didn't understand the friggin'. If he would listen to the show, he would understand where I'm coming from with the show. You
And
know,
I fuck with Prince of P. I fuck with Haiti. I fuck with Haiti, but you gotta deal with Haiti too, Prince of P. Understand? But Black people, we just all going through it. You understand? We all going through it, and like I do agree with you. We need our own nation, either Liberia or somewhere in Angola. You understand?
yeah,
And build it up,
we need our own
cause
land for future generations.
yeah, cause this shit here in America, I'm tired of being under just I don't say white people, but it's
Look,
just
I don't look. It's like
we
this.
we dependent. We in the bitch position. I don't like that.
I just think Black America has grown past America. It's like a kid when at a certain point in time, don't
Yeah,
you move out of your parents' house and move
yeah,
out on your own?
yeah.
I think Black America has gotten to that day. If the world could basically accept the fact South Sudan, a primitive country like South Sudan, could have a nation.
Damn.
That's sad. You tell me Black America, 45 million people, all
But
these colleges and everything like that,
but
millionaires, and business people of all kinds, and space and technology, and everything. We couldn't build a nation. Come
let
on,
me ask you this: why do white people? Let me ask you this then: why do white people want to keep us here? Why are they racist against us? But why they still want to keep us here?
because they don't want to see. The whole thing is this. This is how sick the system is, right? It's like a
Yeah,
man who abuses his wife.
yeah.
Says call how stupid bitch she is, blah, beats her, whatever like that. Say you're worthless, cheats on her and everything like that. But the moment she tries to leave, he'll whoop her ass.
Hmm.
Because they want you to go through the pain and suffering, and everything, because that makes them feel good. That's what it is. It's like this is like an abusive relationship. They're coming out more and more comedians, white comedians are just coming out after Black America left and right. I see
Who's
this.
going? Who's coming after Black America?
These fucking white comedians. You got
Oh,
this
for
one
real?
lady, Leonardo, whatever her name is. She's a white comedian. Why not? She's racist as hell, man.
What's her name?
One of the white chicks that basically white guys love. White guys love racist white chicks. That turns them on.
But no racist right chicks be liking black men. That's the
No,
crazy thing about it.
this lady hates black men. I know it. She
What's
goes.
her name?
She said her name is Leonardo. Let me see. I'll find it. Let me see. I'm finding the name.
Leonardo. I
Leonardo.
don't know. I lived down. I seen some racist everybody hoes that like some black men that want some sex with me.
Leonardo.
African America would be stronger if they use y'all power.
Oh, yeah, her name is Leonardo Joni.
It sound like a Italian
Yeah,
grease
but
ball.
she's like
They
basically maybe
sound like
she's
a grease.
Italian, but let me play some of her. Let me play some of her best moments. Right, let's play some of her best moments. Right, this is what we're talking about. This is a racist chick, man. He's like, she's a fucking racist, but she has a huge audience growing. Mostly a fucking conservative white males her base. That's her audience.
People used to freak out if a white woman had a baby with a black man. They used to call her an N-word lover. Like, you're disgusting. But now it's totally fine to be a single mother. People used to freak.
Who this bitch?
Political correctness shit, it's not new. We just never noticed it. Like, why do you think they call that show Cops? Because they can't just call it Blacks. You guys think 9/11 was an inside job, or do you think it was the Jews? Found out the Jews have been kicked out of 109 countries. That's a lot. At a certain point, you got to ask yourself, why? Was Hitler really rounding them up just because they're mildly annoying and cheap?
Yeah.
What do you do? Network engineers, for real?
What the hell?
I just said it because they're clearly not Indian.
You got somebody behind her.
Well, we know how you got this job. They do diversity and inclusion everywhere. How do you think Stephen Hawking got to Epstein's Island? They had so many kids, they were like, we got to give some to the retard in the wheelchair. There's no way that guy was a kid. At that point, if that kid's getting by Stephen Hawking, that's your own fault. What do you do?
But that's that chick, man. She's freaking racist as hell.
Yeah, somebody behind her. She got somebody behind her doing that dumbass shit. Cause she talking about everybody, Jews, everybody Indian. I'm like, who the hell this racist ass greaseball bitch is?
Yeah, she fucking
greaseball ass. There you go.
That's what's popular now. These fucking racist fucking comedians. There's a couple of them out here, man. It's just coming. But we used to have black comedians that would come back and be like, yo, ain't nobody bet, check us out. Nobody's good at roasting in Black America,
I already know.
But the bottom line, but how come where's Tariq Nasheed at,
He going back and forth with Nigerians, Africans and shit.
Yeah, he going back and forth with fucking Africans and fucking
fucking
people don't mean shit in the world,
I ain't gonna. I fuck with the FBA shit, Black America, the distinction, but he keep going back and forth with Africans. You need to go back and forth with the Mexicans. You from LA? I didn't take you. You need to go back and forth with the Mexicans.
I know.
And the Irish, African numbers are very minuscule in America.
Yeah, there's very few Africans and Haitians in America. You fucking talk about them, plus they're black.
Yeah, you mad? We got the point. Like, it's over. Like, talk about the Mexicans that run in LA, bullying y'all. Like, come on now.
Yeah, Mexicans are running them niggas in California, man.
I already know they got the Mexican mafia shit. Talk about them. They firebombing y'all. Why don't you build some shit in LA for some black people?
Yeah, Mexican cops out there. Most black people are shot by Hispanic cops in California.
Yeah, Mexican, because they racist.
They get away with it, because they're so-called POCs,
They racist. Who is Henry McGarley? Black? Who is this?
That's Afro dumbass,
Afro dumbass. I ain't got nothing.
Afro dumbass, he's up here, between
the Ninky Warrior. Yeah, even a black woman going Mexican down there. It's what? Dog me, what the hell? Latinos don't. Royal Honor, he from New Orleans. I used to live in the city. Ain't got no damn Mexicans in New Orleans. That's Chantel. Yeah, crazy.
Who?
Royal Honor. That's Chantel.
That's Chantel?
I thought it sounded like it might be. Both of you Africans need to shut up, little boss, get up out there.
Oh, so notice how every time he talks sense, you're somehow African now. We trying to say Africans are intelligent, and you're not. I'm
gonna call ice on you, little boss. I'm gonna do that for you.
Yeah.
Hell no. There's no Caribbeans in New Orleans, Dips. It's a Black American city. Is you stupid, little boss? The people from New Orleans came from the plantations of the River Parish, St. John Parish, St. James Parish, San Francisco Plantation, Whitney Plantation. We know where our people are from. Are you crazy? That's the Deep South. There's no Caribbeans in New Orleans. That's a nigga city. It's sad to say, but it's really.
John says African Americans are consumers, corporate
we
America.
Walk in your trap and take over your trap. Caribbeans.
America, it just want.
The bars. Is you silly?
Consumers.
That Louisiana's Deep South. There's no hate, no Rob Morris. There's no
Haitians and no fucking.
There's no Haitians in New Orleans like that.
They overinflate their.
I'm getting tired of that. Okay. The Haitians, I'm gonna give you history. The Haitians that came after the Haitian Revolution were white Haitian slave owners, you dipshit. And the mulattoes, and there wasn't a lot of them. It was mostly white Haitian slave owners. When the dark skinned, the black ones took over Haiti. They already had French who fled Haiti. All right, listen. They already had a French Creole population. Marcus, you're not American. Louisiana, New Orleans, what? New Orleans is New Orleans.
You're taking something because you hang. These people are crazy,
What the hell?
These
New
people
Orleans,
are nuts,
New Orleans.
Man.
We hear the speech impediment. What? Who is Roy Honor, bro?
I have no idea.
Who are these people?
These people, I'm gonna start. I'm gonna start telling people to call in or
Yeah, we gotta show their face.
yeah,
They gotta show.
call
I
in.
gotta see that. Yeah, they ask you
At
why is
least
he getting
let's
mad,
hear that voice. Let hear something,
bro? Most people, Lil Boss, most people from New Orleans, people are from the river parishes of Louisiana. They already had a Creole population before the Haitians came. The white Haitians came. They spoke Corvinny. Yeah, you got trolls on you, bro. I ain't got time for this. These some trolls.
Man.
These some trolls tonight.
They won't get up here. They won't talk about the topic.
Warrior Honor.
This,
Lil Boss. Who are these people? That's what I want to know. Because I ain't never seen these people before.
Probably white guys,
All right. Yeah, I ain't never seen these people before.
Well, there was only one white guy ever been on the show. That was Kung Fu Fanta.
Listen to yourself. We know our people, dude. You're not it. In truth, dude, my people from the San Francisco plantation and the Whitney plantation. What are you talking about? This dude crazy.
Yeah, what you call?
Yeah, this dude crazy. I'm a truthful person.
I'm from Macon, Georgia, and North Carolina. That's my two lineage.
Yeah, that's your lineage. We know our lineage. Don't argue with me. Go argue with the Haitian. Yeah, these some white people, bro.
Yeah,
these some white boys. They gotta be.
Now everybody wants to steal our heritage away from you. You got Africans calling themselves. There's a podcast I saw the other day called "Africans in America," right? Not that there's gonna be some black people or whatever like that. So it was something, man, my brother. It was some freaking African people, right? We Africans. So in other words, what are so-called African Americans? Or are we not Africans in America? So, like I said, I tell people all the time when they talk about the sixth region, they're not talking about us. We're not the sixth region. So that's why I said I don't like these black people running around with Dr. Arcana. There's a blurred line going on here. Black America are not part of the so-called sixth region. We don't fucking exist in the African Union. We don't.
Why is that? But that's the crazy thing about it.
Because the bottom line, Africans are stupid. They define Africa by geography. In other words, Charlize Theron is more African than we are.
But isn't the Caribbean in the sixth region? Hold on, don't Africans?
No. When they say sixth region, they're talking about what Africans, whether black, white, or Indian, from the continent migrate.
For real?
Yeah. That's why you gotta listen to the College Genesis, man. You got these fake Pan-Africanists out here misleading.
Roy Morris is stupid. Hold on, one more thing. Roy Morris, black people run New Orleans. Are you stupid?
There's no white. Ray Nagin. This will be a chocolate city.
It's a chocolate. It's a black city. From Baton Rouge all the way to New Orleans is black. There's no white Haitian. What are you talking about? This dude, yeah, you people crazy.
Yeah, so we're not part of those six regions.
Hold on. So Elon Musk would be
part of Elon Musk is more African than we are, according to the African Union. You have Mike Olawale come in here one night and says, yo, Elon Musk is an African. He's going to make good things for all those Africans in America.
Wait, what?
I had him, there's a Nigerian guy that trolled my show. Mike Olawale is a clown. He actually said that. He typed in the chat room, said that Elon Musk is going to help him out and when I get ahead because all the Africans, because he's a fellow African.
Walmart. All right. We're going to talk about Mike. We're going to talk about Walmart. Creole you looking at Creole as a different thing. You could be dark skinned in Creole. It's just a culture, bro. There's not no light skin. The people from the Seventh Ward, them light skinned people that you talking about, they all got fucked. Them women, excuse my language. The dudes from the plantation went over there and darkened them people up in the Seventh Ward. You got some light skinned people, but no Creole, no. It's dark skinned people. Run this shit, brown.
This guy Henry Moe says Mike was just trolled. No, he was serious.
So let me ask you this, Kyla. You think we could build with these people? That's what I want to know.
Well, only time we could build these people, we have to plant ourselves on the continent. The bottom line is this: we cannot basically go over there and swear to no tribe, no allegiance, or whatever like that. If we have any situation where we don't have control over the land, we have no deal.
Look at what Morris said about you. Yeah, we can't build
Those
with
are
these people.
African.
Never mind.
Of course, I tell you,
Yeah,
he
we
said,
can't build
which
with
we
these
call
people.
Henry the Black. When I, this is the way they think.
Yeah, I
They
believe
really
you.
do believe Elon Musk is African.
We can't build with these people. No, I'm good. Yeah, yeah,
These people are so far gone, man. You don't fuck with
yeah.
them,
Never.
man. Like I said,
Elon
I
Musk.
told you, only thing I need, is my own people. I need people like you
Yeah,
and all the people. All I need is Black America. I'm done with dealing
yeah,
with
yeah,
Africans. I'm done with them.
yeah. Yeah, they gonna add different type. But they saying Elon Musk is African. That's sad.
Yeah. Real Honor says, okay, Real Honor, you got to provide proof. Why are you getting blocked? Why you say Marcus is not American?
I have a.
Who the hell is American anyway? He was born here.
I guess he's trying to say I'm not Black American for some odd reason. I don't know why. Even my people been here since the 1700s, the early 1700s. But okay.
So if you don't believe with that coonery, you're not Black American.
Listen
I
to
listen
him.
to him. He sounds like a black man to me. I know when I'm talking to one of my people.
I'm from the South, bro. If you go to Lafayette too, you would think they have Caribbean accents. If you go to South Carolina to Gullet to Charleston, and you might think they have Caribbean accents too. With a Gullah accent, we have different accents. You dig?
Yeah.
But now, but anyway, yeah. Like I was talking to one of my partners from Kenya. Yeah, they don't really care. Can we go back to talk about the Monkey Kingdom, Honey Flower?
Well, I think I just need somebody else to come and build on what I'm saying. I want somebody to get up here and refute what I'm saying. That's why I haven't had that honey flower. I want somebody to come up here and refute what I'm
Honey
saying.
Flower, yeah, invite somebody. But yeah, like I don't
she was
think.
like agree with me, but I want somebody like it's not enough. Okay, somebody just but
there's a species of grasshopper in North Africa. They hang out.
Sorry about that, folks. Which we call I'm trying to tell people all the time. Look, I put out the topics, right? It's no good. I just got a referral. Somebody said you just got your first referral sign up. I don't know. Users sign up, you'll only get $10.
But yeah, I don't think we could build with these people though. Like I said, I got people from Kenya, partners from Kenya. They don't really go by race. They just go by tribe, I guess. So if they just go by tribe, just effort. We the only ones that really go by black, and we try to bring that.
That's what why? Because we don't have a land. We have nothing to. Yeah, if we had land and territory, like I said, when people understand something, and Africa is not just one state. That's the ultimate goal, right? Yeah. But we can build like hundreds of these territories, like we got in Ghana. The Black Star Path. Once we perfect those type of communities, and we got land that we basically like say it's ours, we control.
Yeah.
And we got enough of those on the continent, that we can come our own people,
Let me ask you this then. Will you be very strict with the people that's going to join Afghanistan?
Of course, man. Of course. You haven't seen I think most people would rather stay in America than live in Afghanistan. That's just
gonna be like a
dictator. Man. It's gonna be order, man. Like you won't believe,
indeed.
man.
Yes, indeed.
It's gonna be the highest level of civilization. Everything. We're gonna have the best police, everything, courts, everything.
Who is
playing?
Man, Black what the hell? Yeah, bro. Who isn't that Vlad Putin? Afro dumbass?
Afro dumbass.
He
I don't think whites are African, but I would rather have whites in Africa than blacks because, of course, he would. He'd rather have whites. Whites
I don't
are there.
like him.
Check this out. Whites are there right now. Basically, they're at the point now where they're ready to overthrow the black government in South Africa and reappoint apartheid. If they basically keep getting the support from Trump, they're emboldened by Donald Trump. Right now. Your IQ is high. You have more.
These people trolls. These people have to be trolls, bro. This is the most troll channel. Yeah, who is this?
He says your IQ is high and more informed than average black African. Because I've been studying history for so long since I was a kid. I know what I'm talking about. So people can't tell me anything. I know what I'm saying. I know what I'm talking about. I'm not bragging not like that, but I do know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I agree with you, Honey Flower. The title might be attractive.
Yeah, I chose title basically to draw people in. but it's not basically calling somebody monkeys, whatever like that. It's just basically using a euphemism or drawing parallels between what I read about the Monkey King or what Reagan Kids talked about. He was basically mocking. It's like a mockery of all. Like he born in India, right? But he knew he was part of some British Empire, whatever like that. So how you born in a place and you think you're superior? Yeah, he must have had Indian culture around India and stuff like that, but he still believed that these were people were beneath him. You know.
Who's this? You came on my radar when you had to be on.
We still got the BAO. We still got the social network. So bottom line is this: I've been around for a long time. Doing this.
So let me ask you this then: when Afghanistan's mature, will certain tribes be able to come in, or will you like ban?
Well, I'm like this. The thing is this:
because I ain't gonna
as
lie,
long as, like I said, this is what I was trying to say. Like my good brother Baruti and I disagree about this, right?
Yeah,
he believes Ubuntu is going to be the way, and I don't believe it. You know why?
Nah.
Because I know a thing called human nature.
Niggas.
Nick. You know what I'm saying? When you deal with niggas,
It's gonna be some nigga shit.
The only thing works is to try and show when people move from like the Ubuntu mentality to say, you know something, we need laws. That was thousands of years ago. The first mankind is trying to do a Ubuntu. I am, but we are no. The bottom line is this: we need laws. That's why we have laws.
Mm-hmm.
We evolved into the idea of the republic, of the nation state, laws, and reward and punishment. You're rewarded for your hard work, and you're punished for bad behavior or breaking the law.
Well, let me ask you this: when Afghanistan's finally mature, can I slap the hell out of Afro dumbass? That's gonna be a law.
Sure you can. No, I'm just kidding. But the bottom line is this: what we gotta have is a society. And also, I believe in freedom of speech, but I do not believe freedom of speech means you can mock the country or the people that you reside in. That's what I think America makes this mistake, right? You let people in. America lets people in here that really hate the country.
I know.
I'm saying like this: you got people. You listen to some of these people.
Man, I got partners from Pakistan. They don't like it over
these people want to bring. How the hell did you get a fucking green card?
Yeah.
You cannot be in a country, right? Say, Carl, aren't you? Look, I'm like this. Although I'm African American, I got my issues with America, right? But that's between me and my ancestors in America,
You still make money over here.
Yeah. And also,
property.
These people voluntarily came here,
Yeah.
That's a difference. People don't understand something. We have a right to basically be critical of America. Only us,
Yeah.
I even heard Ann Coulter say that. She goes, the only people that should be mad about anything is Black America,
Yeah.
Because of what happened to them and slavery and everything like that. But they make it seem like Black America is a problem. For years, they've been putting these immigrants on high. You saw that one judge, she's going to jail right now.
No, whatever.
Because, there was a judge, I forgot, I think it was Boston, right?
I know, the Dominican chick.
No, that was another person. This is another, like 4 or 5 judges was harboring illegals, sneaking out the back courthouse. This lady's in serious trouble, She threw her career away to basically, she saw some ICE came to get some guy. She released the guy and she had him sneak out the back door and said ICE guy the way out in the hallway. And she snuck the illegal out. She's being charged now.
Stupid.
Why would you like this? This is what I'm saying. These people believe in immigrants so much, right? Because let me tell you something. Immigrants in America are the immigrant movement is anti-Black American.
It's anti-American in general.
It's anti-Black American specifically, because the whole idea, the whole idea is to minimize the importance of Black America.
I noticed that too.
Like this, so basically you bring immigrants here to basically undermine the power of Black America.
They try to limit our influence. They try to say that it's almost like they just want us to be slaves.
Yeah,
that's it. I'm
always need a group of people to replace us and whatnot.
Motherfuckers. You got motherfuckers that really think, what it is. People from Trinidad made blues. I say, you sick out your mind. You sick. You know what I'm saying? I seen Latinos take over black neighborhoods, Mexicans. I seen that shit.
Yeah.
I seen the play.
Yeah. So
I
this,
seen
so
all
the
that.
Bible, yeah, they come here, to take over, rule, and get
Yeah.
align themselves with white America until white America starts deporting them, and like that. Now they're like, "Where's black people? How come y'all?" No, y'all
Nah,
basically throwing their nose at
it
us
was
all this time,
yeah,
talking about what we ain't doing and all
yeah.
stuff like
We
this. You know,
lazy. We ain't got no culture.
we ain't got this, we ain't got that.
We
Black America, we
ignorant.
doing this. Well, now I'm like, dude, man, whatever. You know. All right, let me get DK on. Go ahead,
Okay.
DK, brother.
Yeah, so on the topic of the monkey kingdom, I think for many Africans, they see their tribe as their culture,
Right.
right? So, like for example, not just the tribe, but like the kingdoms and the chiefs, they see that as actual culture, as not just like because your culture is everything, a combination of your language, each system, how you interact with one another. But they see having a chief or a king as culture. As you contrast that, you touched on it earlier, Japan during the Tokugawa shogunate, when that was coming to an end due to Commodore Perry,
Yeah.
they saw that okay, these people really aren't that powerful, so we kind of have to move on. So when they fought that war, they won the war. And you know what the samurai did? They did one or two things. They either committed suicide or they put their samurais in the closet, put their traditional
And
clothes
join
on,
the army. Join the army.
and they put on a suit and tie and started working, right? But it's like Africans, we seem to have a difficult time doing that and how to transition
Yeah,
to
they want
that
you
life.
to you got people now still talk about the king this Ashanti king. Dude, that's not gonna get you nowhere in the real world, you know? In the real world. You cannot have that, you know, because the white man knows that as long as you have these little tribal allegiances and stuff like that, you got somebody. Perfect example I'll talk about is I look at Liberia, right? Last year when I was there, right when I was about to leave, right? I stayed a little week, 2 weeks after Bomani and them left, right? And there was this incident that happened in Grand Cape Mount, right? Where the police opened fire on some demonstrators, right? I was like, what the fuck? Because we're just up there, right? And basically in Grand Cape Mount, you was getting an eerie feeling. I always feel safe about in Liberia. But that's one place, it's just, I don't know. The feel, you get someplace. You know, I was like, even though it's a nice place and everything, I just didn't feel comfortable, you know. Anyway, there was a gold mine that they erupted, right? Because the people said this mining company promised this, promised that. But go back and look, right? A couple of years ago, when the deal was negotiated, guess who gave the blessings? The so-called traditional leaders and chiefs, you know? They went out there and did this ceremonial dance and gifts were given and same old friggin' thing, right? And then when people like, man, we thought we were gonna get this, thought we were gonna get schools, we thought we were gonna get this, we're gonna have jobs like this, all the things we were promised. But hey, look, your leaders did y'all did your tribal dance. You didn't want to basically listen to like intelligent people or whatever like that or elected to say, we need a real government where leaders and real like this. You relied on your so-called tribal leaders and whatnot, and they sold you a bill of good, you know, they sold you a bill of goods, and they basically like this because the bottom line, the same thing will happen again. The African does not want to get rid of every time they go to the default is, oh, the traditional leader or not. Anytime they want to argue with you about something, they always talk about the traditional leader or something like that, and you
And the
can't
thing is,
argue with a traditional leader.
I always say that that stuff is really just dead, but they're just trying to. It's just like it's like a zombified culture because when you look at it, does the Ashanti Kingdom, do they have a navy? Do they have an air force? Do they
No.
have nuclear submarines? No.
Did they have a central bank? Anything like that?
Is there a Ashanti sovereign wealth fund or anything
No.
like?
The Ashanti municipal bonds? No. So you see this, DK? You see this big blue dot on Africa?
Yeah.
That is French
Yeah.
Africa. Everything in that vast area, that's an area bigger than the United States. Everything in that area, right? France controls as part of the French monetary zone. And also the bottom line is this: anything if all the land that's there, you don't own. Nobody owns. France owns it. And that's what Ibrahim Traore, his thing is. Well, if he survives, that's fine, but I seriously doubt it. Because
I'm rooting for him.
I'm rooting for him too, man. But the bottom line is, for a fact, if that spreads right there, see all that blue, imagine all those countries say, something, fuck France, right? Then all that, the French economy would collapse, the European economy would collapse.
He's doing the right thing.
Let me ask y'all this.
My
fault. So if Burkina Faso win, like talking about, you think they're gonna put a Gaddafi on them?
Gaddafi did a thing where he said, like, did you listen to Mr. Rosenthal the other night?
No. Oh yeah. My apologies. I did. Yeah, I did.
Well, Mr. Rosenthal was basically, Wooski. I'm not letting you on until you cam up. You're a new person. Cam up.
Hello.
Okay, so let's see. Somebody's in the chat. The thing trying to get. See, he dropped off. Probably a white guy. So
you ain't playing, no. I see that.
I'm not playing with these people. Anyway. So basically, he was telling you how the Lords of London and whatnot, they stamp all gold bullion bank before it gets released. In other words, if it doesn't get like the way the monetary system works in America, if your gold, whatever gold you are, is not approved and stamped by the Lords of London, it doesn't exist. You can't put it in banks. You can't put it in investment funds. You can't put it in Roth IRAs. Nothing like that. It has to be stamped by the Lords of London. What Gaddafi wanted to do was create his own system where the gold will be stamped in, and we have our own monetary system where we basically use gold ourselves on the African continent. We have all the gold, That's why they had to get rid of him, No, because that would undermine the whole Western banking monetary system,
Yeah, but most of these countries in Africa, they just have fake independence. I mean, for example,
there's no real
like give an example. What country has fake independence?
For example, let's look at the francophone countries. They don't even print their own money.
Yeah, they're all backed up by the francophone money. So basically, no, actually they let them put their face on their money, but it's really French money. French has a credit. It's like having a credit card.
It's still colonized them.
Exactly. And like France gets first dibs on all their exports.
For real?
They have to trade through French banks and everything like that.
It's still colonized them.
French economy, the cocoa and all that stuff like that is used. The French dollar is used for the cocoa and all the commodities. That means the French could print money on that cocoa and that because they can always recruit because it's monetized by all the cocoa in Africa has. All throughout the continent, these still deal was mining. These countries, the Western countries, are super uber rich. And not only that, French companies control the shipping, the logistics, and all that stuff like that.
That makes it look real weak. Then,
yeah,
weak.
It is weak. They are weak.
That's sad.
When you look at
you guys experts in the French language, huh?
No, I don't speak French.
No, the bottom line is France uses language to call. That's why Rwanda. First thing Rwanda did was get rid of the French language. He pivoted to English now. I think they're learning Kiswahili or something like that.
That's good.
Was a good idea. Yeah, it's a good state because they're Eastern Africa. But the whole thing is they basically they had to get rid of French because French influence.
Well, Morris, y'all still had to pay them reparations to France though. That's why Haiti messed up. You understand?
Yeah, Haiti also. But the thing is, you see what's happened to Haiti, where Haiti had to pay all that money because you have to pay for all that infrastructure and stuff like that the French created. And look, land is not free. Once you lose your land, you lost it forever.
France is the boogeyman for y'all.
That's why. If you didn't fight a war for your independence, you didn't get independence.
If you didn't put bloodshed, whatnot, like Vietnam freed itself.
Yeah, but white people, they respect that though. They respect bloodshed. They respect war.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Now Vietnam
you can't be handed independence, right? Like Nigeria, oh, we're gonna give you independence while they keep all the oil fields, everything like that. There was no damn real independence in Africa. Come on, you know.
No.
And then we like
Like
Patrice Lumumba at DK. You remember Patrice Lumumba? Man, they
yep.
basically the CIA got Robert Mugabe to arrest him and hand him over. You know.
Yeah, that was just that should have showed all Africa what it's all about. You're not
Mulattoes,
really independent.
y'all pay reparations too, more. You talking about mulattoes?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Zimbabwe's
check
pay
this out.
reparations.
The
Man.
bottom line is Haiti bankrupted itself paying France. You know.
Haiti is chill. I ain't gonna lie. I like Haiti. I like y'all food, but Haiti, it got outcompeted by the Dominican Republic. Shit.
Yeah, and look at the Dominican side. Look at the Haitian side, man. That's same island, man. Damn, you know. The blacks become happy and excited when they fantasize about Africans being
Friends to owe me shit.
Europeans like they are. This is another thing. Look at this. Henry Mullen. Look at what this idiot said.
What do you say? Blacks become happy and
The
excited.
blacks are happy, you know. No, look, it's the reality. You are being ruled by Europeans in Africa, bro. That's the thing.
So that's Afro dumbass, right?
Yeah, it's Afro dumbass.
All right, let me ask you, can Afro dumbass come on? I want to ask.
No, he won't come up here. Afro dumbass won't come up here.
I mean, I'd much rather be a Black American than be a Gambian any day of the week.
That's what I'm saying, man. I can't trade. I wouldn't trade being Black American for nothing, man.
But you know what's the sad thing is, bro? DQ and Kyla.
Yeah,
our ancestors was sold. Our people was picking cotton and sugar cane and tobacco while these people were free, and we still out competed them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, we
that's
are.
The sad thing about it. That's crazy.
That's what they're mad about, you know, because listen, DK, will you listen to the Dynasty Show last couple of days?
Oh man, it's embarrassing, man. I mean,
it's embarrassing.
Even the last show he's talking about, hey, we should all just go to Burkina Faso. Are you fucking crazy?
That's what I'm saying. Are you fucking nuts?
Wait, what happened?
Dynasty, man. I don't know, that's my boy, man. But goddamn, he be on some goofy shit, man. You know.
But what happened? He said we gotta go to.
We should go to Black America. What? Yo, look, why do these people always want Black America? It's like they can't build nothing for themselves.
Yeah. But the thing is, on one hand,
need Black America.
On one hand, they trash Black Americans, but they say, "Hey, you should go to Africa and invest." It's like, dude, which one?
Remember the one dude that was telling that dude Volvo talking about, yeah, you come to Ghana, we'll give you a new name. What the fuck, man? Yeah, we'll give you a new name. You'll understand yourself. She's like, man, he goes, I don't need the fuck all that. I know who the hell I am, man.
That's the scam, man, and that's why I unfortunately, due to that, FBA and ADOS is just getting stronger because they're not seeing any.
Yeah. So the bottom line is, I gotta have a talk with Diane. He single-handedly has made the FBA movement so relevant because people look at this like, man, this is just insanity. That's that Pan-African insanity, you know, crazy shit, you know. It turns people off, man. Like, damn, you're turning people against.
It is funny. It's funny. Like the one guy with common sense was the elder guy, Maximilian. I think he might have been a U.S. president. It's like, hey, we should be going to Burkina Faso, and they're like talking down to him, saying, "Oh, we should all go there," you know, blah blah blah. Like,
yo, no help, no one. Ask them, okay, what's the healthcare plan you're gonna have? You know, what's the healthcare companies you're gonna use? You know, what's the you get sick? How you gonna get this? You know, hospitals cost money. You know, you fall down, break a leg. What are you gonna do? You know, people don't think about shit like that. You know,
it's like, or the fact like, hey, they're dealing with a terrorist insurgency threat in their country within their borders.
Also, what if there's a coup? There's a coup. You know, every time you know you got a coup, you got some little bit of money in the bank. The first thing they do is go to the bank and loot everything. You know.
Yeah, and he made a good point.
Country the best in Africa. Then
what?
Unfortunately,
but honestly, man, to tell you the truth, I would leave investing to people like Rosenthal. Don't do that shit. You know,
don't do it.
No,
that's sad. Okay.
I would not tell anybody. Look, I'm just saying, you maybe find something, whatever, like that. Like my boy, Great African, he's good, but he's actually look. The only people that really can invest in Africa are the Africans themselves. You know.
So, if you ask somebody from Nigeria, they say like one of your friends, they want you to invest in Nigeria.
I would say, man, get out of my face. You know.
All right, I'm just making.
I'm just telling you all my years of experience, right? I have never really seen anything pan out when it comes out to like people trying to invest And all I see is people losing money, and going broke, whatever like that. They have a dream. See, a lot of times people, I understand you want to connect with the continent, so like that. But the idea is this: first, people understand they're not real businessmen. The first thing a businessman is going to look is how much am I going to invest and what's going to be my return. Am I right, DK?
Exactly.
If there's no clear return or whatever, like in a timely fashion, you don't have an investment. You have a donation.
And how can you, as a single Black American, go to a country like Togo with no rule of law, invest there, and your investment be safe? I just don't get it.
Yeah. So bottom line, people just basically just do it out of emotion. Black America do things out of emotion, And you got these Africans online basically tell, "Oh, come to Africa." Well, no, so you gotta be honest with yourself, man. There's not there's no money in Africa, really, people say, "Oh, there's a lot of opportunity." No, there's not. If Africa was organized right and they were serious about developing and building, there would be opportunity, Since there's
And to
not,
be honest,
For white people and Chinese people, though.
but the Chinese people and all are backed by their governments. Chinese will have billions of dollars that they could waste and blow. We don't have money like that,
and unfortunately, they're not Black. I think it's when you're Black, they sort of look at you differently in
Yeah.
Africa when it comes to doing.
Also, they have more respect for your time and your money and your investment when you're not Black. That's just what it is. Yeah, I've seen it myself in Liberia, right? You see these Liberians, young Liberians, like I said, how's it Pan African? All you see is young Liberians sitting in cafes talking to white guys, and Chinese guys and Indian guys, That's all you
Damn,
see.
for real?
Yeah. In
And,
Liberia.
and
That's all you
That's
see. You
nasty.
see it all out Africa, You see Africans with
and,
little cell phones and little their tablets and whatnot, and they're basically facilitating loot. The same thing that used to happen during slavery times where you have a contact and he's trying to get you what you want. Before it was human bodies, ivory and gold. Now it's just whatever they could get, and everything. It's like all they have is these facilitators. Somebody they met online, they meet at the airport. Oh yeah, this is my big time investor. They know they're gonna eat for a few weeks and like that. That's just, it is a game. That's Africa. There's no real coordinated development plan. I gave them one, right? And at the bottom, I'm holding out till I say I get somebody on the ground say, look, I like your Afghanistan project, right? What can we do? First of all, it's not an overnight get rich quick. You're not gonna see no money out of this for at least 10 years, So are you willing to do this? Okay, this is what I need.
It's a plus, but it's having your own community outside of
Yeah, the
America.
bottom line is, and also I will show them how you make money. And say when this community is generating tax revenue, right? Tax revenue, right? Through sales tax, property tax, and all this stuff like that. We would have on import tax and stuff like that. We'll split the taxes 60-40. Now, the more we grow, the more taxes revenue. Because everything from the toll road to everything's going to raise money. Court costs, whatever like that. Everything is a money generating thing. When you have a community, it's a money maker. It's the first thing they do when your community is you have a revenue authority. How to generate revenue. That's a whole. Your city, your town where you live in. Go to your city one night. Go to the land title. Also, we control the land titles. We control all that. The area we control. We have the land deeds. When somebody want to buy property, we get that money. And the bottom line, until we get a deal like that, you got nothing. I wouldn't even mess with it. I would tell you, don't go with African scams, leasing, and shit like that. Don't do it. It's not worth it. Until we get it like that. When we can't get it like that, yeah, it'll be a game changer because those territories will probably the most powerful places on the planet. Those independent territories, autonomous territories with their own municipal center and whatnot. Maybe even on airports. When you got goods and services coming in, there's tax, and you're creating jobs and income and stuff like that just based on existing. Like that. It's very simple, But the bottom line, the very simple stuff gets complicated in a place like Africa. Everything is complicated, Stuff that should be common sense is complicated. Let me get Arab Black on. Arab Black, go ahead, bro.
Hey, what's going on, man? How's everybody?
What's going on, brother? What's on your mind?
Ain't nothing much, man. I'm just listening to the conversations, man. Yeah, I was on Search for a Ruhu's channel the other day, having conversations over there.
What were you saying?
We was talking about the different aspects of like Africans versus Black Americans,
I am
and
sick and tired of the Africans versus African Americans, and Dinah should basically stop doing that, man. Because
That's his shtick, man. That's what he does, man. Just does the anti-Black American versus the
what
African.
gets me is who basically super chats him, who goes on his tours, you know. But he has this hatred for Black America. I don't know what the heck that is, man. It's just self hate.
yeah,
Black American.
I see how he turned everything into all y'all think about is drug dealing and paid in full, and I was like, oh, he thinks like that. I was like, okay,
Isn't
I
Dinus
see.
Black American though?
He says he is.
Yeah, he's from
Oh.
Black America. And then, but
Where you from?
has he moved out there and got any type of citizenship or type of kingship to where he's like the ruler of some
Well, he's
island?
supposedly be a prince, and they gave him some land he rules over, whatever, you know.
Right. Now, things like that I'm interested in.
Yeah, but the whole thing, like we was trying to tell you tonight, all that shit means nothing. It's bullshit, you know.
Well,
That shit
no,
means nothing.
well,
That shit
I
stuff.
mean,
That shit, yo. Let me tell you something, Arab Black man. When you go to Africa, you understand what I'm talking about. All that shit is bullshit. All that land is useless, you know. And also, basically, giving somebody a title or whatnot, they give that to white people. Anybody, it means really nothing, you know. Really nothing.
right. But now he can parlay that into, he's somebody, and he can,
Oh yeah.
it's
Well, the whole idea was, they give him this title. He was supposed to be able to bring millions of black people there for tourism and investment and stuff like that. It never panned out, you know.
No one's
right.
really trying to go. No one's really trying to go to Nigeria for a holiday. Let's be honest.
Oh, yo, look, if I all the places I gotta go to, I can go to Cancun, I can go to Dubai, I can go to,
Exactly.
you know.
Well, if I'm
You
looking to
can go
make
to
a new start, if I'm looking to leave the country and make a new start, you know what I'm saying? Those are things that I was interested in. You know,
Bottom line is, don't go to a third world country, bro. Don't do it, bro. You ain't gonna make no start. You'll make a finish. You know, I'm dead serious. Unless you have $1 million in the bank and you got investments and stuff like that, and like that. Yeah, Dice is my friend, but the bottom line is this movement is more important than friendship, you know. And the bottom line is, you know me, if I think anybody's a threat to this movement, I'll say so. I don't care who it is, you know. That goes for Dynas, whether it's Bomani, whoever like that. I'll say it like it is, you know. You know, the bottom line is this movement is too freaking important. We got too many people turning Black America off. You know, it's like, dude, common sense. Use your common sense. You know, there's a friggin' this thing. Look, I'll tell you like this. I look at a country's ease of doing business. I look at the GDP. I look at all like that. I look at the GDP and all stuff like this. Right, that tells me whether a country is like when I look at Nigeria, right? You got 200 million people. The GDP, like you said, DK, the gross GDP is like $360 billion, right?
Yeah.
What was the other? The nominal GDP is only like 100 billion. That's fucking poverty, you know. That's probably one of the worst levels of poverty in the world. Like, for example, the city of Philadelphia is only like 6 million people. Their GDP is 450 billion.
Hala, I think the GDP of Atlanta is higher than the GDP of Nigeria.
Yeah, Atlanta, of course it is. Yeah, Atlanta's higher, you know. But I'm saying to myself, dude, man, I'm saying to myself, you cannot basically talk about going and moving to a country if you're a first world person.
well,
You know,
there's a lot of black expats. There's a lot of people coming from all over the countries and going to Africa. They setting up different hubs and stuff because
honestly, man,
people.
to be honest with you, man, it's not. It's not. I would
To
say
be
the
So
whole
I'm noticing a lot of.
the number of people that's actually living on the continent, probably no more than like about 5,000 people.
to be
Right.
honest, Khala, the only Black Americans, the ones I see doing well are all in South Africa, like Mark
Yeah,
Blanton.
South
They're the
Africa
only
is
ones
very
I see.
modern. It's like you basically went to civilization. And Kenya, and South Africa, you might have some African Americans that in large numbers that are doing business, that doing well, but the people that you see in West Africa are living in poverty, are freaking living in poverty, man. It's just sad. The survival of YouTube donations and super chats, and that's the opportunity to talk about. You can get on YouTube and basically ask for money and super chats.
Right.
And they were kind of going hard on the general Michael Langley. I'm saying, like, what is he supposed to do? Does Africa have like AFRICOM equivalent where he can go and serve
Well,
and
yeah,
work
that's what I'm
for? Like, what
saying.
do
My
you
whole
expect
thing
him
is
to do?
this. Look, this is what I'm saying about that, right? Unfortunately, right? This guy is probably getting paid $175,000 a year, whatever, like that, right? He's in Africa. Basically, he's reporting to the Congress, the Pentagon, all stuff like that. Actually, NATO. So I think he deals directly with the administration and in the Congress. I don't think he even knows the Defense Department. He's AFRICOM is part of NATO. And so therefore, he basically is hired to do a job. He was in the military. You tell black people to go to school or go in the military, and do all stuff like that. But the reality is, right? We live in America, right? We live in America, and so therefore, if there's no equivalent in Africa or the black world to what he chose a career in the military, and this is what they tell. Of course, they're going to use you. Like I say, he doesn't control the politics. He just there to do a job. You know what a soldier does? A soldier
He's
just
just
does his
following.
job.
He's
He
just
follows
following
orders.
orders. Following orders. Yeah.
He follows orders.
Yeah. But because of Pan Africanism, we expect them to throw away 30 years of experience
That's
just
not
for
realistic.
some fake Ubuntu or whatever. It's like,
I
come
can't
on,
even
man.
talk down on the military shit. They one first was that, they help out a lot of black men back in the day.
So I'm
For
saying like
careers and
this.
shit. So I ain't
I'm
gonna talk
saying this.
down on it.
He's an American soldier, right?
Yeah, you're a soldier.
Unfortunately, right? Africans have never said, something. How do we bring minds like Michael Langley to the continent so we can use his military genius? But have they done that? No.
No.
They
Damn, you right.
took the time and they brought Wagner there, didn't they?
Mm,
They
Exactly.
basically they always hire white mercenaries and white
damn.
personnel,
You
Chinese,
right.
Indians, Turk, also like that. So,
That shit crazy.
therefore, this guy Langley's like, something. I love Africa, but guess what? So
Yes.
I think what it is, he wouldn't have did that if he didn't like. He had an affinity for Africa, but unfortunately, his affinity for Africa has to be aligned with what the United States policy. A perfect example of what I'm talking about is this. A couple of years ago, there was some Africans that came, part of the African Union came and met with the Biden administration, right? This is tell exactly what I'm talking about all the time, right? And the Biden administration basically said, wait a minute here, see, the white people are smarter than we give them credit for, right? They basically did a thing. They're saying, okay, when we talk about Africans or the sixth region and stuff like that, they clearly said, we're talking about the new immigrants who voluntarily came here. We're not talking about African Americans or whatever like that when we talk about this stuff. So whatever you're doing with African Americans, that does not qualify. It goes against our core values. We're only talking about African immigrants. We're not talking about African Americans. And they basically was hostile towards any sort of Pan-Africanism. Because you know what happened, right? You had all these black people out there. Oh, yeah, the sixth region. You got black to the power, man. Black Africa rising, blah, blah. And the bottom line is the white man said, no. We want to see Africa rise, right? But we're not talking about black America. For example, when all those African heads of state were invited to America by the Biden administration as a friendship gesture, they invited them to the African American museum, right, in D.C., right? But you know what Biden said? We call this an African America. This is your museum. Wait a minute. So in other words, you just erased Black America's history, You see how it works?
Yeah.
And they basically said, you as an African. And I said, wait a minute here. Okay, so the United States has deals with Africa. So Black people in America, we just have to toe the line in America. Just like what said, people would say Michael Langley is just like anything else in Black America, right? You're going to toe the line because you don't have a nation state. You don't have a nation state. You don't have a government, and basically, it does not matter what you think about the government or the policies. We don't control the policy, everything. The policies are going to be aligned with the agenda of the administration, right? Right now, Michael Langley's policy, what he does is align with the agenda of the administration. That's who's paying him, That's what matters. There's no black in America. We have no we have no Pan-African organization that has like the ANC. What Black America would need it was something like the ANC, where that was recognized as a geopolitical organization with ties, with representation in the UN and stuff like that. We don't have that in Black America, do we, DK?
Not that I know of.
So therefore, there's no opposing thing. It's basically you could yell and scream all you want online, but the bottom line is this: the only thing that matters is what the federal government and the Trump administration says is Africa's policy. All the stuff that we talk about online means not a damn thing in the real world.
Exactly. Michael Langley he's getting paid well, maybe close to 200,000. He has a pension. But he's supposed to
throw
drop
all that away for some non-existent Pan-African movement that that no one cares about.
And you look at all these countries like Mali, Burkina Faso, they handed out contracts to Wagner Group. So Wagner Group has a stake, an actual stake in those countries.
They have a stake in it. We don't have no stake in there. The bottom, we don't exist. That's why I said, in order for black people to have anything in Africa, you need a stake in the continent. You need an African state. You need a territory. You need several territories that we control. And then now you could come to the table as a power. Ross Boy says, "Fuck Africa." So the bottom line is, it doesn't matter, Ross Boy, what you believe. You can't stop Africa. You can't stop Michael Langley. Not a damn thing.
Even if Michael Langley resigned today, they'll replace him with someone else.
They'll replace him with somebody else. So what the hell are you talking about? And say, let's say Michael Langley has no choice. No, he's he don't master. He's a soldier doing what he swore an oath to do. I'm not going to disparage him. Not for no freaking Africans. No, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, it's not like
if we had a better relationship with Africa, and we had an African that he can come and say, I don't like the Trump administration policy. I'm going to work for the African, whatever like that, But is there an African? No. So the bottom line, he's going to go by who's paying him. As simple as that. I am sick of coddling Africans. You guys want to play stupid, and we're not. Hey, this is where it is, because the bottom line is this: the United States is about to shut down like most of the embassies in Africa. Say they're useless. In other words, basically, think about this, DK. The United States is looking at it now and says, what do we gain from having a diplomatic relation with most of these African countries? Nothing, right? So, like, will we lose anything if we shut these embassies down? No, they wouldn't. So guess what? They're going to do that, right? Well, what's Africans going to do? This is basically what we're talking about tonight. Good night, honey flower. This is what we're talking about tonight. We don't have any power in this world because we didn't want any power. Africans didn't want to build any power with us. And bottom line, we don't have any stake on the African continent. We don't have any. Can you tell me one major investment Black America have in Africa?
I can't think of one.
None. We got some black people do something like Roosevelt building the bullion bank. That's just finance. Do we control one port or anything we manage? Do we have anything, an airport, anything like that? Any infrastructure on the continent? No. So bottom line is this: but the white man, America, does. They have all kinds of investments and stuff like that in Africa that they're not going to lose. So the bottom line is, who wins in this battle of wits? They do. So the bottom line, you could talk all you want, and it's like this. It is what it is. The white man basically wins again. He's about to take over the Congo. You
And
know,
look at Ralph Maurice's comment. It's the same old "you got to know your ethnic group, your tribe"
your
nonsense.
tribe. Yeah, that really makes a difference. You know, that really makes a difference. You know, if I went out there and say, you know, something, Ross Beans, I want to join you, my Hausa Haitian brother. That's gonna make a real big fucking difference in the world. You know.
Ralph Maurice, can you answer me? Is there a Hausa investment bank? Is there a Hausa stock exchange or something?
No.
Even a mutual
This
fund?
is
Anything?
hold on. It's like I said, the monkey kingdom. This is a foolishness. People like Ross Boyce, you know, the foolishness. You know, like I said, when Rudyard Kipling basically wrote that book, he was just talking about the short sightedness, the forgetfulness, the foolishness of the people he saw. You know, he was mocking the people he saw. You know, foolishness. You know, everybody that black race, you know, whether it's Africa or America, are foolish. We're fool. We're a foolish people, foolish race. But at least I realize that, you know, Africans think they think they're the shit, you know. Like, no, man, y'all fucking in a real bad situation, you know, real bad situation.
And I think the white people play on it, like just kind of egg them on, say, "Oh yeah, you're
Oh yeah,
doing
they
good, you're
pump
doing
them up
good."
and whatnot. They call them king this and king that. They tell Nigerians how well they're doing. They're so educated and whatnot. They know how to stroke Africans' ego, you know.
But if like the Yoruba king tried to take over one of the oil blocks, then
Oh yeah,
they'll
yeah. Why don't one of these oil chiefs in Nigeria say, you know something? Like, remember what happened years ago with the Agoni situation when they were
yeah,
blowing up Shell and stuff like that? You see how quickly they crushed that shit, right? That was back in 95,
absolutely.
50, 30 years ago. That was back in
Yeah.
95, you know? The Agoni people were rising up. It's called the Movement for the Liberation of Agoni people, right? The Agoni people were in the Delta of Nigeria. They were basically trying to uproot thing. They went to war against their federal government, you know, and a lot of leaders got hung. Went to trial, got hung. The United States said, "You better do something about that shit," you know. But we got money. So, but the bottom line is, the Agoni chiefs was the one who gave the order. Said, "Look, man, we got to get rid of these people that polluting our area and stuff like that." They had legitimate cause, you know. Shell oil was polluting the Delta, you know. But the whole thing is this, you know, when it comes down to it, you could be a chief all you want, but when you step on the white man's toes or whatever like this, you know, that's what whatever you talking about is put to the test, you know. So lots of white people they built to a first world country like black and white people. One difference is whites and minority in the South. Shut up, Henry Black, Afro dumbass. You know.
Gambia belongs to the white people too.
Yeah,
So
Gambia
let's
belongs to white people. What are you talking about? That's a fucking white people's country. All that fucking Africa is white, man. Come on, except for Liberia.
remember that black woman that was talking about Gambia and the issue with all the European perverts going there.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that was
forget
what's his
her name.
name? Forgotten. What's her name? What's her name? What's her name? God, what's her name? What is her name? Uh, uh, what is her name? I forgot her name. Yeah,
But
I
the
remember her.
Gambians were mad at her. The Gambians were mad at
They were
her.
mad at her, man, for exposing that shit. They were more mad at her than the fucking what she was talking about. Even Black Americans, they were mad at her.
It's like, wouldn't you want to do something about that? Wouldn't you be outraged about that? Like,
Yeah, what
I
you
don't
go?
get it.
Congo says, "Call y'all Americans. Work with the American government. Strive for your interests in Africa." I don't know if America. I don't know what our interest in. Look, the bottom line of this is Zongo, right? Hold on, I'm trying to think of her name. God damn. Oh man, it's coming to me. It's coming to me. It's coming to me.
Art Kathy,
Art
Art
Cathy, yeah,
Kathy. That was it.
that's it. That's it. Art Cathy. Yeah. Anyway, the bottom line is this. Oh no, Lewis wasn't come up, man. Oh Lord, yo, check this out. There's a difference between being interested in Africa and having an interest in Africa. Black people in America are like I said, the monkey kingdom. They're silly, we're foolish, we're interested in Africa, right? but the white people have interest in Africa. You understand how that works, DK?
I got it.
You know, we're interested in Africa. We're enthusiastic about Africa, but we're silly, foolish people. We don't have an interest in Africa. We have no purpose. The only interest you can have in Africa is building an Afghanistan. That's it. You know, I keep saying it until I get it through people's freaking heads and whatnot, you know. Not becoming no damn Yoruba, not becoming Ashanti, not becoming getting no libations, getting no damn renaming, all that kind of stupid nonsense and whatnot. Until we have a stake on the continent, a physical stake on the continent that says this is our land, our territory, we have absolutely nothing, you know, really nothing to talk about.
And it's possible. I mean, white people are trying to do it now. They're trying to create their own.
White people trying to take over Western Cape, you know.
And I looked into that, and the guy who started it isn't even a South African. He's a white guy who
England. He's from England. He said, "Yo, we can go there and take over."
They don't even care. They just, hey, I'll just move here and claim this land. It's like
look at it, Aranya. You know the EFF, Jewish Malamus clown people. They want to shut down Aranya. What the hell? It's like, leave those white folks alone. Me and Bomani both agree, man. Much as we talk about white people, like, leave them a damn alone. If they're not bothering you, whatever like that, they don't want to live next to you, whatever like that. They by themselves. Leave them fucking alone. Africans got 12 million square miles they can't develop. They would cut down everybody.
If that white man from the UK can just move to South Africa and just claim some imaginary
have a legitimate movement. He said he's talking to the administration, man. This is insane, man.
Let's just bum rush Africa.
That's why you sound like David Hitt. We're just gonna David Hitt's like, we're just gonna go and just take our fucking land. Fuck it, you know. I don't know if that's possible, but but he says we're just gonna take it, you know.
Hello there, Connor.
What's going on, bro?
All right. It just got up. I just heard you was on tonight, so I thought. I think you was on broadcast. You haven't broadcast for about 2 days.
Earlier tonight.
Huh?
I said your girl was on earlier tonight. That was so funny, you know.
Oh, that hoe, man. Listen.
Oh, come on, man.
No.
She's young enough to
I don't even want to go there, but
Lou, she's young enough.
You cannot allow people to come on here to put down black people, the black race, Africans in particular. You cannot do that, bro.
I don't see it differently. Look, the bottom line is this. I looked at this is a dinosaur show today, right?
What was Diners on today?
I don't know if it was on today. It was yesterday. I don't know.
Yeah, probably. Okay.
Like this because I'm at work when they're like that, so I'm not trying to listen to social media, right?
Yeah, same here.
What you call it? My whole thing is this: I see enough people denigrating Black America, right? So I'm saying to myself, that people basically in Black America sit there and take it, you know, sit there and it's like, I see like DK, you notice that Black Americans sit there and take it, you know. This is take abuse and just the degradation. But the moment somebody says something about Africans, Lou, you know, Africans and whatnot.
Listen, if someone is flagging off Black Americans because Black Americans are my people, I'll be in there like a shot. It doesn't matter.
You can go on Dinosaur Show and say it like that because I don't see nobody. The
last couple of days, right? I haven't been able. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I have never seen nobody defending Black America. Lady Wildflower going crazy, and so it's not like Black America really cares, but it's like this. It's like, okay, people. If that's the way Africans really feel about us and whatnot, what's all this unity stuff? That's what Black Americans say.
Yeah, I understand.
Africans really feel like that because what we don't say. We don't see Africans. They seem to be all in lockstep with this negative Black American viewpoint. I'm like, Dad, where does all come from? We're like, Africans have more problems in the world to worry about than what we're doing over here.
Is it the way I see Black Americans as any other Black people in Africa just happen to be living in the Western world, but they are more closer to the white man and they've had to experience more racism, which many Africans, I would say 60% of Africans, don't get because they've never experienced it or even know much about. So when these people get on the line,
let me ask you a question. That's an interesting thing we just said, right? Now, I'm like this. One thing, back in the days, right?
Mhm.
I didn't know that people like the Japanese and Chinese, wherever like that,
Mhm.
they basically never went to America, right? And they
Mhm.
basically they read enough books, right? And
Mhm.
they were well aware of what was going on in
Mhm.
Chinatown,
Yep.
Japan,
Yep.
Japan towns, and stuff like that in America.
Mhm.
They were well versed on how the world worked and whatnot.
Mhm. Mhm.
Not even being around white people. Even before they,
Yep.
even when they ventured out, they knew all about this. Like in the Japanese, do you know? In the 1700s, or not, Japanese knew all about the transatlantic slave trade. They
Oh
knew
yeah,
about,
yeah, yeah.
they were
Their
isolated.
leadership.
They were isolated from the rest of the world, but they
Yeah.
kept up with what was going on in the world.
Yeah.
So like that, I'm saying, if Africans don't understand, right? Because like I said, this was so dangerous, right?
Mhm.
Do you know that Africans basically? See, we knew about the Berlin Conference, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
We had a man named George Washington Williams. You ever
Mhm.
heard of him?
Yeah, I know the name.
Okay,
I
he
know.
was an African American explorer to the Congo, right?
Yeah, I know of him
And the bottom line is this: he was protesting King Leopold's presence in
from
the
then.
Congo,
He
right?
blew the whistle.
And the bottom line is this: they also the Liberians, right? They got wind of a conference to carve up Africa, so they basically, and the Ethiopians were not, but they knew
Mhm.
something, right?
From
But the
time, yeah.
majority of Africans didn't even know that their lands were being negotiated and given away until the people actually showed up there and said, "Oh no, this is not Ashanti Kingdom. You're not part of the British Empire." You're like, "What the hell? We
Mhm.
didn't agree to
Mhm.
that." But
Yeah,
I'm saying
yeah.
my whole thing is, like I said, when we say Africans don't understand racism, don't they have books? Don't they have magazines? Don't they?
No, right,
I'm
right,
like, you know,
right.
It's worse than that, Color.
Right,
It's worse than that. Now
right.
you live
Listen,
in the modern era. When you say, I hear Africans saying dumb things like, "I didn't know I was black until I came to
that's the
America."
yeah, that
dumbest
is
thing in the
stupid.
world. You don't know
It's
me.
not
You don't
I'm
tell
like,
me.
come on,
You don't
man.
know
listen.
It's
your
like, really?
worldview.
Right,
Really?
listen to me, okay? Right, when you hear someone like Wadi Maya saying, "Oh, he didn't know he was black," that gets played for the cameras. Okay, when that little fucker comes on and he says, and I call him a little fucker because I was upset with the bastard. He made programs recently trying to blame. You know, he's not an Ashanti man, so he tries to blame Ashantis for the slavery in Ghana. You know that he's on
I
record
saw
doing
that
that,
one.
and
I
the
saw that.
Ghanaian and the Ashantis are really mad at him. So since then, he hasn't gone to the Ashanti land to do any program or any shit like that. And there's a couple of other people trying to do that. It's stupid tribalism. That's what I'm saying. Listen, if you have people from silly tribes, never done nothing in the past, get a bit of power, and they try and use that to go against those people that actually stood up against the British, that actually had an empire. Those people get a bit of power and they start spreading their hate and shit. Okay, they don't care about anything else. They just care about the power that they got. All right, so that's him on one line. What you got to remember is when you're in Africa, okay, there's no really excuse no more. If you got a proper administration like Nkrumah's administration, they were fully aware of what the game was. Those are the people that the white people hate. They don't even want to talk about them. They don't want that type of black. What they want is the dumb, stupid idiot, whether he's in America, Europe, or wherever,
They want the
fucking up to them
Zongos,
and doing their bidding.
they want the
Right?
African
So
dumbasses and all these other people, the stupid people, stupid Africans.
right. So what you got with the situation with the people on the social media? These are Africans who do anything to get on a plane, to get something for themselves, and they don't think about the continent as a whole or the race as a whole. Their mind can't even get round there. Those are the people who are now elevated on this social media stuff. They're trying to get sensationalism so they can get people to their channel, and they do and say anything recklessly. They don't have no self-control. They don't care. They just want to be popular on YouTube, and they will do anything to get there. They don't care about their people. They don't care about the result of it. But unfortunately, we got people on the other side, like Mr. Tariq Nasheed, who are feeding this, who knows better. But because of money, he will feed and start a whole movement just to kill this. And the thing has become so big, he's doing it deliberately. So what then tends to happen is the other Africans who don't need 2 seconds of an excuse to jump on board with that, they then feed each other. So you got your African Americans doing it,
Let me ask you a question,
and then
Lewis.
you got they doing it. So
Lewis,
all of them need to be shut down, bro.
I know, I get you, but the thing is, I don't understand is the thing is, what I don't understand when what I know back in the days was
Mhm.
it seems like me who was a Pan Africanist, I felt like I was being more attacked than the black people who had no interest in Africa. That's what I said. When Africans started attacking us Pan Africans, saying Pan Africans dead and blah blah blah, y'all not African, so like that.
Well, most of those people who say that are from Nigeria.
That's what
Hear me
started.
out.
Then the people like Tariq Nasheed, they came about saying, "See, you Pan African
Mhm.
will get us killed, or now y'all stupid, y'all foolish."
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's how it
Yeah.
spiraled, you know.
Most of the people who say that are normally either misinformed South Africans or misinformed Nigerians, or who don't really care.
I
What the
got look,
Nigerians,
I got it from
if you get,
all over Africa, and then
Mhm.
you had a guy named Afro Dumbass who basically,
Oh, that's it. Yeah. But he's doing it. He's doing it, Tariq Nasheed as well. But you got to remember, he basically comes from the point of view of self-defense. So sometimes I do accept his views, but he knows in the bigger scheme of things that because black people don't have no power, Africans or whoever don't have no, he can say what he like and get away. And he gets his YouTube channel going up and down, going, but he reacts against people like Tariq Nasheed. That's what
I
it is.
mean,
But he's supporting. He's
that I
supporting Tariq
is
Nasheed the same way.
let me ask you a question.
Uh-huh.
I basically why would somebody like Afro Dumbass have a problem with me? I go to the continent, my wife.
You know, I'll tell you why. Because you're a. I don't think he's got a problem with you personally. I haven't seen him attacking you, but
No,
I
I've
understand.
been attacked by him lots of
Yeah,
times.
yeah.
I
He
get
doesn't.
attacked. I get attacked by all these people, and I'm saying to myself, I'm the one that basically is promoting Africa, Black unity, Black nationalism. But my whole thing is this, though. I say the relation. My whole thing is when I talk about an African, they get really angry. You know, how dare you? Or
So those people are not important. They're not Pan Africanists, okay, right? All that vast land we got in Africa, 60% of it is not even occupied. So there's more than enough space for an African stand. But what it is he doesn't like the idea of a Pan Africanism because he sees other blacks attacking him since he's been there because he doesn't fit in really. You know, he's not that heavy on even on the African side because he doesn't care as long as he's in America making money. He don't give a damn. All right. So when he's in America, he's not looking to cuddle up to the white people because he's there to get money. Okay. And then he can use the money back home and do what he's gonna do back home.
I'm like this. My whole thing is what him is. It's like this. First of all, to me, he's just a kid. You know, he's a young guy. He's just a kid. You know,
he's you got to give him a bit.
He's not my age. He's not my age, so I'm not gonna really, get into it with some young guy, whatever. My whole thing with him is, and I understand, it's internet talk, whatever, like that. At some point in time, you got to basically. I want to see serious conversations coming from the Gambia, right? He should be talking about.
I think sometimes he brings up some good points, but sometimes he just decides to be silly because the people he's up against.
I don't listen to him, so the only thing I listen to with a couple of people send me clips. Oh, he said this, whatever, like that. He said that.
You see,
me personally, I don't really get upset what these people say and everything like that. I know who I am. I know what I am, whatever, like that. And another thing that I hate is the fact that he has this one white guy to be up there. I think the same guy that basically be going on Chaotic Truth Show.
There's a couple of them. There's a couple of them. You got to understand that a lot of these people are paid agents. When they get to a certain level on YouTube, they pay them. Do not think that the powers that be haven't knocked on the door of Wadimaya. I can assure you that. I know that because the African politicians be knocking on his door. He's been pulled into that a clique of people who you got a certain amount of money, they come knock on your door. You know the score. They're in the music business, they're in the politics, everything. They control and run everything. Even what we're talking on, they control and run it. It goes back to the same elite of whites who run the whole thing.
What do you think about my topic?
Your topic, I caught a little bit of it about 30 minutes while I came on, but you were talking about Traore, right?
Yeah, I was briefly. I wasn't really dwelling on him, but what about him?
All right. Well, with him, I heard recently, I haven't seen a clip. I saw a clip of
look, people are making these AI things of Traore like he's some Superman.
Listen to me. You got to right? There's a propaganda machine behind Traore that's run by the Soviet, so I say Soviet Union, by Russia. Okay, you got to understand. I'm more or less. I take the point of view of Russia a lot more in this conflict. I don't necessarily want their system, but I understand where Putin is coming from. The world needs an alternative, because what's happening is that you know what America is like. They start getting very bullish. Even though I didn't vote for didn't support the Democrats, I thought Trump was a better candidate. Now that he's got in, his white boys are the ones running the whole same racist nonsense.
Yeah,
right? You know,
my whole thing is his first term. Basically, he was like hands off Africa. He didn't care about Africa.
Yeah. He was
Now
not interested.
He's
Okay.
basically suddenly he discovered Africa all of a sudden, man.
No, because he's got the white South Africans in his ear.
Yeah,
Okay,
so,
right. He's got his racist, Musk and the white South Africans, what they call the PayPal boys in his ear, right? And
hold up. How come the Africans were smart? They would be like, you know something? We want to basically reach out to Black America, right? We got land, we got oil, we got like that. We want to look specifically. Not one African country has ever done that. Would solve the problem right there, because Black America has the money to really and we were organized to fucking free Africa overnight. Did you see Mr. Rosenthal the other night?
I didn't catch you for about two days. I've been so busy working that by the time
2 days, last show I did was Mr.
I would have loved to have spoken to him actually, because I needed to ask him why he doesn't have a bigger footprint in Ghana.
He was, but it was a big. I remember when he was in Ghana, man. It didn't work out, bro. It didn't work out.
He's got to be speaking to the right people as well.
It didn't work out in Ghana because he was trying to get gold, the Shanty gold fields, and all these other people pushed him out, whatever like that. They weren't interested in what he was talking about. So basically, he made a pivot to Liberia. That didn't work out.
Okay, because before it'd be easier. Yeah, sometimes you got to go where it's easier on the ground.
But good thing about that is because it didn't work out in Ghana, that's how he ended up in Angola. And we ended up getting the African Gold Bullion Bank established finally in Angola. And he had that. It was a natural resource bank and the Gold Bullion Bank. Now they're combined together. That was in Angola, and that was in 2016.
Oh yeah, that's a while back. Don't forget, once the administration changes hands, sometimes you get times when it's easier to go in. Sometimes it's easier to go in at certain times. So let him not give up on Africa and Ghana yet. Just tell him to be patient. He's a businessman.
Like I said, we're in he's all in all these countries and whatnot. I'm trying to get him to come to Liberia next year with us on this tour. I want him to be the keynote speaker at our business conference.
I think he's an important man for what you're trying to do. But the point
I was the one who introduced Rosenthal to Africa.
Okay.
I was the one who first got him in Africa. I told him where did he go first? He went to Kenya, liked it. He went to Tanzania, liked it. And then he went to Uganda. Then and then all of a sudden he went to Ghana, liked it, whatever like that, but he couldn't get nothing done. And then I had this one guy, Mr. Vemba, Angolan, and he lived in Philadelphia. He was telling me at the time, he was like, "Oh man, I hear you guys want to create an Afghanistan, or something like that." He goes, "I go, yeah." And so he introduced me to the ambassador, Angola. He said, that's a good possibility, man. We could do that. And then basically I said, to do that, man, I have to basically, this was Dos Santos was president. Basically have to make it work there well. So I said, I know somebody that basically builds bullion banks or whatever like that. So so I introduced him to my handles in Angola, and they did it. He brought his investors, whatever like that. And I said, I was on my way, right? And then next thing you know, Celeste, there was a change in power. New president comes in, and my handler Celeste went to jail, because and also she went to jail for 2 years, but she was communicating the whole time she was in jail. And then she basically, on Christmas Day 2019, she called me and said, "Kala, I'm out. Well, now let's do this." And so I said, "Oh, thank God you're out."
It wasn't big.
Anyway, she was cleared of any charges, whatever like that,
There's a thing sometimes when they put you in jail for political, they just waste your time, basically.
So anyway,
You
she
know.
basically clear. And Rosenthal, he left Angola and went to Zimbabwe, and
Yep.
that's when he met Dr. Arikana.
Yeah.
Dr. Arikana, and she started taking my Afghanistan idea.
Yeah.
I was the one told him, about the Afghanistan. He was talking about it in Angola. He took it to Zimbabwe. She started calling Wakanda. I was
Okay. Yeah.
I told him, I said, tell that lady stop. That's the only
But
difference.
it's not gonna work if you got Native African doing it. It doesn't make sense. You need someone from the diaspora to really push it because it don't work otherwise. You already got a country.
I'm like, so basically, she hijacked the movement. I'm like,
Yeah.
Look, I don't believe in Wakanda because it was right around the time Black Panther came out.
Yeah. That's why she done it. I mean, she's not an expert on that. But your African stand, just stick to it, right? Keep people like Roosevelt on board and so on. I was just gonna say they've set up a new. I've got a friend of mine who I've introduced to people in Ghana. Some of my relatives he's buying gold for investment companies. I mean, on a big scale. And so it's not even something we can do by hand or anything like that. And basically, Ghana, his deal was all set up, ready to go. But what happened was Ghana started producing the actual gold bullion itself, the actual bars, with the Indian company. But there was a little delay in his sales because he gets a percentage of the deal he makes. So what's happening is that the new administration.
Let me answer something question. Mike Olawale, Mr. Elon Musk is African, going to free him and whatnot. It's going to be.
Man, fuck Elon Musk.
Right? Yeah, so which one know, but Michael Olawale thinks that's his brother because he's a fellow.
Well, listen, listen, I got no time in 2024 for coons, but unfortunately, those are the people that the white people prefer to have.
Nigeria coons out here.
Yeah,
he said, "Collar Black Americans, collar General Langley." Now you can equate me with General Langley. What? No different from the white man trying to drive out. Dude, man.
Yeah. No, listen. I haven't heard too much of Mr. Langley, but listen, he's a soldier. He's doing the work of what he's been told to do. He's sensible enough. I haven't heard him say anything that people should get mad about. This Traore thing, Traore done it to himself. If you come in by military, it's not illegal for the military to take over government if there's something going wrong. But there's a law. I don't think you can do it more than 2 years, and you have to hand it back to the civilian. If he wants to be president, it's very simple. He had a chance about 8 months ago when his 2 years came out, and he refused to step down. Okay? They didn't talk about it then because people like him. I don't see what he's doing. Okay? The good thing he's doing, he's got rid of the French, fair enough, but you're still using the French safer. If you want to go in and do the Sahel thing, no problem. But what you got to do is you step down, now you're popular, and then you do what Rawlings done. You put on a civilian suit, you select people from the army, you come into the civilian market, and you set up a political party, you set up an election. Okay? Let it run, and let the people choose you. If the people have not chosen you, you are illegal. So the general, from the African-American brother general, he's got every right to go in and have an observer.
The only thing I disagree,
this and that. Simple.
The only thing I disagree is the fact that I am not stickler on developing countries and democracy and elections. Mm-hmm. Because let me tell you something, Singapore.
Yeah, no, but you could at the end of the day, Carla, you still getting. That's what Rawlings done. He was a military leader for about 70 years.
The thing is, though, my whole thing is this. I'm just be honest with you, right? I'm like this, right? I look at Liberia, case example, right? Mm-hmm. And I look at all the clowns and buffoons. I need to show you a video of fucking.
Unfortunately,
that looks like something out of fucking Dawn of the Planet of the Apes and shit. Motherfucker is acting a fool, and I'm like, and nothing can get done when not because
idiots are in power. This is the problem.
People like this guy Yepke, right, in Liberia, right? This guy gets on the floor of the Congress with his karate uniform and starts saying, "I'm gonna do some karate chops on people." And I'm saying to myself,
where is this in Liberia?
In Liberia, right? And I'm saying to myself, the only way this person is in power there is because illiterate people elected him.
Yeah.
I'm like this. I'm like this. This is why I tell Black people in America, right?
Yeah.
Look, Africa is not safe for us right now. You can't basically your life can't be in the hands. Look, my Uncle Charlie, right? He's Liberian, right? He's Uncle Charlie, right? That's my wife's uncle, right? Mm-hmm. he says he lives in Minnesota, right? But he was the 1 year back in 2023. He was there, and I was there, and he was like, went to his house in Brewerville. I said, it's a nice house. So I ain't living here. He goes, look around you, right? He goes, you see these people right here around me like that. Now these people, I ain't not to knock the native people, but he says these people right here got cancels out my vote. I got no voice, whatever like that. That's why shit gets fucked. They let these stupid tribal people be. Everything I've heard is people vote on their tribal lines.
Yeah.
A good idea, whatever like that. That's all over Africa. He can't get elected if you don't have the same tribal. And the bottom line is that system does not work. Singapore knew that system does not work. You have to have for at least 20 years a government of the a team of rivals, and a government that's going to get stuff done on mandate. Why do you think the Chinese Communist Party gets stuff done? Because they have one party,
discipline,
over 1 billion people, and
that's why no matter what the one party system in Ghana,
elections know that they can't do that because as soon as somebody changes power, everything's lost, or people bide their time. They try to undermine the country. I always see this in Africa, right? And it's creeping in America too. Somebody administration gets in power. You don't like the election, right? So you're gonna spend the next 3 years
changing the judges, changing this and that.
Country undermine the government, discredit the government and stuff like this, right? So you basically, there's no nation built, and I believe a nation should be unified. And if it means a military rule, so the hell be it. That's what I believe.
I've got no problem with a military coming in, but you have to show. You have to have common sense. You have to show, okay?
Well, me personally, I'm not a Burkina Faso, up to them. But I look at his policies, right? What he believes in. Whether he can implement them, that's another thing. But his core values, right? I think is good. I think,
of course, listen. I haven't heard a lot that I'm against about. What I don't like is when he walked into power with again, and then they start doing the propaganda trying to pitch him against the Kufuor and all that nonsense. I laughed on my face.
I can't look. I care about what you call it, what he means for the. I don't. What he starts.
Yeah, I get it.
I don't believe in ECOWAS. I don't believe in all that stuff like that.
No, the ECOWAS. Listen, the ECOWAS. A lot of it is bullshit. Okay, but to me, I like the stand he took. Right, we're not ready for ECOWAS. Fair enough. Okay, let them do their thing, and when they're ready in time, they'll have to come with ECOWAS anyway, because most of their income comes in from what they sell to the other neighboring countries.
If he basically builds a port, this connection between Morocco, who's trying, and Algeria and stuff like that, he really don't need ECOWAS,
Yeah. Well, he really does, because he needs the shipping. The shipping.
No, he goes to North Africa. It turned.
It costs too much. It takes too long. He's got a direct.
No. Actually, if I looked at the rail line, it's about the same thing.
Listen, these three countries
they got more logistics and more advanced. You ever been to Morocco?
I know about Morocco. I know about it, but it's an Arab state. Okay, they're not for us. They're for themselves. They get Arab money. That's why they can do it.
Morocco's a beautiful country. That whole Pan-African stuff is just.
I understand, but listen,
I don't know.
One move he made, which was really good. He's bought a whole land port on the port in Ghana. There is just for Burkina Faso. Ghana makes a lot of money from that. Okay, they get their stuff direct into the free countries. Is easier. It was set up a long time ago, but he implemented. He's the first one to actually implement. It's a part of a port in Tema, which is a deep sea port. All the big vessels now dock there.
Let me get Kidolo on. He has something to say to me.
Yeah, but don't forget the point I was going to say about Troy. I haven't finished that yet, but let's go ahead.
Yeah, I'll get back. We'll get back to you. Let me get Kidolo.
Yeah. So what I was going to say is, listen. If he wants the legitimate, you got to be smart. Okay, he's politics, whether you like it or not. All right. He's going to go to the polls, okay, put his name up there, all right, let the people vote for him. Okay?
I'm like this.
If he doesn't get the support of the people, then he's an illegitimate leader.
Somebody basically, because you cannot basically give illiterates. I think people voting should have a literacy test, and you got to be reading. And
you can do that. If you think only certain people go to school and don't want to vote, you can do that.
The bottom line is, if you basically look, I was watching this thing where they do like Jesse Waters and all these other people do Man on the Street, and they have a lot of Americans. Like, what was the Declaration? What was the Revolutionary War for against Russia?
Britain.
I believe people should have basic knowledge of history.
Oh yeah. Listen, unfortunately, we got a lot of dumb people out there.
Testing them everywhere, you know.
Right.
I'm looking like this. I'm saying the problem I'm seeing in Africa, particularly, even in a lot of parts of Black America and America in general,
illiterate.
People are ignorant and whatnot, and they go voting on what they like about somebody or whatnot without being informed about what the people who are informed make about 35% decision. Right?
But listen, a lot of politicians
people are illiterate, ignorant, and whatnot, you know.
Listen, here in England, okay, a lot of politicians
are freaking people who are illiterate. That's why I said I would never move to Liberia. I would never tell anybody to move to Liberia unless we had territory outside the government, whatever like that. And the bottom line is, when we do build a nation, it ain't gonna be no friggin' the people. Fuck the people. We know what's. I'm afraid we're gonna build a nation.
Okay, then the only way you can do it is the way Traore done it. But then, if you're gonna go that route, you gotta remember if you're gonna be looking over your shoulder every minute.
Well, the bottom line is what it is. Singapore did it, right?
Oh, that was a long time ago, though, Carla. In this day and age, you know we're gonna get away with that too much.
When the only people that basically got friggin' which we call that freaking failing, all the money that's wasted in Africa. Right now, the United States is about to shut down all of its military embassies in Africa because they said,
That's good.
No, that's not good because hold on, you got people. So, in other words, how is it the average Ghanaian going to get to the United States?
We don't give a fuck about going to the United States. We've been doing that too long. We don't listen, Carla. When it comes to that,
you know,
don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. At the end of the day, and I support the brother in America, the general and all that, because the reason why he's been patient, he's waiting on Traore. Traore hasn't gone to the election to get himself legitimized. He wants to carry on being a military. Well, then you will ask for trouble. Okay? But in terms of America, I don't support America. I do not support America because America hates Africa. It's built on hating on Africa.
If they basically don't seem to be caring about it, why should anybody else care? You know, that's why.
Sorry?
The people in Burkina Faso don't care, so why would anybody else care?
Well, listen. You got to look at it from the point of view of those Africans. They don't benefit from the trade from America. American policy goes against people in thing.
Well, if Africans, this is another thing, Lewis. If Africans really believe that, then why did they take U.S. aid?
They it was forced upon them. They don't want to take it.
But hold on. How can you be forced on something and you're in debt?
Did you hear what Nkrumah wrote about the aid stuff? Because he was fighting in his prime. Did you hear what? Right?
You can't talk about Nkrumah, but he's been dead for 60 years.
I know, but they started those policies from his time, and he wrote about it. Don't forget, he lived 7 years after.
We had a lot of African leaders who talk about it or not, but the bottom line is, right now, every country in Africa is in freaking serious debt, you know?
No, listen, it don't matter. They've got enough money to pay themselves out of debt. These are countries. They've got resources on the ground, right? Why don't they pay themselves? One thing we got to get away.
That's bullshit.
Right.
Okay,
right, listen,
let me get Kidola on.
Go ahead.
Carla, I thought you were really for African until your panel called Dollar Bill. I forget about you. Hold up, bro. I thought you were there where your guy called State Police went to Asaba, Nigeria, started videoing a girl that he lied to, that he's looking for the investment or whatever he's looking for, that the guy gave him a perfect 100% hospitable type of reception. What the State Police did, what the Dollar Bill did in your show, State Police started laughing at that girl, how she eating the bone.
Hold on,
Carla.
Hold on, man. He's just joking, man.
No, because because we have to know who you people are really. Dollar Bill was laughing. She's ugly. There's nobody going to marry her. He went there. If I could know the real name of Sea Police, I would ban him in going to Nigeria. You know, he doesn't know the power of all power. Because what he did, that he went to Kenya again, he would deceive these girls, that he's coming for the investment. He just looking for. That's why he have a lot of baby mama in
Simply just
America.
looking for good time.
You say baby mamas?
No. He's insulting his American women all the time on the show. He's insulting them heavily, but he start videoing girls that doesn't know his true intention. They thought he was a true human being. They received him, and they did everything. What did he do? Delaby said the white people are bad. Delaby and one of that guy, they were laughing when he was showing these girls. He said, "Go to my channel." Almost like a passport bro with plus. You don't show black people that you
Like
say
that.
you B1, you B2, you are pro-black. You show black girls who doesn't know your intention, how they eat, how they move, how poor they are.
I must have walked away from the computer. I don't remember all this.
Was this today, Kidola, or the other day?
No. A few days ago, this guy called Dollar B who want to promote African descendant.
Right.
That's why I said you are not African descendant. So more few people will be testing your DNA. If your father is a white man, we want to know. If your father is a white man, go and meet Donald Trump. You feel me? Because you cannot have that kind of black skin color possibility. How it came, I don't know. Then you want to come and click into the African side to spy at them and laugh at them and do all kind of shit at them. What that guy called Sim Police. It's a very dangerous human being.
Sim Police, that's House of Smart, isn't it? That's Sim Police House of Smart.
Yes, that dude. He and the Kenyan girl were drinking. I don't know what they were drinking, Hennessy. He now turned it against the Kenyan girl. I said, "Oh, look what this girl drink has. She finished the whole of it, which was just lie." But he came to this panel to talk about, "I'm looking for investment, blah 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 blah." But he turned against it. So these are what I said. You can trust these people. I never see a white man come on YouTube, position these girls, these African girls, in a very kind of like degrading manner. If you do that, because they learned it with their own girls first, before they came to Africa. It will never happen in Africa. It will never work in Africa because Africans are not degrading the black American women on YouTube, showing them possibility, how they walk, how they eat, whatever they're doing. You understand me? So we want to know, who are you people really?
Let me say this. All I know, me personally,
Dollar B is a very dangerous human being too.
Come on, dollar bills, my boy. Come on, Kidola. Let me say this, right, Kidola. My whole thing is, I personally, right, like I understand boundaries, right. I understand the fact that although my wife's American Liberian, she's like still born in Africa. And look, I'm very careful when I'm like this when it comes to women. I set boundaries and stuff like that because I tell you, right, as a black man in America, I don't care whether it's an African woman, black American woman, or white woman. You're always going to be in the wrong, no matter what. If anything goes left, you're in the wrong. So I'm careful about what I say as far as like sexually when it comes to women and stuff like that. I don't engage in that. Yeah. I don't go to Africa looking for women or whatever like that because I know it's going to be interpreted as I'm taking advantage of some girl and degrading her or whatever like that. So I don't do that. I don't do that. Hustle Smart was to do. He's a grown man.
Kala, because he came here sometime, he'll be saying nonsense out of his mouth, attacking black American women, how bad they are, they're not trustworthy and everything. But you went to a place whereby you didn't even, this guy is not dating you. You say you're looking for investment somewhere in Asaba. This guy receive you, cook for you. He did put you in a hotel. You said it yourself. The guy actually give you a very good reception. Whatever she gave to you. But why do you picture? The guy said, "Oh, the taste of this chicken is in the bone." That's where they eat. They crack it. Most black people crack it because they have a lot of calcium in their mouth. You understand me? That doesn't have nothing to do with. You have to
wait a minute. That's for real. I thought that was a joke.
That guy, he was showing how ugly this guy is. He was saying, "There's nobody going to marry this guy." How do you know? What do you call ugly, really? What is ugly? We Africans don't actually use that name.
Yeah,
we like you, we like you. Or different sizes. Skinny, big, whatever you are. Because these are the type of people we have in our family. We don't go by hunger. We don't go by have to be looking as a model. Because our 5 figures, what we have in our family from our grandmother, we have fat, we have skinny, we have moderate, and we celebrate all of them.
Oh,
you feel me?
different ones are set in their own way, you know.
You understand me? So you should not be coming to speak about, oh, Africans are this, I love to invest in Africa, but you go in there, you become like passport bro plus, 1 billion time. So
eventually, those who do come to Africa, they will have to see themselves as Africans, or else they won't be able to settle. Really, if you look at it like you're from you're different, you're from abroad in that way. Eventually, it'll be hard for you to settle down.
Me personally, I'm like this. When I'm in Africa, like I said, run in Rome, do as the Romans do. You know, I like the fact that when I'm in Liberia, right, I can sit down at a bar, right. It ain't like here in Virginia Beach, right? I sit down at a bar. I gotta look around. Like, is there another black person in the room? You know,
yeah.
It's like that. When I'm in Liberia, I always guarantee when I go there, I don't have to worry about being stared at or whatever.
That's it. That's the beauty of being in Africa.
That right there, ease of doing business and shit like that. Africa is good because one thing Africa does give you, don't give you a whole lot, right?
Yeah.
I mean, how's that? But the idea of being in a place where
it's not about your color,
racial minority, right?
Yeah.
Now, me personally said, what about the culture after? When I'm in Africa, I'm doing my own thing and whatnot. I know for a fact that I'm not going to be 100% accepted by the world. I accept that,
Yeah.
But the bottom line is, as long as I'm walking around and no one can physically see that I'm, that's the difference, You can just keep your mouth shut and just blend in,
Yeah.
So the bottom line, America and white countries, if I can't blend in Japan,
That ain't gonna change. You're still gonna be on the outside no matter what. I mean, you could be like our general here we're talking about. He knows, he ain't silly, right? He knows the advantage of being in Africa, in America, but he ended working for him. You cannot get away from certain things. In America, you're black. In Europe, you're black. This is what some of our people, when we travel from Africa, get there, we're trying to shut that off and get on with it. But sooner or later, that will be brought back home to you. We got no other choice but Africa, so we might as well start disciplining ourselves to realize, okay, if the worst come to the worst, how are we going to fit in our continent? This is what we're going to do to go in the continent.
Yeah,
you're just going to go blind in circles, man.
Like I said, my thing is this. I'm like this as a black person in America. All I want to do is go to Africa. I don't want to change. I don't want nobody throwing water on me. I don't want to be renamed. I don't want to do none of that stupid.
Yeah. No, you don't have to do all that stuff. I mean,
like I said about the Monkey Kingdom, right?
Was that a film somewhere? I've forgotten. Was that a film?
Well, actually, you ever read? See, I know you guys don't read a lot over there in England.
What book?
Okay, the Jungle Book.
I know that. I'm very familiar with it. I know it.
Okay, there was
you talking about Louis the dancer?
What?
The orangutan, the guy called Louis in the film.
Well, that was a Disney version of it.
Yeah.
I'm the king of the. I would play that, but I like the flag.
That was good, actually. I love that.
The jungle VIP. I'm happy, but I want to be like you.
Yeah.
Well, anyway,
you know they got proper jazz musicians play that. They were trying to call him. He was Louis Armstrong, basically. That's what they were trying to refer to.
Louis represented every last single monarch and that the British colonized, right? There was always kings, whether it's a Shanty king, a Zulu king, whatever like that. All of these people that they looked at as, it's King such and such, and he's really
basically it was black people depicted. They know that now, but they hit it very cleverly. It's like the Planet of the Apes. That was based on what?
Yeah. So the bottom line is their propaganda, and so basically like this. Oh no, we got Mike Olawale coming up here. Mike Olawale go, this.
Hey, and then it's Sim Police in there. Let him inform him. Let him come and defend himself. Sim Academy.
Sim Police probably their work. You didn't want to come up like. All right, man. It's been a while, man.
Yeah,
Michael,
okay.
Ollie.
What are you talking about tonight, Carla? What's going on? What's the topic?
Hey, we can't turn off now. Mike is here.
Huh?
No,
Hey, you got to defend Nigeria today, brother.
I thought about you when I did this topic, man. You know, not
What?
you. You know,
What's the
but I
topic,
said
Carla?
the Monkey Kingdom. I know you don't read, but you ever read your Kipling's The Jungle Book?
I don't read books, man. I'm an illiterate. I don't know how to read. You know.
I understand that. It's like,
Can you teach me how to read, Carla?
You want to read, but you like making money. I get it, man. You're Nigerian.
Yeah,
All right, now,
Nigerians, we don't read, man. We don't go to school.
we know that. But let me say this, okay?
I wonder how we became so more. Oh, go ahead. Anyway, let me know. I don't want to confide. I don't want to do, that's right. What with you tonight?
I'm not doing no diaspora. I'm gonna give you the brief synopsis of why I chose this topic. Right? Obviously, it's a really hot topic. I thought about doing this topic for like a month. Right? I said no. Everybody's gonna call. I knew I was gonna come after, but so after a while. After a few shows, I said, now it's time for me to bring this topic. I had a lot of topics that I have in the pipeline that I don't want to bring out because I know I'm going to get killed for them,
I'm used to you, man. You can bring any thought. Dude, I'm used to you by now, man.
Yeah, so
you can bring all your topics. You can bring up whatever.
I figure people will give me the benefit of the doubt. They know my heart. They know where I'm at, right?
I already figured Kyle out, man. I know your
Anyway, the whole idea of the monkey came from the Jungle Book, right? Where he basically was describing, like Rudyard Kipling grew up in India, right? And was basically describing why, trying to justify or trying to explain why the white man's burden at the time was necessary, right? And he was basically mocking all these great kingdoms and whatnot that the West colonized, The West took over China, the great mighty China, right? They took over India. And, people, it took over the Zulus, took over all people. And he was sort of using the Monkey Kingdom as euphemism for mocking the
black nation.
All the black and brown people that, And so basically he had King Louis and whatnot. The Monkey Kingdom lived up on high. They lived in the kingdom, right? That they
So this guy that wrote this book is what, a white guy or a black American?
Yeah, Rudyard Kipling was a racist. He was a white guy,
Okay, white guy.
Most of them were in those days. They wrote those books. Most of them were.
Yeah, so Rudyard Kipling
Tarzan itself was a racist book.
He coined the term. I don't know if he coined the term "white man's burden," but he definitely pushed that narrative of the white man's burden. Yeah. The whole idea. This is why Nigeria was colonized or protectorate, taken over. Right, this idea of the white man's burden because they went to Nigeria. They saw the Yoruba.
I don't think they went to Nigeria because there was no Nigeria when they came there.
Yeah, they went to Africa basically.
He created it.
The
bottom line is, if you look at it, right? But Europeans will always prop up these chiefs and kings and tell them how great that they
did. They were already there.
So what is the main point, though? I mean, I'm trying to understand.
Well, I'm saying the same thing happens now. Now you got African Americans going to Africa and they're getting chiefs and titles, and they mean nothing. It's just like in Black America right now, we have our King Louis are the reverends, the ministers. What was it? Reverends, ministers. What was the other one? Doctors. We got a doctor such and such.
Well, Kala, here's the deal, though. If you have money, you can buy any human being. That's just that's what we all live for. We're all trying to make money in life.
What I'm trying to say, Mike, is the fact that we have to change this thing, right? Where we basically worship people and worship idols and stuff like that, because the white man sits back and looks at the whole entire black race like we're a bunch of fucking clowns. That's why when you look at the Jungle Book, this is what the white man's thinking about, right?
Okay, so your point is that you're concerned about what the white man is thinking about. Is that what you?
Well, no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the white man's thinking. It's what he does.
Why are you emphasizing it?
No,
you're telling me we have to change because the white man is thinking about.
Well, you know why? Because the United States is about to shut down half the embassies from Africa. That means Africa.
Okay, they have a right to do what they want to do. So what's the
hold on. If the United States does that, then half the continent will be cut off from the first world.
But that would be good.
Hold on. So you saying
we don't want America there?
I'm trying to get what you're saying.
Oh yeah,
you're saying United States. Let me understand what you're saying.
right now. You know,
Hmm?
what if the United States cuts off Nigeria from the United States? You can't travel back and forth.
Okay, that's fine. Well, that's their choice. They have the right to do what they want to do.
America will never cut off
The world is
Nigeria.
not going to end.
But why is this thinking? Why does this thinking exist here? Because
What is what?
Why is America think Africa is useless?
I don't care what they think. Anyone can think what they want to think.
Yeah.
You know,
We want them.
Why
to
is it
think
that
way,
whatever?
Carla.
Why do you care so much about what white men think? It's almost like white men live in you guys' head.
I don't want to see. Like I said, the white man.
It's almost like the way the white man think is what determines what you
Nigeria
feel.
lost like $300 million worth of aid.
Well, fine. We don't
need the aid.
We're not begging for aid, Carla. So why does that bother you? Man?
Yeah, because the money don't get to our people anyway.
No, it doesn't matter. But what, Carla, my problem is this: it's almost like your life, your feelings, your happiness is determined by how a white man feels.
Yeah.
No,
that's what white man think about you.
It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter.
Like your whole self-esteem is determined by the way the white man think about you. If the white man see you as a monkey, your self-esteem
other continent,
you start to see yourself as a monkey.
My life in America is fine. You know,
my life too is fine. I mean, there are many people in Africa living fine. I mean, what the heck?
Yeah, right. Carla, I think
everyone in Africa is not wait. No one in Africa is happy?
No.
Really? In fact, Africans are happier than any other race of people.
Let Mike stop, man. Stop.
I'm serious.
Carla,
we are happy people. Listen. What you need to understand, bro. Let me talk.
Hold up. Principe's supposed to be coming up, man.
But Carla,
this is what you need to understand about. Carla, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Go ahead. This is what you need to understand about life. Happiness is not determined by material stuff.
Thank you.
That's what you need to understand about life. Because I've listened to you talk all the time.
Somebody
that doesn't possess some material things because African countries. Carla, allow me to talk though. You want me to talk or I don't get it?
Happy, you know, they're very happy.
But calm down. Here's the deal. Somehow, some of you in the West, especially those of you that ever been to Africa or interact with African, live around African society, you look at Africa. And then you look at maybe another country, somewhere on another continent, and you see material things. Maybe they got a skyscraper or something. You now think because you automatically think those people in those places are happier than the Africans.
Yeah, according to development. No, bro.
Well, they are African. In fact, most Africans are happy. I can categorically. You can ask.
Let me get my Haitian persuasion brother on, you know, see what he says to say.
Well, you don't allow me to get across. I mean,
let Mike finish his point.
Let Mike finish. Mike is saying what I want to say, but salute to Colin. But Mike finish.
You think everyone in Africa is just depressed and I'm like, what is this guy talking about? People are happy in Africa.
He's gonna get away for at least 5 years without living in America. Then he can really know.
You think we're depressed in Africa because we're not Europe or we're not.
No, man.
I can tell you, Americans are more depressed. They're most depressed. In fact, there's more suicide in America than the whole continent combined. I can guarantee you that. There's more suicide being committed. Americans are miserable. Even though you have all the material things, like literally, I'm always happy that I was raised in Africa. I was taught the value, the culture, and I'm connected there because it's not like America where neighbors don't talk to each other. Everybody's depressed. People like to do drugs. So what makes you think it's just economics better? That's the only thing you can tell me about Americans that maybe you have more opportunity to maybe economic opportunities. That's it. But you can't tell me that the people are happier than the Africans. No, they're not.
Look at that economic. You know, the freedom living in a village, just basic life in a village.
All right, I get you.
Africans are happy with the culture, with everything.
I get you. Let me.
Don't describe us as if we're depressed, we're miserable or something.
Let me get Principe on.
But Mike, that's my point. I always tell him that, man, because I see that I think he stoked his love for Africa, utilizing the white supremacist like basically trying to battle white supremacist talking points.
Yep.
But he doesn't have a worldview of like, okay, how do I align with Africa's agenda? How does this align with African agenda? What are these embassies even doing in Africa?
Can I ask you a question?
Carla's view of Africa is to the white man's lens.
You gotta stop that.
What is the African agenda? Because I would like to know.
Carla, Africa is not a country. So there can be Africa. Africa is not a country.
Right. Africa's agenda should be the best that we can be. We want to be left free so that we can Now on, so that we can do with our resources what we like. What we don't want is the white man coming in there, determining our shit, selecting our leaders, overthrowing our leaders, leave us the F alone. So if they want to cut down the embassies, good luck to them. If they want to send white South Africans, hang on. If they want to send white South Africans to America, good luck. We should welcome that. Get all the white people go to America. Go and be with the racist Texans. We don't want them.
What do we do about this big blue mark on the African continent? That's a French zone, you know.
Right, right. That's why Traore and his boys want to get rid of them. That's what they should do. That's what Nkrumah told them to do.
Yeah, but
the French have got to go.
Traore's getting pushed back. We need democracy on that. Democracy is that. Don't you think democracy should take a back burner to dealing with this shit?
You can make of democracy what you want it to be.
Yeah, but hold up, Lewis. You know when you have democracy, the West puts their candidates in there. They flood the media with propaganda.
Well, it's either that or they're going to do a coup d'etat. Either way, they're going to be there somewhere. So you just got to make it the way you want it to be.
Staying with the course, and when that, hope the people see the lives improve, whatever like that. Then having a fake democracy, which they're going to put their they can put their puppets back in there, like they always do.
Right. If there's enough, we had a democracy in the beginning of independence, and we got leaders, good leaders that came through because the people got the message. But if you install bad leaders, you're gonna get the same bad result.
Hold up. After they overthrew Nkrumah and they
because the white man is the devil who runs the world.
Who overthrew Nkrumah?
It was the U.S. government.
It was who?
The U.S. government.
No, it was a Ghanaian. It was a Ghanaian. It was a Ghanaian.
No. Come on, Mike. Are you born yesterday?
Who
the U.S. CIA?
Hold on, calm down. I know where you're coming from.
Come on, it's the U.S. government.
You gotta allow me to. You gotta allow me to talk.
We're talking about basically nationalizing the aluminum.
Well, you're gonna allow people to talk, though. I mean, you gotta allow people to. Kind of one thing that frustrating about having a conversation with you is that you don't want to even get a word out. God, look, allow people to at least talk for 10 seconds before you. Okay, here's the deal. We can. If I sit here and if I sit there in Africa, and I'm instructing an American to do something to another American, you can't blame me. It's the American. Here's the deal. If I said who overthrew Kwame Nkrumah, it was a Ghanaian soldiers. Yeah, you can say, hold on, brother, calm down. Calm down. Don't be emotional, man. Calm down.
It's not emotional. We got the facts now.
Yeah, it was the desire. Calm down. If you let me learn, you know I agree. I don't disagree with you. Yeah, it was the desire of the CIA, the West, and everything. It's a desire. They have interest in your country, and they will wish whoever they want there to be there. But at the end of the day, you, the people, they won't have to take responsibility if they use you to do the work.
No. Because if you do that,
you have to take responsibility. If you don't take responsibility, then you cannot. You're not going to fix yourself,
brother. Hear me out. Okay, I understand what you're saying. Okay, we know this and that, but we'll be on there forever. At the end of the day, if the intention of the West is to overthrow a particular regime because why? They're too smart as black people. They're not the black people we want. We want dumb, docile black people. So they pay this guy to go in and do this and that.
Okay, why don't you do the same thing to them?
Hear me out. The orders is coming from the white man. He's the one you got to point the finger at.
Why don't you do the same thing?
No. If you say, right, Mike, that it was the guy's name was Kotoka, the bastard whom they named the airport after. If you say, oh, he's the one who done it. What you're doing, you relieving the white man of the responsibility.
I don't have business with the white man. I only have business with
no. You should do because
my friend.
What you're doing is taking away the responsibility. Right? Right? No. You're taking away. You're not pointing to the spider that laid the web. You're just blaming everybody else, but the white man. You see, when you do that,
so my focus will be only white man responsible.
No, Mike. When you do that, what you're doing is basically doing the work of the white man, making sure that nobody sees him.
No, I'm not doing. I'm not making sure. That's not what I'm doing. That's not what I'm doing.
No, that's what you're doing.
I made it clear to you. Calm down. I made it clear to you that was the white man's desire to have them overthrown.
Bro. It was George Bush Senior's dad.
Where's this guy from, man? Calm down.
It was George Bush Senior's dad. You can't be saying
at the end of the day,
the orders didn't come from him. The orders came from MI5 and CIA.
Can you talk less and listen?
I'm listening because I've heard his argument. We're both Africans. And what you do, this is why some of the African Americans get vexed. When they're pointing the finger, you relieving the white man of his responsibility. He ordered it.
Dude, I'm not a white man. I'm not. Listen. I'm not a white man. It's not just to be holding white
Well,
man
then stop
responsible.
defending him. He's the
Who's
one who
No, but
defending
started it.
him?
It
Lewis,
wasn't
What
no
is this
man.
Lewis,
talking
Lewis,
about, man?
Lewis,
No man.
Lewis. Hold on, can I
People
say
like you
something
are
real
the
quick?
problem of Africa. You focus on white man instead of
Listen.
focusing on yourself. If
No,
Yo,
you
Lewis.
can talk because you're
if
not gonna
you
get
take care
everybody
of your
on the same clique.
this guy here is
I'm sorry,
retarded,
Mike.
man. I
You're
don't want to
completely.
insult you, but
You are doing the work of the white man because you're
Kala, put this
defending the
guy in the
white man.
back, man, so real people
But
will break and talk.
Lewis.
God
But
damn, man.
Let me
you
hear.
gotta be honest, man.
Kala,
You gotta
can
be.
I quickly say this? First of all, a
Go
white man
ahead.
is not going to change. A white man will
Oh,
always have their.
here we go.
Can you calm down, dude?
No, I won't come down because
A
what you're
white
doing
man
is
is not.
really you're defending the
Kala,
white
you
man.
agree? Kala, can you put this guy in the back so I can talk? At least Kala, we agree with me on this
Okay,
one.
Lewis, give me a sec. Let Mike and then
I'm
Principe.
hearing him right here.
Kala, I know you're smart enough because I've been around you at least to this level. You agree with me that from now to the end of eternity, a white man will always want to rob you, and a white man will continue. You still have interest in taking what you have for him to survive.
Oh, that's
But
why I hate
you agree with me, Kala, right?
That's why.
He doesn't need what you got to survive, Mike.
Dude, calm down.
Hold on, Mike. I thought about that right a long time ago, and I said if we're gonna really connect with Africa, right?
Kala, but let me land my point, though, man. My friend from Ghana, right? Even me, if I have the means to go rob Ghana, I'll rob you to make Nigeria rich. That's the way the world works. The African empires were doing it to each other throughout ages. The bigger empire will rob the smaller empire. That's human nature. It's up to you to internally fix that loophole that someone cannot penetrate your kingdom or your whatever your nation. So what you need to be discussing is how can you prevent. What can you do?
Exactly. But every
What can you
time we do that,
do?
they
What
come
can
in
you
and
do
smash it down.
internally? What can you do internally to not allow the white man to penetrate you, use you against yourself? That's your responsibility, not to be holding white man
The
responsible.
only way you can do that is have a full military rule and be like Russia in there.
That's not the
you
only
can't
way.
do
There
that.
are more
Listen, you
intelligent way
can't
to
do that
do it.
because most of your people are not going to be on board.
Okay,
Most of your people will jump in and get the white man to come and destroy that.
well,
Will help
work on
the
it.
white man to
Then
destroy that.
work on your people. Don't work on the white man.
No,
Work on
you
your
can't.
people.
Listen, you cannot work on everybody. You're not going to be on the same level.
Okay, so
Even the
you
white
can.
people are not on the
So your
same level.
solution is
But
to work on the white man to go change the white. The
you're not
solution
going
is.
to change the white man.
So
The
what are you
white man
telling me,
has a
then?
limited time. His time is nearly up. The white man's time is
According to
nearly
who?
up.
According to who?
Right?
You?
It's nearly up. His time
According
is
to
nearly
who?
up. That's why he's even starting a war now with China. A trade war now with China. Despite the fact that the white man actually went and
Forget
invested
China,
in
man.
China.
No,
Hear
white
me
man
out.
and
He went and invested in China. The Chinese people have improved. So now he's mad. He wants to now have a war against them. Okay? He's built that way. He's got
what
a limited
does that got to do
time.
with Ghana? What does that got to do with Ghana, man?
Everything. Because in Ghana, they come and smash it right down. Okay? They're the ones
Well,
who
what can
made
you
sure
do to
from the
stop that?
hang on. From the beginning, they made sure that the administration did not get food industrialized power. They smashed it down before the man
They
was
didn't
able to
smash
do
it. You
what
choose.
it was.
You
Yes,
choose.
they did.
You did it to yourself.
CIA came in and
CIA didn't come in.
destroyed it. Okay?
The
And
CIA was not
the
on
reason
ground.
why you don't want me to point to the white man is because you're defending the white man.
CIA
Okay?
was not.
This
I'm
is
not defending white man. No, I'm
the
pointing
African
out black
American
man's
brothers
stupidity.
get fed up with Africans coming directly, and when they point the finger at the
It
white man,
wasn't a
you
white
want to
man
defend the
that
white man. That's
overthrew
why I
Kwame Nkrumah.
understand why
It
some
was
of
the
the African Americans.
Ghanaian that overthrew him.
Listen, I understand why the white man get frustrated with some Nigerians, okay? Because you know blatantly our problem is that the white man is always the one on top, okay? And when we point to the white man, you get upset. You say, "Oh, your own people." What
No,
does
you're
that to
getting
do
upset
anything?
because I'm telling you,
Our
take
own people.
responsibility.
Listen. Our own people are traitors. Every race has
that's
traitors.
what you need to deal with.
Okay? And what you want to do is don't point the finger at the white man. Look at your own traitors. Look at your own. You're going to be there forever sorting out your own.
So I should not look at my
we
own?
know our own easily bolt. But the white man keeps interrupting to fuck up our shit.
So
and when we point the finger at the white man, you want to talk about your own black people. I know why the African get back with you guys. Because you're always defending a white man.
Why am I even talking to this guy, man?
Let me get Principe on.
Well, you know you're wrong, Mike.
No, you're not thinking through, my friend.
Hold on, let me say something real quick.
The white man, the one who's doing all this shit.
Telling me
and
to
you want to
leave my own
defend him
people
and say
alone
your
and
own.
focus
How
on
you
the
going
white
to get
man.
your own?
Yeah, hold on.
Look, I hear this is Principe. Before you start, this is a better question. Hey, Mike. Right now, just the other day, right? This is what white people are thinking right now. Tell me what you think about this.
Do you know what white people are thinking?
Hold on. This is a freaking because about it says a lot about how we see each other, the tensions between Black America and Nigerians, caused by white people, in their perception.
What?
No, we got Ghanaians thinking the same
Well,
way
Kala,
too.
if you want me to
Mike,
answer your
we
question,
got
you have to take
Ghanaians
this guy
thinking
to
the
close his
same
mouth,
way
man.
too.
Because
Hey, Mike, let me
talk
ask
too
you a
much.
question, right? Mike, this is a question for Mike, right?
How many questions are you asking?
Hold up. White people, it was a white guy,
Wait, are you going to allow me to answer it, though?
right?
Because you're going to ask me a question, you answer it for me.
No, I'm not gonna answer the question.
Are you going to allow me to answer it before you ask me?
I'm gonna ask you the question, and you can answer, right? The white people basically, when asked about slavery and stuff like that, they basically mockingly say, "Well, your people basically caused
So
slavery,
your own.
whatever, like this." And the bottom line is, so basically, they completely absolve themselves for anything to do with.
Thank you.
Okay, Kala, you asked me 2 questions. Do you want me to answer them?
No, do you agree with?
Do you want me to answer your questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, the first question you said, I don't know if it's even a question or a statement. You said the so-called tension between Nigerian, Black American, white man created it.
Yeah.
That one, I don't think there's a tension between Black Americans and Nigeria. There's tension between individuals and individuals. If you and I have tension, hold on. If me and you have tension, it doesn't translate to Nigerian and the Black American having tension. So individuals that want to have tension have tensions. And Kala, me and you having tension, a white man didn't create our tension. Okay, maybe if you're saying because white man created internet, that means he's responsible for me and you.
No, Mike. This is what I'm saying.
I don't know. I can't help you with that one.
There was a very.
Can I answer the second question? See, you promised to let me answer your questions. Oh Lord.
It was like a girl on TikTok, and she basically was saying, "Oh, I love being Nigerian because we know."
Okay, so she's an individual, Kala.
Hold up, Mike. That's not individual.
Your reality is based on TikTok.
It's a pattern, right? It's a mindset that we see all the time. It's like,
Kala, have you been to Nigeria in your life? Kala, have you been to Nigeria?
Let him finish.
We know all this, our language, whatnot. I don't have to worry about this thing. And then in the comment section, I should have known. People are like, what are you trying to say? Then people in the chat room, well, those people over in America, they don't walk down there. At least we know where we came from. So it's always just back and forth. I
get it. Yeah, anybody that take an internet back and forth seriously,
somebody said, well, that's not their fault. They don't know their culture, their tribe they came from, and stuff like that and whatnot. And then it was
Kala, that's diaspora war, man. That's people just.
What I'm saying.
We're all just trying to hurt each other. That's all it is. It's gonna do white man. It's not even real.
What I'm saying is this: a white person basically will come in and say, "I had nothing to do with this." They'll point when I was growing up.
Wait, are you saying we shouldn't hold ourselves responsible for our actions?
People told me that it was your fault for selling me, and I don't believe.
Okay, let me answer that one. Yeah, Kala, that one. People sold people, and people bought people.
I don't believe. You know something?
Kala, here's the deal. Let me tell you reality. You don't even allow people to talk, man. That's your problem.
Mike, I don't believe that.
Well, I haven't even said anything. You want to be honest with me?
No, I don't believe that. I don't believe people.
Well, let me answer first, though.
God damn. Slave trade.
Kala,
we've always taught that.
Kala, whenever you're ready, let me talk. Let me know, okay?
Man, you don't want to take responsibility for that because
I haven't said anything. You already
you're basically absolving the white man of any responsibility.
Kala, I haven't said anything. You're already accusing me of something.
Go ahead.
Dude, are you gonna let me talk?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, how long do you want me? How long do you give me to land a statement? How long? Huh? How long? Okay.
Go ahead.
You're gonna let me talk. Okay. Here's the reality. The morality of today, you can use today's morality or today's moral standard. Sorry, so you can use today's moral standard to judge 200 years ago or 50 years ago. Every society has evolved. Now, what a lot of us do today is we look at today's moral standard and we're trying to apply it to judge events of 200 years ago. First of all that area, 400 years ago, during that era of enslavement, globally, slavery was a legal business. It was a legal thing. In Europe, in Africa, in Asia, all over the world, slavery was something that was legal. It was normal. There were people that considered slave class. Even in Africa, there was slave class. Back then, we didn't have the same kind of economic system or monetary system we have today. So back then, if you exist in a society and you don't, because back then it was agricultural economy that people have. if you exist in a society and you don't have a family, they're two kind of farms. If you don't have a family farm, the only place you're gonna be working is on a state farm, which is that belong to the king, or you work in other family farm as a slave. So you regard as a slave class until you find a way to kind of earn your right. What is your way and kind of work yourself out of that situation? So slavery was a normal thing globally. Now, if
That's a bunch of crap. That's a
it
lie.
was a reality, I'm telling you,
That's a lie.
it
Lie.
Mike,
was.
Mike, come on, my friend.
Slavery, it
No,
was
A
back
whole
then,
race of people,
globally,
a
Can I
whole
say
race
something?
of people.
Mike
it,
just
it,
told you the bold-faced
like,
lie.
it
Hold on.
was.
Can I say something?
There was no friggin' white people that was enslaved
Being
by black
enslaved or not.
They were. They
In
had. They had.
Europe,
They
in,
had. They
no,
had
no, no,
a
same thing.
in
servant
Europe, they
Slavery,
enslaved
class.
each other. Trust me.
slavery in the Atlantic was a race-based slavery because they
Yep,
thought one race
completely race
was
based.
superior and
Yeah,
deserved to be
whether it's
enslaved.
race based
And it was
or
started
ethnic
by the
based,
Pope,
And slavery in America was based
Pope
on race.
Nicholas V.
You
whether I
know,
was race based, family based,
it
ethnic
was based
based,
on base. It was
hey,
race
slavery,
based.
slavery.
You know, and
But
not only that, you forget the fact that over the years that slavery developed, you had the Magna Carta, the Protestant Reformation, you had the Age of Reason, the Age of
All that.
Exploration, the Age of Enlightenment. All these
Yep.
things, science,
They
everything.
knew it was wrong.
You gonna tell
Yep.
me
They knew it was wrong.
don't trust judge
hey,
me by
Kala,
200 years ago.
Kala,
200 years
let me
ago,
bust your bubble, Kala.
200
Kala,
years ago,
Kala,
hold on, 200
let me
years
bust your
ago, these words were created. These
Kala,
words were created. Look, hold
Kala.
up.
Can I bust your bubble real quick?
I'm gonna finish this say.
Kala, can I bust
The
your bubble real
basis of
quick?
the United States Declaration it
Okay,
said we hold these truths to be evidence that all men are created equal. So how can you talk
Kala,
about that 250 years ago?
Kala, forget who the liar, what a liar says,
That's
man.
a lie, Mike.
Kala, do you want me to
All
bust
you're
your
doing
bubble?
is defending the white man. That's all you're
Do
doing.
you want me to bust your
Can
bubble?
I say something?
Please,
Go
let me
ahead.
say this real
All you
quick,
guys
please.
are doing is defending the white man.
Let me say
All
this
you
real
guys
quick. Please, man. Let me say this.
white man is responsible. See that blue
Oh,
mark
okay,
right there?
fine. Okay,
That
fine,
blue
Kala.
mark right there. That's what the white man
Thank you.
still
Kala,
controls.
thank you. Hey, can I
We have
just say this real quick?
cowards like Mike, that want to defend the white man.
Kala, let me tell you something. Do you know that if a white man take a ship to the coast of Ghana, West Africa today, and he asks how many Africans want to volunteer to come work for free in America, there will be thousands of
Well,
people that will jump on it.
the bottom
Yeah,
There are
line,
because
people
he
there are
fucked it
people
up
that
that
are
way.
hungry.
He
They,
fucked it up like that, Mike. Listen
bros,
to me.
I'm not
Why do you
lying.
think all those
You see,
people were walking
there
from
will be
Argentina, Nicaragua, Colombia, everything to go to America? Why? They fucked
Kala,
up that continent. They've
Kala.
removed all
they
the
took
Bros,
leaders that
stop being
stood out against
emotional, my
America.
friend.
all these
I
He
go
countries
to
built it
Nigeria all
that
the
way.
time. There are people that are begging on the street. They are looking just for food. And if I call
Yeah,
them,
because they put the situation like that.
bros,
They got rid of the
dude, I
leaders that
don't
was
care
going to
who
lift
put
the
it on you.
country up to pack the country up.
Bros. Even in America, hold on, Kala, even in America today, if the American government take away welfare system, they take away government
Yeah,
assistance.
more white people.
Hold on now.
More white people
Kala,
on
let me land,
welfare.
man. If you want to do,
Look, there's more white
let's
people on
have
welfare.
conversation.
Also,
Let us, Kala,
look, bottom
let
line
us
is
have conversation, man.
but I think people should shut the
Do you want to have conversation, Kala? Come on, man. If you're smart, you should. If you're an intellectual, you shouldn't be scared
Yeah,
of.
man. Yeah, but you say silly stuff.
In America, even in Europe today, in America today, if the government cut their self away, cut themselves,
People just go to work. That's all.
I can't even land a word. If the government decide to cut themselves from the people, where they cut all the government assistance, government don't assist the poor. Millions of Americans will be on the streets just destitute, like many of the people in third world countries. And a lot of them will be hungry and they'll be willing to work for food. What is definition of a slave? Someone that work for food.
No, that's not a definition of slave. Somebody
Mike,
who
come
doesn't
on,
have
man.
That doesn't
slavery
work for that
This is
doesn't get
the
paid.
ridiculousness of
There
the
are
whole
many
thing.
That's not
any
the
third world
case.
country go today. There are people that they are
Slavery,
volunteer to work for
slavery is
food.
somebody who does not have a will, working for a living or being exploited like that.
Kala, the
It's not
slaves
slavery.
back then were working for food. The master was feeding them, and they just work. That's it.
It's like I said, we
And
got African
today, if you go to any,
before the white man. Like all these people. That's why Nigeria is the most fucked up place on the
dude, I'm
planet.
telling you the truth, man. But it hurts, man. The truth.
Nigeria only
Kala,
has $360 billion.
Kala, debate what I'm telling you. Why don't you address what
Nah,
I'm
but
telling you?
New York,
You over.
Kala, attack my
You
argument.
over.
Stop attacking.
No, but Mike, you oversimplify slavery, man. Slavery was about they would remove the will of the people. They were rebranding, renaming, and you were obligated to be there by force. It's not the same as what you were talking about. But can I say something regarding what Lewis was talking
always
about?
gonna take the focus from the white man and blame everybody else but the white man. The minute you
I'm not
point
a
to the
white man. Why
white
would I
man,
be focused on
oh,
the
let's
white
go
man?
No, but
defend him.
Lewis, can I say something?
Let's
Can I say
defend
something,
him.
Lewis, real quick? No. But Lewis, his point about the enemy from within is a real thing. What you
Oh
said is true
no,
too.
I know that.
The white man is going to be always the white man, the
Listen,
Chinese man, the Indian man, the Arab, whoever. They're always going to plot on their own interests.
thank
But it's
you.
up to you to make sure that you protect your interests by keeping the
I
sellouts
understand.
aligned.
I
The same way
understand.
like China's going through a tariff war with America.
Yeah,
America's going through a tariff war with China, but their
right,
citizens are aligned with their own side because they
right.
stay aligned to their own groups.
Listen,
If you have people willing to sell you out, it's a wrap.
right,
That's the
because
problem that happened in the
yeah,
past.
you know why the Chinese can withstand a bit more? They've got that tight knit thing, okay? And Krumah was trying to bring that. The Ghanaians wouldn't have it. You need a tight knit thing, so you're not gonna get everybody on board, but you need enough people to be on board, okay? Because the white
Let
man
me tell you
studied
something, man.
hang on a minute, hang on. Because the white man studied the nature of the black man before he came in, because you couldn't just walk his square, it took time and strategy. I know why he's been given opportunity to do that. He's doing that for the whole world. But his power is going. But the Chinese, because of the communist thing they've got,
So you
they've
are
been able to
celebrating
keep a
Chinese
tight grip.
equality
When a
communist
black
slavery now.
man, hang on, hear me out. The black man system has been broken down so badly that he's not even able to get people like Mike, an educated man, on the basic level of understanding. Point the finger at a white man first. Let's see where the goal is before we
So
kick
what
the
would
game
that do
start.
for you? So when you point the
Okay?
finger, what would that do for you?
You removing the spider that lays the web. And then you keep
Okay.
blaming the individuals down in the village.
Lewis is right there. How can you solve a problem if you're not going to fully diagnose the whole sickness?
Thank
If
you.
the sickness is both internal and external, and you only want to talk about the internal, not the external, how are you going to fix the problem?
Are you
Thank you
responding
very
to me?
much.
Are you responding to me?
No, I
Oh
think
yeah. That's that question for you.
yeah.
That's why.
So
How can you fix the problem if you only want to talk about the black people that's doing wrong, but the white man that's doing wrong, the Chinese Indian that's plotting on you, you consider them friends and trading and business partners?
okay,
How
here's
do
the
you
thing.
fix the?
You're asking me, is I cannot solve a problem, right? And basically, I think what you're asking is that I cannot solve a problem if I don't go after the white man. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah,
You
you got to
have to
attack both
identify
issues.
where the
Both
problem is
issues.
in the
All
first
white
place,
people's not the
man.
problem. All white people's not the problem, but there are a lot of them that are plotting on
Their
their own
leadership.
interests.
Their
How do
leadership.
you not acknowledge that and only focus on the internal
Okay, I get it.
issues?
I get it.
And you
I
just
get it. I
claim,
get it.
yeah,
Okay, calm down. And you yourself already said it over and over that the white man, everything he has done is use black men inside to do it. And if I don't know in Ghana if they use proverbs to
They
translate.
use
Where
an
I'm
idiot
from,
called
hold on,
Potoka.
dude. This guy where I'm from, they tell you that the ant that's inside of the cola nut is the one that's killing the cola nuts, not the one outside, right? So if the white man has consistently been using people inside to achieve everything they want to achieve, right? Whether it's slavery, they use African people inside to bring the slaves to them. Whether it's colonialism, they use people inside to allow them to come in to do whatever they want to do. Whether it's today, they allow people inside, there are people inside to they use them to get the wealth and send it to them. So now, if I'm telling you that if I'm not able to do the same things to the white man, meaning I cannot use a white man in Europe to destroy Europe, and I realize that the reason I'm not able to do that is because among themselves they put a system in place where I couldn't penetrate them. And the Chinese, all of them do the same thing. They put something in place inside their own society to make sure me as a black man, that God gave the same mind, same brain as them, same human being as them. I couldn't do it to them. And they don't spend their time pointing finger at me for trying to penetrate them. I mean, trying to control them, break their internal thing. Why don't I do the same thing they're doing and focus on inside
You
and
can't,
fix?
because the minute you try and do that, they start portraying you as a dictator.
Okay,
They say you're this, you're that, and then they come in
let
and
me
bring
ask you a
it
simple
and
question.
smash it before it starts, before it grows.
How come?
Yeah.
Let me ask. Hold on. Did God create? Okay, let me ask you a simple question. Did God create a white man special?
Yeah.
Better
Yes.
than you?
Listen to me. Yes.
Oh, okay. So the white man.
There's a spiritual answer to this, which I already know. You don't know. I don't want to make it a religious thing.
Okay.
Okay.
So
But
let
there
me
is
make you
certainly
understand.
ways that we get as black people.
Wait,
Okay.
dude, let's stay on the point. Let's stay on point. Let's not be talk all over the place. So are you saying God gave the white man something that he give you?
Yeah.
What is that? What is that?
Yeah. Especially against the black man.
Oh, wait. What did God give the white man that he didn't give the black man?
He gave him the power of Satan.
Power of
The
Satan.
power of Satan
Can
is
you
to
define
bring
that?
forth. Yeah, right. Let me explain. Let me explain to you.
Mm-hmm.
When the white man turned up in Africa, okay,
Mm-hmm.
for a long time we kept him out. We had guns from other parts of Europe, so when we kept him out, the white man came with the Gatling gun, took the whole world, eliminated the
So that's the power of
Red
Satan you're
Indians.
talking about?
I'm answering your question. Took out the whole world, including the Red Indians, subdued the Zulus, got rid of the Ashantis, sorted out everybody.
Okay.
Took power. Later on, as things went on, he got the nuclear bomb. You think he just got it because he's just smart? No.
Why don't you do the same thing?
Hang on, because you don't have access to the same power.
And what is that power?
Right, that power is knowledge, science. They got it ahead of everybody.
You said, hold on.
So you don't have the brain to create your own science?
Sorry? Listen. They've got it ahead of everybody. Okay, for a reason.
Including Chinese, right?
Hang on. The time is running out. The Chinese don't invent anything new. They just copy what's being done.
You said
no, but Lewis.
Hang on. Why do you think, right? If you want to produce stuff cheap, where can you get cheaper stuff to be made than in Africa? Why do you think they ignore that?
I get all that point. Why do you think they ignore that?
I get your point. All the way, they went all the way to Asia, got them built up. Now they built up their economy. Now they want to smash them down. Why do you think they are like that? That's how God made them. Okay, once you understand that, hang on. Once you understand that and where you fit in, you will know what to do to get your people to a certain level. The white man's always going to be in power until our Lord comes back.
Fine.
Mike, the spiritual answer.
Okay, Prince, go ahead.
Mike, you see how he aligns with the white man burden logic of Kala? You see that? He basically believed the white man is somehow superior and with devil knowledge. You never heard of the age of exploration?
Listen to me very carefully.
And that's
why I do this show, right? Because the whole thing is the reason why the Monkey King is like this is because the white man knew that because he had this idea of the white man's burden, he knew his victims got Stockholm syndrome, and they will basically see his point of view and why things happen. Oh, slavery always existed and whatnot. No, slavery, chattel slavery died out in Europe, and it was revitalized based on.
Kala, what's the solution to defeating the white man? Tell me.
No, what I'm saying, you're defending the white man, you know.
Kala, please tell me what I say that's defending the white man. Please, name one thing.
Like Mike, the whole thing of basically saying, okay, slavery happened, it always happened, so like that. The white man would love to.
Well, that's a factual statement.
Hold up.
Who gives a shit? Kala, why do you care? Is the white man listening to us? Is the white man on this planet?
Oh, I don't care.
So why are you telling me what the white man is feeling?
Check this out. Let me say this. Do you know one thing? I saw, remember, Mao Zedong and the Chinese people. China became the leader of the third world back in the 1950s, right? It helped build a railway from Tanzania, Dar to the interior, right? And one of the things why China was making such inroads, right? And then, in the 1955, you had this conference in Indonesia, Jakarta, called the Bandung Conference, right? China was there, right? All these Asian countries were there. They said, look, they had a 40-year plan to take Asia back and everything. Asia was like Africa right now. Europeans, everybody else.
Kala, when you keep accusing me of defending the white man, listen, white man can defend himself from you. I don't need to defend white man from you, Kala. You don't have any. You can't do anything to the white man. So why are you saying I'm defending white man from you?
Hold up. Mike, they recognize one thing.
The white man is not afraid of you, Kala. So stop saying I'm defending the white man. Can you please stop telling me that? And you and the other brother there.
Check this out. In the conference, they said we got one enemy. That's the European and European imperialism.
Kala,
next 3 decades undermining European power.
Kala, everybody is imperialistic. Kala, everyone is imperialistic, including you, including Terra Langley. Everyone is imperialistic. That's human nature.
Oh no. Everyone,
for one nation to rise, you have to take advantage of another nation.
When is Africa going to be imperialistic?
Well, everyone have their time. You know, we've been imperialistic. Kala, everybody will have their time. Empires rise, empires fall. You know history, you know everything.
Well, when is Africa's empire is going to rise?
Well, I don't know. Whenever it's your turn, maybe they'll begin to rise. If we have people. The reason
Agenda 2062, we'll be dead.
Well, I don't care. It's not my
plan. I can't. Kala. Can I ask
the only thing I can put on the table is facts and reality. Here's the deal. I think people just have to change the way they reason. All these low IQ reasoning of Oh, the white man is imperialistic.
I
What are you
Hold
mean?
on. Let me the white man is imperialistic. I say you're not imperialistic. Kala, you're imperialistic. We're all imperialistic.
No, you're not. You got
No.
imperialism.
Listen,
Kala,
nobody,
every
nobody.
empire
imperialism means you can enforce your will on another. Africa.
Yes, every
But
rich
Kala.
empire throughout history did it to another empire. Africans
Exactly.
did it
Even
to each other.
that's even how the white man was able to get ground on Europe was basically preying on certain tribes and regions, imperial and
Russia is doing
idea
it
of
to
gaining
Ukraine right now.
regions.
Russia is doing it to Ukraine.
Exactly. And when you talk about Europe, Europe was imperialistic towards other Europeans. If you go look at history in Haiti,
Africans too,
the
to other
French,
empires. We
the
all did it.
French, exactly. The French
Imperial.
bought the Polish, the French bought the Italian, they bought quote unquote lesser whites to lord over the other whites and blacks from those colonies. For you to say that there was no form of hierarchy or slavery or whatever in the European system may have been different, but it has long existed.
Hierarchy. They had serfdom, but there was no slavery. Slavery was something.
So what was serfdom? What is serfdom? What is serfdom?
Kind of like
What
the
is
black man
serfdom?
can say cracked on another black man. He's gonna do the same imperial. He's imperial. That's imperialism, guy. Any human beings are just the same.
No,
When they get the opportunity to
No,
take advantage of,
I think that's
Nobody
a
the
bad
same as a
example,
white
Mike. That's a
man.
bad
I'm
example,
sorry.
Mike.
Nigeria being
No,
Bad
not a
example.
white man.
bro. In fact, the black man is more evil than the black. The black. I can convince you. I can convince you that the black man is more evil than the white man. I can even convince you.
Why do you say that? Why would you say
Why
that?
would I say that? Okay, every
Yeah.
evil the white. Hold on. Every evil the white man has done, he's used it to build something. Every evil black man has done, he hasn't used to build anything. So what are you talking
That's
about?
not true. That's not true.
The black man, hold on. Okay, if you point at every evil white man does, you can look at something great that come out of it. Like white man enslaved blacks and he built
Great for
powerful
who?
countries. And he
Great for
built,
who?
hold on, he built generational wealth. Black
Yeah,
man
for
self
who? For who?
for himself.
What
Is he supposed to
For
build it for you?
what?
exactly. Why
So
does not? Why does
is
he not
he
even have
supposed to build it
mercy?
for you? Is he supposed to build it for you?
No, he's not supposed to be
But
there for me. But excuse me. Hello.
hold
Excuse
on.
me.
The
Right.
the white man did evil to other people to build wealth for his own generation to come. You
Right.
did evil to yourself, not even to the generation to come.
Listen. He's got wealth beyond wealth.
When a
He's
black man
got.
sells crack to
Hang
another
on.
black man, he doesn't even use the money to pay his
Listen.
child support.
He's got wealth
He's gonna use
beyond
it to
wealth.
party and buy.
What's going on here, man?
He's got wealth beyond wealth, but he won't even allow people to breathe.
Dude,
To breathe.
he's doing for his
Okay?
kids.
No,
He's not
you see
lying to you.
now
He's
you're
robbing you for
defending
his
him
children.
again. Now you're defending him again. Okay?
I'm
You're
telling
not
you
gonna
that
get.
he's
You
making
are
more
not
sense
gonna
than
get.
you.
Listen to me, Mike. Listen. You're not gonna get out of 230 million Nigerians. You're not gonna get everybody on the same page. But he won't even allow the proper leaders in that country who do well to come out. You get the leaders he's got
Well,
in
why
power
don't you
to
use
take
your
them out.
brain? He's using his brain
Okay?
against you. So,
Listen.
dude, if
He
you're getting
got
your ass kicked, you need to step up and fight back. Don't
my
sit down
friend.
and
It's not
crying, bro.
about getting. It's not
Are you
about
not a
getting
grown man?
mad.
Are you a kid?
You got to realize who he is.
Dude, the white man is
Okay?
kicking our ass.
Right?
How about
That's not true.
we
That's
step
not
up
true.
our
That's
game
not
and
true.
stop being
That's not
pussy?
true. That's
Look,
not true. In the last,
here's the deal. The
you
white man
you
is kicking
you're
the black
skimming through
man's ass.
history, man. He's
Listen,
not. He's not.
the
How are you
white
kicking
man,
the ball back
listen,
man's ass, man?
the white man is kicking black man's ass. What black man need to
Okay?
do is to start thinking how to step up and
You
fight
cannot
back. And
step up. When
hold
he's
on,
in town, you cannot step up.
hold on. You said they
Now,
were kicking the Chinese out. The Chinese
listen.
they figured themselves out. You're the only one
Listen.
crying. Dude,
Listen, we're gonna
your
have
fellow man,
Mike,
if your fellow
listen.
man is slapping you, don't be crying. You
Mike,
fight back.
Listen to me. We're gonna have a third world war. That's a sure thing. I'm telling you right
I
now.
know the black
That's
man's not
gonna happen.
going to fight.
Right.
Black
It's
man
gonna
is a
happen
coward.
right now. And in that third world war, then you're gonna see the power of the real black man and who
You're going to
created
fight.
all of us. You're gonna see who created all of us. So it doesn't matter what the white man does really. He's only playing out what's already been written. Okay? The orchestrator of the whole world, who created me, you, and even a white man. In the middle of that third war, which is the third world war, you're gonna see.
Do you
Because
work for the white man?
the way he's made, he's gonna destroy himself. All
Who
right?
cares,
He's gonna
man? Who
start a
cares?
war. He's already started a trade war.
Well,
That's the
go
beginning
tell
of the
that to the
third
white man. Why
world
you
war.
telling me? Am I a white man? Why you telling me that?
Mike, do you know history? Do you hold on?
This time,
you know
what is
history?
my
You
business
guys
with
are
that?
after the third world war.
What is my business with that?
Right?
You guys are making statements void of history, man.
Well, go tell the white
Okay,
man
it's gonna
that.
affect you. We had the first
Okay,
World
fine.
War, second. The third war in the Bible is the third world war. That's going to happen very soon.
Okay, fine.
You're
Okay,
going to
thank you.
see what the white man is about.
So who
Okay,
cares?
that's all I'm going to say.
What does that have to do with me? Would I have power to do anything about that?
Well, why are we even discussing this?
I don't know, man.
I thought we're intellectuals discussing.
You the one talking about white man all day, and who gives a shit about white man?
Again, you guys,
I'm here to talk about black man's problem, and you telling me about white man.
He is our problem. He's our number one problem. But you don't want us to question him.
Black man is
black man's different levels.
How can we solve it when he keeps interrupting us?
Black man's number one problem. That's just a fact. Until you get that in your head, that's where you begin to solve your problem.
So say that again, bro.
You are your own number one problem.
No, you said a black man is a what?
Is the black man's number one problem.
Oh yeah, we do have a problem. But we're not the number one problem. No, we're not.
Anywhere you go,
we're not the number one problem. They are the ones who constantly smash up anything we start. So we can't even start because of them.
So because you agree with me that black man's number one problem. So
no, he's not the white man is the number one problem. And then he uses our people to make it worse.
No, black man
is also the black man's number one solution. The black man is also the black man's number one solution. You guys are saying a lot of stuff void of history. If you skip through the age of exploration, you skip on the fact that the Pope recently died. If you know the history of the Pope is the number one uniter of Europe. You skip the fact that a lot of Europeans were kicked out post the Crusades for selling out. A lot of small hats were put on ships sent to Australia, sent to parts of North Africa. Why? Because they were sellouts, right? So you guys are skipping through history, skipping through the age of exploration, you're skipping through the fact that Africans skipping through the facts. It's your, but what you're saying don't make no sense if you're not talking about reality. Reality is history. You're saying a bunch of shit that don't make sense. No, you didn't.
I told you reality.
You did, bro.
Reality is a man will go trying to take advantage of another man. Empires, for them to become super rich, they have to take advantage of other empires. It's not.
They don't have to take advantage. Listen,
he's got nothing
so
to
much
do.
money, Mike.
Bro, calm down. He's got nothing to do with race.
I'm just chiming in.
The
same way Russia will take advantage of Ghana, you say Russia will take advantage
Russia does not do that. Russia got their own. They don't need to invade no African country for any raw material.
Get the context. I'm trying to say
they've got everything they need on their homeland. That's why the rest of Europe are jealous of them.
If you let me line, you know I'm going. I didn't say Russia. I didn't say Russia is taking advantage of Ghana. I'm saying the same way Russia can take advantage of Ghana is the same way they will take advantage of Ukraine. It's just I'm just giving you what's the word. I'm not saying Russia is taking advantage of Ghana. I'm saying the same way America will take
Ukraine.
This guy don't have brain.
Very simple. Ukraine is very simple. Okay,
hold on.
America.
Lewis, he's making a point that's somewhat truthful, but it does have something to do with race. Why do all the European nations, including Russia, have better rates than Africa and Asia alike? Why is that? If it's not nothing to do with race, better currency rates. They have better currency rates and better trade rates than African nations.
Because they're playing their cards. You're not playing your cards. How about that?
Why does the G7 comprise of primary European nations besides one nation, China?
That's why.
No, so you can't say race don't have nothing to do with it when race is an essential part of the power structure. And again, I respect that because every race is supposed to look out for themselves.
Prince,
but you
guys
can't
stop blaming other race for your problem, man. If you stop,
they're part of the problem. I respect them though. I don't have a hate for white people.
Don't tell me a white man is rich, you're poor. So the white man is your problem. No.
This is about trade policy. No. You're not making sense. Hold on. Lewis, let me give you an example real quick. With Ghana, right? Ghana has gold. Why is it when the Ghanaians have the gold, it's only worth $500? When the white man has the gold, it's worth $5,000.
Because the Ghanaians are morons. That's why. Because the Ghanaians are morons.
It's about trade rates. It's all about trades. It's about trade rates.
No, it's got nothing to do with race. It's got something to do with thinking. It's got something to do with
more. We got more than gold.
RATE. Rates, not race. I said rates. It's race and rates. Trade. You want to minimize.
Right. Listen, the Ghanaian man don't know how to use his brain. That's why the white man is getting better deals.
They will not allow any African country to prosper or live in peace.
Why do you need them to allow you to do something before you do it?
Right. Well, because it's basic human rights that we're given as human beings, but they won't even let that. They've got so much
you
money.
Need a white man to give you human rights?
Hang on.
Why can't you give yourself human rights?
Because when we get leaders, they overthrow them. When we get leaders that do things in our behalf, they overthrow them. Why is that?
Name one leader.
Ask him why he does that.
No. I need to ask you why the black man is overthrowing the black man.
No, the black man is not overthrowing black
No,
man. He's the white man doing it. He's the one doing it.
No,
It's a lie.
So,
It's a
so
lie.
ask no,
It's a lie. The
Lewis,
people that
ask
overthrew all
Mike.
the African
Hang on,
government.
Mike. Let me hear the brother.
Ask Mike, look up Belarus. There's a nation called Belarus. A lot of European nations have a problem with Belarus. Why? Because Belarus got shittier trade deals in the European agreement, so they allow basically migrants to pass through their forests and enter through Europe, right?
I
So
can give you the
basically,
name. I can give you the name of the generals that overthrew in Nkrumah. They all Ghanaians. General Afrifa, General Ankara.
Because
They all
I give you that.
Ghanaians.
I give you
they're
that. But it's
traitors.
about interest.
They pay
It's
the
about
traitors to
interest.
do it.
Don't blame the white man for the
Yes,
Ghanaians.
you will. Yes, you will.
So
He's
let me
the
ask
one
you
doing it.
something, Mike. So
He's the
Mike,
one
if we
doing
say
it.
Mike, if we say we're gonna round up
So if
all
I
the
pay you to go
sellouts, we're
shoot,
gonna
if I
imprison
pay you
them.
to go shoot your brother, if I pay you to go shoot your mommy, you're gonna say you're gonna blame. You're gonna do it.
No,
You're
no,
gonna
no,
say,
no,
oh,
no,
my
no,
baby.
That's a
but
ridiculous argument, man. That's a ridiculous
Mike,
argument.
It's the same
That
thing.
man,
They
you're
pay you to go shoot
defending
your
no,
him.
it's
brother.
not, it's
You're
not,
The
defending
dealing that
him.
you.
it's
You
not,
are
it's not, it's not,
defending
it's
him,
not,
bro.
not,
He
it's
won't even
not.
let you
But
breathe.
Mike, if you say all the criminals that doing crime, we're gonna round them all up and we're gonna put them in jail, right? All the sellouts, we're gonna round them up and put them in jail. The human rights groups are gonna say, "Oh, what is this rights? He has a rights for this and rights for that." So there's an interest in protecting the status quo by protecting the sellout. The
Yeah.
same way there's sellouts in those nations. They'll if you prosecute them for like in my country, Haiti, right? There's people like Moise Jean who's gonna protest night, day, and night. He's gonna do all the type of shit. He's gonna burn tires on the roads. He's gonna
Yep.
protest, but he basically wants his own interest to pass.
Mm-hmm.
If I say I'm
Listen,
gonna lock him
before
up,
we waste our time
if I'm
talking
gonna
about
lock
Mike.
him up,
Mm-hmm.
go ahead.
Mike, for example, right? I'm in here in England, okay? You're there in the US, I believe, right? Hello, Mike?
Yeah, I hear you. Go ahead.
Right.
Yeah.
If we were able to have a decent economy where our people can do the basics, I want you to come here and do what I'm doing for a living.
Why
You
don't
want
you
to come
do
to
it?
hang on. You want to come to Europe to do go to America to do what it is that they do. But they prefer that, right? So that you can be serving them the way your ancestors were serving them as slaves.
I'm not serving them as slave. What are you talking about?
They've deliberately made the world economy in such a way whereby all the people in Africa are running to Europe to go and serve the white man. All the people in South America are running to America to go and serve the white man down there. And their workshop now is Asia. Okay, we are fed up with that.
Why don't you do the same thing? Why don't you do the same thing?
Hang on. All we ask for is an economy we can coexist inside, right, without us going serving other people. But they can't live that way. They have to have you serving them. They've got a
No, they're not
psychotic
having me
problem.
serving them. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
they have. They
No,
have to have
they're
the white
not. They're
man,
not.
the
No,
black man in submission. They cannot have.
No, I'm not in submission. You are in
Bro,
submission.
listen. If you do not see where the problem is with those people, to this day and age 2025, I can't help you.
Listen,
Because
man.
without you seeing them as the problem, you're not going to be able to solve the problem.
You talking all over the place,
Okay?
man. Let me
No,
ask
I'm
you a
not
question.
talking all over the place.
You
I
say
know
I'm
who the
serving them.
enemy is.
Can you tell me how I'm serving anybody?
Yes, you are. You're using all your
So have you met
energy.
me?
Now, hang on.
You're defending
the best
their
years of your
manipulative
life.
practices.
When
You're
somebody's
using
wrong
the
with you,
best
this
years of
trauma,
your
this
life.
victim rubbish, you say they're
Right.
defending white men. You
Hang
guys
on,
are
brother.
so dumb.
You're using the best years of your life, giving your energy to them instead of
I'm
Nigeria.
not giving my energy to anybody.
Yes, you are. Whether you like it, that's
You're
what we're doing. We should be in
downplaying
Africa
the
working on that.
manipulative policies, man.
But we're not.
The
We're
same way
here.
like Ghana and
Okay, so hold on. So the white man that's in
Ivory
Africa
Coast.
doing business, is he? Hold on. The white man that's in Africa doing business, is he giving energy to Africa?
My friend, the white man is
he's
making
manipulating
sure
trade rates,
that your
man. He's
The
country
Chinese
manipulating
women
avoids
doing
trade
business
rates.
in Africa. What are you talking about? Everybody go everywhere. Human beings moving around for greener pasture to whatever they want to do. I don't know about you. Maybe you choose to go be slave in Europe or whatever. I
It's a
don't
waste
know.
of time.
But not me. You're not, bro. Stop projecting your own mentality
Bro,
on every other black
it's a waste of time, bro. It's a waste. If you can't see who your enemy is, then you're wasting time playing the game. You don't even know where the goal is. You just play.
Listen.
Mike, let me ask you a question. So Ghana and Ivory Coast are trying to get better trade on cocoa. They produce like 80 to 70% of cocoa in the world. If you were a president, how would you do it differently? Because according to you, you could just do everything differently. How would you market or raise the price of cocoa according to you? Because you basically saying that the trade rates don't matter. The West is not manipulating the trade rates. So how would you handle it differently?
Well, just got to use my brain and get If I'm in a position, first thing I'll do is think and calculate and strategize and figure out how to do the best thing, and I'll do it.
Yeah, examples of that. What's an example of that?
So
Like what?
okay, let me give you an example. For example, U.S. and China right now, they're at a trade war. So each of them get their experts in the room. They go on a drawing board and draw how to battle each other. None of them is sitting around crying about they're faking me. The Chinese man is not sitting around crying like a bitch. The white man in America, United States, not sitting around crying like a bitch. Each of them get their best minds and they strategize what's best for them. No one is going to do anything for you. No one's going to play fair with you. You understand? It's like if you own a business, every other business around you are in competition with you. So you can't know if you sit around crying, everybody's gonna look at you like you're a dummy. You understand? You gotta figure it out yourself. You can't see and be telling me that the Ghana and Ivory Coast are doing bad deal. They're being taken advantage of, and you want me to blame whoever's taking advantage of you. Why don't you get your head together? Why don't you use your brain?
You can't, because every time you do, they overthrow you. How can you get this?
Well, you two go overthrow
What
them.
do you mean? It's not just Africa, my friend. It's not just like Africa. Go and look at all the South American countries.
Okay, you two
That's
do
how
the
the
same to
white
them.
man. This is how he runs it. So if you don't know who he is by his nature,
doesn't know?
good luck to you, my friend. He is the number one problem in the world. When he subdues, you get peace, and it will come in the third world. The third world war.
Lewis, I was expecting Mike. I was expecting Mike to answer the question more like we're going to look into the internal markets, trade with different regions that utilize this product, and we start our own rate with our own internal market.
Oh,
but I know Mike.
Before he stops.
Mike,
listen, let me tell you something.
Mike don't see the value in black. He wants us to basically.
No, I think your solution to your
trade
problem
with the West.
Do you know what I think? Do you know what I think you guys' solution is?
What is it? What is it?
Stop being black. That's your problem.
Because
this blackish shit is not helping you guys. This black thinking.
Bro, listen.
You guys.
So Mike,
these guys.
Mike,
it's very obvious.
Right.
Thinking black is a very low IQ of thinking.
So Mike, whiteness work for white people, but blackness don't work for black people. Do you agree with Lewis? So you see, so you agree with Lewis that there's some kind of superiority over white, and they have an ordained position over black. That's what you believe.
No, I'm just saying for the past 50 years or 100 years, you guys have been saying the same thing, thinking black. White man, you haven't achieved anything. So
you cannot do it. I'm telling you, because they'll kill it before it starts.
Prince,
you cannot do it.
I don't think they're gonna kill you before you start, man. Because
the best thing we can do. Okay,
hey, Prince, let me tell you something about myself, right? Do you know where you guys? Hold on. The way you guys, how you thinking right now? I used to think like that before. I used to run around doing blackity black.
No, it's not about being blackity black, my friend.
I don't do blackity black, man. I don't do blackity black.
Calm down. I used to run around just running with a group of black people shouting, "Oh, white man, we blacky." And I realized I wasn't getting nowhere in life, So until I dumped out.
Listen,
that don't make sense. That don't make sense, Mike.
Hold on.
Nobody's saying that you should do that, though.
Until I stopped thinking black and start thinking for myself, and I stopped being black and stopped being myself, and I began to progress. I began to be open-minded. I began to see things from other angles rather than from a black angle. Because if you only see everything from black angle, you're gonna be stuck in the angle. And black people there's this black thinking that some group of people created, and they brainwash other black to start thinking like that.
Listen to me.
Hold on. Listen. You better off thinking like a Chinese than thinking black. Think Chinese and think black. Because this black thinking is so dumb that all it's all about is just complaining. Black thinking is about, oh no, you're enemy.
I'm not complaining.
And claim victim and then talk about
the only thing I complain about is that he pretends that is an even playing field. He pretends, oh, you can go ahead and do this. You can't. Because you kill it. He kills it.
Was the even playing field?
Okay? He's taken out nearly every black leader we've ever had that doing anything. In South America, in America, and if the Asians don't play ball, they get the same thing. Now he wants to attack the Chinese. Who can do better than the Chinese outside the white race?
30 years ago, who
even invested money in the Chinese in the first place?
He wasn't even
playing. Now he wants to do a war against China openly.
If you want
And
to
you're
get
gonna
smart,
think,
man, I think when you hear someone like me talk, you should listen more and talk less. You become smarter. Yeah, the reason why you're not doing it is because you're being black. You thinking black. That's why.
no,
Come
Mike,
on,
People,
listen to
people,
me.
all these
why you trying to demon?
blacky
Hold on,
thinkers,
Mike.
man. They don't know how to. They don't know how
Hold
to
on,
put it
Mike.
back because
We're
their
not
mind
gonna
has been made up,
we're not
man.
gonna allow you to demonize that,
No,
man.
I'm just
Blackness
saying,
is
man. This blacky thinking.
not
They're not
fickle.
open minded. Their mind is closed. They're closed minded people.
No, but you can't act like there's
Because
not obstacles that
because
the
all you see
European
is
put in
black.
place to maintain
Listen,
his own society, dude. You can't act like that doesn't exist.
all they see is black, and when you see black, you're dark in the darkness. You can't see anything else. It's black.
Yeah, but blindness is you have white eyes. You have white eyes when you're blind, not black eyes. You know that, right? You have white eyes when you're blind, not black eyes.
Listen, man.
So
If you want to free yourself
yeah,
from mental slavery, stop being black, man. Stop being
leprosy
white.
is a negative thing associated with whiteness. Leprosy also associated with whiteness. When you
Well, white are
pale, you go
progressive,
sleep,
so I'd rather think like
associated
a
with
white man than think
whiteness.
like a
Don't
black man.
demonize blackness, bro. Don't demonize blackness, bro. But I
No,
think,
I'm not
go ahead,
demonizing.
go
I'm
ahead.
just telling you, man. Just because your skin is black doesn't mean you have to think black, man. Because black thinking doesn't mean progressive.
So how you supposed to think, Mike? How you supposed to think?
No,
Not in the interest
you're
of
supposed to be
blackness.
free-minded. You're supposed to be free-minded,
I'm
open-minded.
open-minded, but I'm black
You're not.
first.
You
I'm
guys are
thinking of
black.
black interests first.
Black. I don't know all these people that think like you guys. Just blacky. You are so close-minded.
No,
Because
I
you think
love
the
and
same.
respect.
It's the same
I
talking
love and
point.
respect
Hold
everybody,
on,
but I think black
hold
first,
on.
black
Do you
Chinese
know how
first.
those black thinkers? They don't
Like the
think outside.
Chinese think Chinese
Hold on.
first.
You don't think outside of the black. You don't think. You don't speak outside of that same black talking point. It's the same black talking point. Every black
So,
guy talks about it.
hold on. Let me ask him a question. How
It's
did the
the same
Chinese
thing
rise
you're
if they didn't
saying.
think
If
Chinese?
I go to
The
another
Chinese
black,
rise because they think Chinese. So you want us to rise by thinking Chinese and we're
if I
black?
go to another blackity black talking, if I go to another blackity black and China, they say the same thing. Oh, the white man. Oh, we're blackity black. We're black.
the
That's the
Chinese know
same dumb shit, man.
exactly. The Chinese know exactly who their enemy is. Okay, they know
Everybody's your
exactly.
enemy. There's no friend in
Right,
this
they know
life.
exactly who their enemy is.
Listen,
The black man doesn't know. And if you could give me an example of any black individual, black society anywhere that has been able to thrive with this white man in charge, I'll give you the argument. Give me an example.
So anyone with a white skin is your enemy. Boy,
No.
you go to
I
a
ask you
white
to
country.
give me an
Hold on.
example.
You live in a white predominantly country, and you're saying everyone in
Listen
white
to
skin
me.
is your enemy.
No,
Give me an
Mike.
example. Mike, give me an example, right, of any black person or black society or anywhere that has been able to thrive with this white man in charge of the world. Give me one. Give me an example.
Any who?
Any black society or any black individual who has been able to thrive under white supremacist rule that we've had for the last 200 years. Give me an example of any black nation that has been able to thrive.
But
through this white
You saying give me an example
Lewis.
of any black individual that's able to thrive? I'm thriving in my life. I can give you names. I can
I'm
name.
doing that in my life. We can do
Can
that.
I answer your question?
Tell me a black person that's got the wealth of Elon Musk and a black society that has been able to do
because you
well
haven't used
under
your
this
brain
white
to
man.
think like Elon Musk. That's
But
why.
hold on,
You can't even give me an example.
Mike, hold on. Lewis, Mike is right on that
How many
point.
white men have strived like Elon Musk?
Let the brother ask the question.
Do you know that Dangote is richer than most major?
Oh, please. Dangote is a peanut.
Dude,
He's got
calm down.
peanuts compared to the white people, my friend. He's
Calm
got
down.
peanuts
Dude,
compared
allow
to the
me to
white
speak.
people. So please,
let him
how
finish.
many people are there in Nigeria?
Dude, let me talk, man.
How
Stop
many
running
people
your
are there in
mouth.
Nigeria?
Dude,
Are you going to use that one example and say he's doing well?
shift the
That's
argument.
what
Give him a minute, Mike.
Come on,
This
Go
guy
ahead,
here
Mike.
he's just goddamn. Good, dude. Calm the fuck down, man, dude. Dangote is richer than 99% of white men on this planet.
Oh, Lord, nigga,
Well, why
please.
is that? Hold on.
They don't give a damn.
Let him
They could take
finish.
him out. They could take him out any day they want.
There is no
They could
white
take him
guy.
out into them. Come on, man.
There is no white guy talking about who name a black man, name a white man, and says he's a Dangote.
Right, listen to me. Listen to me very carefully,
if you
Mike.
want to achieve anything in life, you use your brain.
I'm achieving a lot in my life. I'm quite happy and content with my life.
You asking me a question that how many black men don't
He's
achieve like
not an
Elon Musk.
example. He's not. Listen, his wealth. Okay, half of it is stolen wealth from politics in Nigeria. Anyway,
that's
the Nigerian
not true. Half of Elon Musk.
Okay,
Elon Musk?
If he doesn't play ball,
Elon Musk?
he does not play ball. Listen to me. If he doesn't play ball,
what are you talking about?
Listen to me. If he doesn't play ball and do what they want to do, they'll take him out.
Who are you talking about? Elon Musk?
They'll take him out. because they always got to let one
Who
black
are you
people
talking
there.
about? I don't know who
Hang
you're
on,
talking
hang on.
about.
Who you talking
They
about? Who you
always
talking about? Who
got
you
to let
talking about?
one black. They
He's a
always
moron.
got to let one or
He
two
doesn't
of you
even know.
black.
He can't even
Listen
listen
to
to
me,
what
man.
we're asking.
They've always got to let one or two black people there to do well, so that the rest of you Negroes will have some hope.
So
I
it's
don't
the
live in
white man.
hope. I live in reality.
Who are you talking
Okay.
about? Dangote? Are you talking about
Yes,
Dangote?
I'm talking about Dangote.
So he's
Dangote
a
and
white man.
all
So
the other Nigerians who've taken money
dude,
and put it in white banks.
dude,
The
just
white people going to end up with that. They don't have,
us.
that's no power.
So
Okay.
what
When
you're
he
telling
goes
me?
about what they want, they're going to take him out.
Dude, you talk too much, man. Give us time to respond. What you're
That's because
telling
I've
me?
got a lot to say. I've analyzed it. I'm a bit older
Okay,
than
you
you, I
said it. We
believe.
get your
And
point. Give us
I've
a chance to
analyzed
respond,
it and
man.
I've observed
But
it. I know
Lewis,
it. I
you
can
gotta let him
see it.
answer. He said he gotta answer. Let him answer. Let him answer.
Yo, fellas.
What this guy just told me is that he was a white man that made Dangote rich.
Debate.
No,
What a
it was not
retard,
a white
man.
man that made Dangote rich. It's the Nigerian government that helped him out in the
No, it
beginning.
was not Nigerian government.
It
The
was
guy's
a
a
bacha.
businessman.
Come on.
Dude, go sit your ass
Hold on,
down,
hold
man.
on, hold on. Colin trying to say something. Hold on. Colin, what you said?
Okay, I'm gonna end the live stream. You guys can stay on here all night if you want.
This
Oh, man,
this
I
guy
got to
needs to
get
stop
some
thinking
rest. We're
black,
going to
man.
do
All
it
this
tomorrow. We have to do it
black
tomorrow.
brains, man. It's too low IQ, man.
We have to do it tomorrow, brother.
All right, you guys.
Blackity black.
Tomorrow
Blackity
night.
black. Blacky black
I'm
black
sure
black
you
black
guys will
black
be
Black,
here.
black.
yeah.
Blackity black out, black out. I'm black
God
Yeah,
out.
bless. God bless. Have a good night, man. God bless. God bless.
All right,
All right,
brothers.
brother.
Y'all fellas. Thanks for calling in, man. Y'all
All right, next time, Mike.
All right, man. Next time,
See
let
you
me
guys.
talk, man.
All right.
Yeah.